The government's been negotiating free trade deals with countries such as Australia, New Zealand and India. And as we move away from importing high carbon emission feed for our livestock, there are fears these deals could increase imports of human food produced with higher carbon emissions. John Foote is from the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board. John, we've signed a trade deal with Australia. How much food do you think we're going to start importing?
Probably not as much as many farmers or consumers are concerned about. We may see more butter coming across because that's easier to transport, but the bulk of the produce from Australia and New Zealand will probably go to China and South Asia.
It surely, though, is going to drive up the carbon emissions of that food.
It will do, although, you know, transport is a relatively small proportion. It's in terms of how they produce it and how sustainable they are able to produce their own food.
How does British farming compare with other farming around the world when it comes to emissions?
Globally, you know, farming accounts for 15 to 25%, and it depends on if you include, you know, changes in land use to do with forestry. Here in the UK, agriculture is about 10% of the UK emissions. Dairy, for example, is about a third of the global average as well. And we need to make sure that we do have equivalent standards for produce that are imported, such as we don't have high amounts of antibiotics like we see in America, where they're routinely fed to the animals. Our farmers aren't allowed to do that, and that sort of approach should not be allowed.
On the Australia deal, the UK Parliament decides that are banned here.
Chief Executive of AHDB, and I'm here in London for the Grain Market Outlook Conference today. It's a fantastic opportunity for us to showcase some of the real deep expertise we have in grain markets, both here in the UK and around the world. And it's an opportunity for us at AHDB, again, to demonstrate the value that we're delivering for their levy, particularly here for the cereals and oilseeds sector.
Farm in order to build confidence in the regenerative agricultural principles that we've been working on, and to share knowledge both with the AHDB, from the AHDB and amongst the management committee. Our goal for the strategic cereal farm is to build economic and environmental resilience in our business, and to share that knowledge with others.
We had trouble in the past successfully establishing spring barley with direct drilling, so we find that a shallow cultivation, about 2 inches of depth, a couple of passes, keeps the moisture in, provides a bit more tilth and allows the crop to get away to a good start, which is all too important for spring barley. Currently we're avidly looking for moisture, like most of the country. We've missed a lot of the rain. We've had some, we've been a bit lucky. Crops have come through the dry not too bad so far. Our technique of shallow cultivation or no cultivation appears to be paying dividends at the minute. We've managed to conserve a sufficient amount of moisture in the soil. Our fertiliser applications, we've had to time that with any rain that is forecast to get it suitably washed into the soil. The harvest here will start about the middle of August with the winter oats, progressing through September with the wheat and spring barley and spring oats, and hopefully we'll finish in October with the spring beans. We also wish to increase our opportunities for cover cropping here. We grow quite a large area of cover crops, but we find ourselves very restricted to the species we can use. So if we can develop this further and give ourselves more choice and grow larger volumes of biomass, then potentially that can go a long way to solving some of the fertility issues that we find in our soils and erosion problems. We could well have a far longer rotation with a larger number of crops being grown, a more varied number of species, and it's more likely that we'll have a much greater integration of livestock into the arable rotation than we currently have at the minute. We wanted to be the host for the strategic farm in Scotland because we're always trying new ideas here. Some of them work, some of them don't. Currently there's little research going on into regenerative agriculture in the UK. Given this is the direction that we wish to take the business, we felt it was a good opportunity to harness the research available and get more work done to help us succeed in this direction.
I can't wait to see if our farm can grow arable crops without synthetic inputs, generating all of the fertility and protection from cover crops, from integration of livestock and from compost. I see this 6-year program as a period of rehab for our business, and I cannot wait to get out the other side and show other people how to do it too.
Everybody's on their own journey with soils. We have quite a few very technically minded farmers who know a lot about soils already, and we have others who are starting out on that journey, and actually talking to other farmers and growers and producers and getting their experiences and understanding is really, really valuable.
So we're preparing to go out in the field to make our soil health assessment. That's to check up on the state of the soil. It's really a focus on the general health of the soil. We want to look at the character of the soil. That gives us the context, the soil texture, the soil depth, those layers, what the subsoil's like and drainage. But we need a set of tools to be able to really keep an eye on whether the soil's behaving like we want it to do. It's delivering the functions we need for good crop growth. So we've got our spade, we've got our bucket, but we've got to decide where to go to take that sample. And the important thing is to reference this, is to know where it is. If we're looking for change through time, what we need to be able to do, because soil's variable, is go back to the same place to have a look in 3 or 5 years' time. And that means we need to keep a good record of where that is. We need to choose that spot well, so it's representative, it gives us a good idea of the field. We're not trying to fit the whole of the field into the bucket, into the sample. What we're trying to do is choose a spot that allows us to get a sense of the health of the field. And we can mark that with a Google pin or a what 3 words, or simply as a cross on the map, a treasure map for where we might come back to and sample in the future.
The soils are our most important asset on the farm, and it's something that we have used in the past, and getting a spade out there, digging holes and seeing what the soil structure and what the actual soil biology is doing.
Soil health as a concept means there's a good balance of physical, chemical and biological elements within the soil. They're actually going out and starting that process, digging the hole, looking at the physical structure. You can assess the condition of that soil at that point, but then at the same time you can use that same pit of soil to look for your earthworm count, and then send the same sample off for chemical analysis as well. So it's bringing it all together in one sample.
We need to go in 3 times down the block of soil, down each side of the block. And we're trying to go to full depth of the spade, and you can get a sense of what the soil's like as you put your spade in. You can get a sense of whether there are any restrictive layers in that top layer. You see, I've just gone down those 3 sides of that block, and I'll loosen it up a little bit. And what we're going to get is one side that I haven't touched with a spade, and it's that one that I want to look at. You see, as it comes out, that's the undisturbed side that we're going to review. Let's put it on the board and break it open so we can see that structure. Dry soil at the top, moisture further down. We're breaking it open and looking at the structure as we go. And we can see there we're watching out because there will be probably earthworms in the block, and we're keeping an eye open for them as we dig, and just separating them out so we can count and inspect them.
We are in the process of learning more how your cultivation and your management decisions can be made on having a look yourself exactly at what's going on and not just at the chemistry of the soil.
Every farmer that grows crops must understand the soil. You just have to go and dig a hole.
Doing simple things like the worm count, we have decided, it gives you a good indication of what's there.
You've got to have something that we can relate from the soil is right in the right physical characteristic.
The block was intact, but those aggregates, those blocks in the soil easily broke apart. There are clear aggregates in this sandy soil, and that suggests a really good structure. So 2 is a really good score. If we were seeing evidence of compaction in this topsoil, then we'd be giving it a score of 3 or 4 or even 5 if it was very compact. We can of course also get our eye in our fields and sample deliberately in the tram lines or under the hedge to give ourselves a reference point. Of course, the hedge will give us a much darker usually and much more crumbly soil structure, a better soil structure there because of less disturbance. And in the tram lines we'd be able to see for ourselves those visual evidence of compaction, those platy aggregates in the soil.
The government's been negotiating free trade deals with countries such as Australia, New Zealand and India. And as we move away from importing high-carbon emission feed for our livestock, there are fears these deals could increase imports of human food produced with higher carbon emissions. John Foote is from the Agriculture and Horticulture Development Board. John, we've signed a trade deal with Australia. How much food do you think we're going to start importing?
Probably not as much as many farmers or consumers are concerned about. We may see more butter coming across because that's easier to transport, but the bulk of the produce from Australia and New Zealand will probably go to China and South Asia.
It surely, though, is going to drive up the carbon emissions of that food.
It will do, although, transport is a relatively small proportion. It's in terms of how they produce it and how sustainable they are able to produce their own food.
How does British farming compare with other farming around the world when it comes to emissions?
Globally, farming accounts for 15 to 25%, and it depends on if you include, changes in land use to do with forestry. Here in the UK, agriculture is about 10% of the UK emissions. Dairy, for example, is about 1/3 of the global average as well. And we need to make sure that we do have equivalent standards for produce that are imported, such as we don't have high amounts of antibiotics like we see in America, where they're routinely fed to the animals. Our farmers aren't allowed to do that, and that sort of approach should not be allowed.
On the Australia deal, the UK Parliament has pointed to findings that indicate emissions could increase, and that it's likely we'll import more products that use pesticides that are banned here.
Chief Executive of AHDB, and I'm here in London for the Grain Market Outlook Conference today. It's a fantastic opportunity for us to showcase some of the real deep expertise we have in grain markets, both here in the UK and around the world. And it's an opportunity for us at AHDB, again, to demonstrate the value that we're delivering for their levy, particularly here for the cereals and oilseeds sector.
AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming event 2022. I'm Roseanne Thomas and I'm the Director of Communications here at AHDB. I was really delighted to see that over 1,000 of you registered to join us today to be at this event and help us ask your questions and find out more about our plans. I'm sure that there'll be many more that catch up afterwards as well. So thank you for joining us. It really shows that you want to get involved and you want to see and hear from AHDB about where your levy is spent and get the chance to ask your questions of the Sector Council. So what's going to happen today then? We've got around about an hour and we're going to hear from your sector councils, from the Cereals and Oilseeds Council, and you'll find out about the priorities that they've placed on the work that AHDB is going to do over the next few years. This is your chance to find out more, and I would like to say you'll get a chance to ask us questions throughout the day. This is a live event, so please get your questions into us. Asking a question is really easy. Head to polev.com/AHDB, pop in your name and just ask us a question. They'll go straight to the panel and we're here to answer as much as we can throughout the day. Now, if we don't get a chance to answer all those questions, don't worry, we will be collecting them at the end and we'll answer as many as we can in the coming weeks. So please do get in touch, ask us your questions. So today's event is online, and that's what most levy payers felt was most convenient to them. But we really do want to meet you face to face. So if you head to our website, you will find a list of events where we'll be over the next few months, where you can come and talk to us and find out a bit more about our plans. So head to our website. You can also download the document, which has been made live this morning. So to kick us off this morning, I'm going to hand over to Nicholas Sapphire, who's the chair of AHDB, who's going to introduce the day and tell you a little bit more about what you can expect. Thank you.
Thanks, Roseanne, and welcome to you all online and those of you who will be joining us on catch-up. AHDB has a single role. It is here to serve levy payers in dealing with issues that no single farmer or producer or processor can deal with on their own. And when I came in some 2.5 years ago now, I was told that what you wanted more from AHDB was better value and a better engagement and a listening organisation. I'm delighted that today marks the end of stage one of delivering to the promises we made at that time. We've cut the costs significantly and we've changed the culture. Today starts the beginning of stage two. You've involved yourselves and shaped the future. And today, you're going to hear from your councils. This session is about cereals and oilseeds, about how they've evaluated the views you've expressed, the views you put forward, and the direction of travel that they see that we ought to be making in the future. It's important for you to note that it's the councils who make the decisions about where the funding is spent and whether we deliver or not. So they need to get an input from you. They'll present their thoughts to you for the next hour, answer your questions. But as Roseanne said, success is not just about today. It's going to be about you coming to us with your views over the period ahead, and particularly coming to the events during the winter when you'll be able to express your views. So success depends on feedback, engagement, and you, critical friends and customers. Before I pass over to the panel, the council, I'd just like to say thank you to the team and to the council for all of the work they've done in not only preparing for today, but also in looking at the results of your feedback on Shape the Future. And particularly, I'd like to thank you who have engaged. This is all about your organisation and your feedback. So please be critical friends. Keep us on our toes. Tell us what you want and help us to deliver. I'd now like to pass over to Minister Mark Spencer, who said he wanted to record a few words for today's event.
Hello everyone. This open meeting is the culmination of the start of the process to change AHDB, a process that began with DEFRA's request for views on the organisation and followed up with the Shape of Future programme, aimed at giving levy payers a greater say on how they want their levy invested. Further to that valuable feedback, AHDB's sector councils have listened, and today marks the launch of AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming programme, with the launch of new sector strategies for AHDB sectors: beef and lamb, pork, dairy and cereals and oilseeds. While each sector has its own priorities, the common thread remains that these sector strategies are all aimed at helping to deliver a better future for farming. AHDB is an important part of the farm support network and plays a valuable role in the industry. This supports the government's wider commitment to supporting farming and the agri-food sector, and the role it has to play in contributing to economic growth. I also wanted to recognise the fantastic work AHDB is doing to support the sector through this current period of considerable change, including the advice on fertiliser efficiency. Thank you. Enjoy the meeting today, and the government looks forward to working with you and the industry to help it thrive.
Nicholas, for those words. Right, remember you can ask a question at any point during this session. Head to polev.com/AHDB and we'll answer your question as much as we can. Right, now I'm going to head over to Stephen Briggs, who is Chair of our Cereals and Oilseeds Sector Council. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Briggs. I'm the current Chair of the Cereals and Oilseeds Sector Council. Like you, I'm a farmer and a levy payer, so I'm really committed to making sure that what AHDB does is a success and it meets your needs as levy payers. Through the Shape the Future programme, which culminated in the votes back in May, we heard many of your views really from right across the cereals and oilseed sector. And over the last few months, we've been directed by your views to create a plan for the next 5 years, which the Sector Council for Cereals and Oilseeds will endeavour to put in place and enact. And please download that document and refer to it. But really, it's prioritised 3 main themes, which members of the Sector Council who are with us today are going to do a deeper dive into more detail. But those 3 themes are around trusted variety and product testing, and Patrick Stevenson will look at that in more detail, around independent practical research and market intelligence, and Dave Bell will look at that in more detail, and working across the supply chain, and Tom Clark will look at that in more detail. And these are the main priorities that you've told us are important to you. This sector plan for the next 5 years is really just the start of the conversation and start of the work that we'll be doing here at AHDB. we want to continue to get your views and your input. And as your needs for information and tools and knowledge change over time, we will aim to adapt what we do in AHDB and at the sector council level to meet those changing demands. We recognise that research and knowledge exchange is important to cereals and oilseeds and to you as levy payers, and we need to improve how we as an organisation engage with you, and today is the start of that process. So I would also encourage you to attend as many of the autumn and winter events on monitor farms, strategic farms and business groups as you can. Speak to the sector council members and the KE team and share your views and really tell us what you want and what you need. So go online, get a copy of the sector council plan. All our details and names of the sector council are within that plan, so you know who to look out for. Attend those events, and let's continue the conversation to make sure that we meet your needs. So what I'm going to do now is hand over to Patrick Stevenson, who's going to take us through the first of those three themes around trusted variety and product testing. Patrick.
Thank you, Stephen. My name's Patrick Stevenson. I'm an independent agronomist in North Yorkshire. I currently sit on the sector council, and I'm head an RL wheat committee, and I've also been given the dubious task of being the RL steering committee review. Now, the RL has been reviewed multiple times over the years of its existence, and through that period of time, it's always been robust. It's provided information that the industry has required. You as levy payers rated it very highly in the levy payer survey, and it was also rated very highly in the recent vote in May. So we know that this is a tool that is well used by farmers. It's accessible, and that part of it we accept. However, as a part of a steering committee and a part of a review committee, we have to look forward. So what we've had in the past is lots of confirmation that what we do is accepted as useful for the industry, very practical and adaptable to the situation. We now have to start looking forward to see whether it's robust enough to cope with what changes are coming within our industry. This is not only changes in terms of environmental impact, it's changes in terms of food security. So we have to adapt and evolve with that and within the constraints that that brings to us. So we have to make sure that it's fit for purpose going forward. And we are a steering committee. So what we want to do is engage with you, the growers, the levy payers, for information and ideas that we can put forward as a recommendation. It is a consortium. So we can, as a steering committee, look to be very adventurous with our opportunities that are there, and then it can be taken and assessed, and what can be implemented can be. What I can say is we can't do everything. You know, even looking at variations that are within that seem very easy. But what we can do is look at existing data which may be applicable to some of the input we've had from people in this survey. So namely, it's not applicable to my system. Well, I believe we've got the data and the data down the system that actually could give you a big steer on whether that information is there. Our challenge as a sector council and our challenge as the AHDB employees is to make sure that that data is accessible, and therefore a grower can get information on whether there's some drought tolerance or how it's performed in a particular soil type in a particular area. So we can try and make that data more applicable and accessible for people at the front end. I know I will get a lot of questions from my colleagues in the agronomy sector about the length of lists and how applicable that is. What we're aiming to produce is a list that's manageable. And that manageable doesn't come with a figure. There aren't 10 varieties, there aren't 52 varieties. It's how we do that and how we manage that going forward. And I think if we can use this committee with your engagement to get recommendations to go forward to both sector council and our consortium members, I think we can build a system that will go forward and will be robust in what will be very challenging environmental and political times that's there.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning. My name is David Udall. I'm the Economics and Analysis Director at AHDB, also heavily involved in the cereals and oilseeds sector. I'm going to be taking us through the Q&A sections that we have and the next couple of pillars that we have to go through as well. So just as a reminder, if you're on social media and on PolyV, you can ask any questions and we'll answer them as fully as we can. Any that we can't get around to today, we will endeavour to respond to as soon as we can. Whilst we're waiting for some questions to come through, Patrick, if it's all right if I come back to you with a specific one that was put in from the people that have registered for our event through Eventbrite. And the question is saying that for years we've been telling, so levy payers have been telling AHDB that the recommended list and RB 209 needs to evolve, and again, Shape the Future emphasised that to us again. But at the moment, there hasn't been a plan put forward to levy payers to actually do anything, only the commitment to a review. So essentially, the question is, how long do levy payers have to wait to see something, see some change?
I'll talk about the generalisations of that timescale. Jenna will come in and give you in exactly where we expect in terms of the details of that to be available to people who are there. But in terms of a levy payer actually seeing differences in the front end of the engine, what you do when you open the app, what you say, we're probably not going to see huge changes there for 6 to 12 or 18 months because it takes time. We plant once a year. So changes take time to come through. What we are proposing to go back to the council are the changes we would like to see and ones that we feel are better. And that will go through a timescale of submitting to both the sector council, where levy payers will have, the representatives will have the opportunity to comment on that, and it will be robustly debated. I can assure you that the sector council debate in great detail many of these aspects, and it's sometimes not always the levy payer can see that. All they see is a result that comes out, but they are, your representatives do represent you well, I can assure you there. But I think Gemma is the best person to give us the time scale of what the paperwork aspect of what we're hoping to achieve over the next few months.
Thank you, Patrick. So yes, we're joined by Jenna Watts, our Head of Crop Health and IPM. And one of the very popular questions that we have already through on PolyV, Jenna, is asking what are the timescales for the major review of the recommended list mentioned in the sector plan? So what happens next, essentially?
Yeah, so the recommended list review is going to happen over 2 phases. The first phase will kick off at the end of this month, and it will involve us engaging with yourselves about what's important when you're making variety selection decisions. We will have a range of different opportunities to hear your feedback. For example, we will be having a questionnaire, and we'll also have a series of stakeholder meetings, and there'll also be focus groups which you can get involved with. And I really encourage everybody to get involved and tell us what it is that you need when you're making those decisions. Because the second phase of the review, which will kick off from springtime, is going to be about looking at what people have told us about what's important, considering how the recommended list in its current form addresses those needs and where actions are needed. So that second phase will kick off from spring. We'll also be communicating back what we found in the first phase, and our action planning will continue into the summer and autumn. In terms of timeframes about when you might see change, and picking up on what Patrick's already said, it could be that we have some actions which can be completed in the short term. For example, as Patrick said, about using data in a different way, or perhaps presenting information in a different way. But there are other actions which are going to take longer. For example, if we wanted to have information on a new trait and that requires the addition of more field trials, it may be several years before we've got a robust enough data set to publish new ratings or information.
Great. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you. Before we move on, we've got some questions that have come through, but I think we need to get a bit more coming through. So please go to PolyV and pull them together. There's been some more come through saying that the recommended list is one of the bedrocks of AHDB advice. This list is only as good as the trials it is based on to produce the data. Will the trials still cover the entirety of the UK and address new subjects such as establishment techniques? I don't know if Patrick or Jenna, if you want to...
I'll start off and Gemma will come in. Yeah, there is no plan at all to cut down the devolved nations or any parts of the UK from being in the basic series that are there. We have to accept there are budgetary constraints, and that is a problem that will be addressed through the period of time. I believe if we can show that we have adopted taking on the wishes of our levy payers, then that's a subject that can be addressed at a different level to what I'm talking about now. But the intention is to maintain that broad spectrum of trials across the UK. Establishment techniques is in itself a real challenge, because if we are doing small plot replicated trials, you can imagine that if we wanted to do direct drilling in a small plot replicated trial system, then the actual physicality of getting a small plot machine to work in those conditions is at the best challenging. And I do believe we can, within the existing data set, pull out information that will be very useful for those particular growers that go in that. And if we go into regen agriculture where you're drilling in on the green, yet again you've got a problem with getting a drill that will operate in that front. And we subcontract that work. That's out to the various organisations, NIAB, ADAS, etc., Scottish colleges, etc., that get that work. And I think we might have to review that part of the work as how we maybe do it in a different way, which again would go out to consultation, and would that be acceptable? Is it robustness in a statistical basis? I think there are other challenges that way, but I'm sure Jenna would like to add to this.
Yeah, I think an important one for me that actually you've just mentioned is the question about robustness. So once we've heard, you know, a different establishment techniques and information needed or anything else, it's the question of what do we need to do in order to provide significant robustness to deliver that need. And it might be that we can do that relatively straightforwardly by looking at the data set that we've got, or it might be that we need to consider adding something new in. But these are exactly the types of discussions that we need to be having over the coming months.
Great. Thank you both. Thank you. So another question that's come through is asking if AHDB can lobby the media around the IPCC's change from measuring CO2 in agriculture from GWP 100 to GWP star. We have Tim Rycroft, our CEO, in the room with us today, and I'll come for Tim on a comment about lobbying in a second. But we have Ken Boynes, our Divisional Director for Services, and obviously this is moving into the area of environmental work, Ken. So could you just give a quick review just around exactly what AHDB is doing in that area at the moment?
Yes, well, there's a couple of things. Maybe I should just comment on the lobbying first, and I'm sure Tim will build on that. Fundamentally, lobbying is the role for the farming unions and other people like that. Well, we're about providing information and the analysis. Now, we can do that robustly, and I think it's really important that the media have a really good understanding of all the debates and discussions that are going on. And we work very closely with all the other industry organisations, the farming unions, the membership organisations, to make sure the media have a really good understanding of all the issues. In terms of the environmental science, we all know there's all these debates about how do you measure things. We all know this is very much an evolving an approach. We know that the science says that the climate is changing, that we need to adapt to things, and we need to change things. We've got to move towards a more sustainable system. In terms of the specific issues around GWP 100 and GWP star, it's one of those things that's a very, very active debate at the moment. And it's the one thing we are contributing to that debate behind the scenes. We're talking to the other unions, and we're putting those things forward. And it's something that's very actively being looked at the moment, and we will be publishing more information on that in due course. I don't know if Stephen wants to add anything to that.
I think only to add that actually, you know, as you said, Tim, Ken, sorry, it is complex and it is evolving. And I think AHD's position is to help gather that scientific evidence together to help the debate move forward, rather than having polarised views of what's right and wrong. So our position is very much about progressing the debate rather than actually lobbying in any particular way. And perhaps Tim will talk more about our role, where we can and can't lobby.
Great, yeah, thank you. Tim, do you have a view as to what AHDB can and can't do from a lobbying perspective?
Thank you, David. It's a good opportunity to address a question which quite often we get about the role of AHDB as a lobbyist. We're actually, because the levy is collected under the power of statute, the levy is regarded by government as government money. And for that reason, we're expressly forbidden from using levy funds to try and persuade the government to change its policy. So lobbying in its strict sense is beyond our powers. But what I do think we can do very effectively is use what you might describe as our soft power. the fact that we have a huge amount of expertise and wisdom within AHDB about issues like the environment, to ensure that these debates are really well informed. So while you won't see us performing the same kind of advocacy role that you would see the farming unions do, what you won't see is us behind the scenes providing information, data, insight and experience to make sure that those kind of really important debates about things like GWP 100 to GWP star, people really understand the difference and the consequences of making the change. So we'll continue to be an organisation which informs the debate and tries to make sure that decisions are made on the basis of the best quality information and insight, but we are prevented from being a public advocate in the way that the farming unions might be.
Great. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, everyone, for that. If it's okay, Patrick, if I can come back to you with a more technical question that's come through. The question is, how can we minimise the effect of aflatoxins and fuminicins on cereals?
That's a good question. There's a nice get out of jail card for you if you've ever heard one before. But I think you've got to understand when we're dealing with all of the mycotoxin complexes and the various diseases or airborne diseases that can be in wheat, that the season and the weather factors are crucial in that. But it's also multifactorial, so there are other aspects that play a part in it as well. What we do know is that the current fusarium rating system we have, which is a key component of a mycotoxin aspect of it, is we would regard as the RL not fit for purpose, because we rate them all roughly the same, and doing the trials is really quite extensive. But we do know that in Germany, for instance, that they've done quite a lot of breeding, and also in the States and Canada, that have identified key components that minimises those fusarium risks, and therefore the consequences of those toxins going down the food chain that are there. So I appreciate that we've got that to go there. Any particular season can be worse than another season, depending on the rainfall, flowering, depending on this year, particularly in the south of England, we had a lot of ergot issues and bunt issues that were there, which were directly attributable to the weather pattern at the time that are there. But I'm sure Gemma would like to comment on the fusarium and how we were looking at trying to do something with that going forward.
Yeah, so fusarium is one of the RL disease ratings which we've taken quite a detailed look at in recent years, and it's one that is high on the list to take another look at, because at the moment I think around 70% of varieties have got the same rating. But it is providing useful information about which ones have come above those and which comes below, but it is something that's part of the review process that we'd like to consider further. And then going back to what Patrick said, with managing issues such as this, understanding the risk is really, really important, and that is understanding the risk in terms of what you can do to mitigate it, such as selecting a resistant variety, but also looking at how that risk changed during the season, as Patrick was mentioning the importance of rainfall events, and that's where tools such as the mycotoxin risk assessment can be really valuable in understanding risk in any particular season. And when we do have seasons where we see high levels, that is information that we should be really delving into to understand why and improve our understanding of that risk to help us in future years.
Great. Thank you both. We've had another question come through about the RL. This one's specifically looking at light land and wheat yields within the RL, saying that the person that's put this question through has sandy patches within fields which yield very poorly, nothing like the 9 tonne per hectare in RL trials. So should or can the recommended list light land trials be done on much lighter land to see which varieties can survive these conditions? And if so, can we pull yield up by variety selection? That would be good. So I suppose it's a question around the extreme ends of soil types within the RL trials, and are we covering all of the possibilities within how we currently operate?
I think this is a classic example of where we have a little bit of a hole in our system as it currently exists. Because if we put a trial on a field that has those patches, it inevitably brings up greater variation across the trial site. And therefore, when it goes to the statisticians, it's regarded that it's so variable that it cannot be used in the main data set. However, for this particular grower, that information is critical. They actually want to know what that information is. And at this moment in time, we have no way of easily dealing with that. So I can remember, I think it was last year, there was a couple of trial sites that had variability due to light land, excluded. But for that grower, That is the important information. It may not be statistically robust, but they might be able to pick through that information and look at the varieties which, had they grown, would be more beneficial. It's often associated that longer strawed varieties are better at carbohydrate redistribution and therefore could do better in those situations. But actually, it isn't as clear cut as that, and the breeders will have long conversations with you about how that is. But it is an important part of which we've already got the data. We've paid for that. You as levy payers have actually paid for that, but we don't have a way of presenting that. I think, Gemma, that's a fair comment.
Yeah, I think so. And these are exactly the types of comments that we'd like to receive as part of the review, so that's great.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the answers to the questions. We'll move on now to our next pillar. If there's any other questions that come through, we can pick them up later on. And as I said earlier, if we miss any of the questions because we run out of time, we'll go back and review all of them and make sure we create answers for them. So I'm going to hand over now to Dave Bell, who's going to discuss our second pillar of independent practical research and market intelligence. Dave.
Good morning. I'm Dave Bell, a mixed farmer based in Fife and a levy-paying member of the Cereals and Oilseeds Sector Council. Thanks to Patrick for the previous section covering the first pillar of trusted variety product testing. I'd like to cover the second and key section that facilitates the other two pillars of this sector strategy and plan: independent practical research and market intelligence. The role of AHDB in providing farmers like myself with trusted and independent answers to my questions is fundamental to the sustainability and effectiveness of my business. Whether that's the Bible of Nutrient Management Guides, the RB 209, or the Principles of Soil Health and Soil Biology through the Great Soils Project, or the hugely important information to empower us as growers for marketing our grains and oilseeds with independent information gathered by the Market Intelligence team here at AHDB. I personally value the work of AHDB in these areas. The results of the Shape the Future vote showed that you do too, which is why we have prioritised it in this plan. Ultimately, this work arms farmers and growers and enables us with information and support to help us become more sustainable, profitable, and in the long run supports the reputation of the whole sector. It's really important when we decide what research or topics to fund with the levy that we, the Sector Council and AHDB, work with our levy payers to do this. We look forward to reigniting this and doing more of this in the future. What key elements to this work? First, take a systems approach to research. It's important that AHDB take a whole systems approach to research, and we want our research to look at systems, not just individual topics. Farmers have to make decisions in context where one decision can have a knock-on impact to another element of the system. We need to work and think in a similar way. For example, we know that a successful on-farm approach needs to take into account the cost of inputs as well as looking at nutrients, soil management and other factors. Only when we look at the whole farming system can we see the benefits or consequences of doing one thing over another. AHDB will prioritise this for the cereals and oilseeds sector. We acknowledge that regrettably we are doing less research than in the past, primarily due to the effects of inflation on what your levy can afford to fund, a real term reduction of 38%. This is something we will discuss with industry going forward and in 2023. However, we will continue to facilitate farmer-to-farmer learning through our ever-engaging Farm Excellence programme, through the Monitor Farms, Strategic Farms and agribusiness groups. When we decide what research we fund, we need to re-engage farmers in the research decision we make. This means we will explore how best to re-establish farmer and levy payer-led decision-making on what research is funded. Secondly, provide independent market intelligence. Market intelligence is an area that scored highly, and we have asked AHDB to continue this work in this area. We recognise there's a need for timely and impartial market information to help you, levy payers, to have the information views of what is driving prices we are offered and receive. We will provide core data such as supply and demand data sets and cropped areas to better understand the domestic and international markets for the benefit of our levy payers to empower their on-farm decisions. Analyse emerging carbon and biodiversity markets, address topical issues like the impact of fertiliser prices on the profit margins, where our fertiliser tool has been widely utilised. Our independent work helps us to inform DEFRA and other devolved nations on the current and future market trends, most recently the fertiliser volatility and the impacts of the conflict in Ukraine. And thirdly, focus on gaps in environmental work. Work relating to the environment had a lower score in the Shape the Future vote. However, as farmers, we know that it is a subject of importance to our customers further up the supply chain. We will only do work where there's clear gaps in the industry, such as developing a roadmap for consumers and government to see. We also see a role for us to work with industry and government to standardise an approach to environmental measurement, as we know this could have the potential to be used against us as levy payers and farmers.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you for that introduction. As ever, we have some questions coming through, and while they do, we'll just cover off another question that was put in through the registration process for this event. I suppose it's quite what sounds quite a simple question, Dave, but it could be quite complex when we get into it. But where do you see the value of AHDB research and evidence?
It's priceless to me as a farmer, because I can't afford to do that said research myself. So AHDB takes on this research for a national benefit, and the fact that it's independent, it doesn't have a commercial slant, it doesn't have a commercial gain, and it can be trusted that there's no ulterior motive is immeasurable to me as a levy payer and a grower.
Great, thank you, Dave. I suppose if we then come to Chris Gooderham, our Interim Research and Science Director, the eagle-eyed of you would have noticed that we've had a swap of seats through that process. Chris, we're talking about kind of value here, but actually what proportion of the overall cereal and oilseed levy is spent on research and development at the moment?
So if you take that second pillar, which is where we're talking about independent practical research, is about 45% of the levy that goes in that area. But on top of that, the first pillar where we talked about recommended list, there's a lot of research and the cost that goes into the trials for the recommended list, and that would cover another 44% of the levy. So in total, you're talking nearly 90% there.
Great, thank you, Chris. It's a significant amount, a significant investment, and we've got a lot of questions that have started to come through about this. So the first question is with regards to applied research and development, how are AHDB planning to increase leveraged funding in order to get more value out of levy income? Thank you, and thank you for the question. Chris, do you want to talk about leveraging our work a little bit more there as well, if that's okay?
Yeah, I can do. I mean, this is something that we've done for many years. So this is how do we get, as we've seen over probably the last 5-10 years, the amount of money that we've got available to spend on research has reduced. So as a result, we've had to look out to go, well, how do we leverage our funds and use other organisations to add to that? So it's a relatively common thing across all of the sectors, not just cereals. So that's looking at the likes of BBSRC, but also some of the commercial organisations, and making sure that where we are putting the research money is in areas where other organisations wouldn't be funding it anyway.
Yeah, great.
I could add to that in the sense of, with all margins getting tighter on farm here at AHDB as well, we need to work together with other organisations, and we shouldn't stand alone. We should be collaborative. And that's how we leverage more value for levy payers, by working in partnership with other organisations with a common goal to get the right result.
Great, thank you both. So if we go back to the questions, and thank you all for putting the questions through. There's a few more coming onto our screen now. So here's the next one of what are the plans in terms of funding for research and PhD studentship programmes going forwards?
Yeah, I mean, it's invaluable. We've ourselves as a sector and wider AHDB over the years have funded PhD studentships, and as individual farmers we can't help researchers coming into the industry, but as an organisation we can bring new fresh blood of researchers into the organisation or into the industry and the sector, and bring them in from other routes to let them understand the benefits of food production for agriculture. And it really is a worthwhile investment of our levy funds to keep that stream of scientists, new scientists coming in to the industry.
Great, Thank you, guys. We've got a few questions coming in, and we do have a bit of time within our programme, so I might spend a few minutes going through these. So the next question is that research is vital for meeting the future challenges of the industry, and whilst we can mine previous work for a short period, pauses on significant projects means there are increasing gaps of knowledge where we could help levy payers in addressing. When will future funding expectations be available?
That's a conversation we have to have with the wider industry, and for the last 12 years, I believe, we've had a levy freeze. So as I alluded to in my remarks, that comes to about a 38% reduction in funds. And we've had to trim that budget somewhere to make sure we can still provide services to our levy payers. So we really need to have a professional conversation about the levy going forward.
And I think I noticed actually on another question that was coming through that we have one there that says with a 38% decrease due to inflationary pressures and the loss of VAT, how is future research to be funded? Will it be a levy increase, or is CNO going to look to work in partnership? I guess we've kind of started to cover that, but are there any other comments that anyone would like to make in that area? Ken?
Yeah, so I think you don't do research for the sake of doing research, or we don't in AHDB. What we're trying to do is answer questions that farmers and other levy payers have got that need answering. And for me, the first thing is to work really collaboratively with farmers, with other levy payers to understand where they need an answer. The next thing you do is, does the research already exist? Not just in the UK, does it exist anywhere else in the world? And I think we've all got to work collaboratively as an industry to do that. The second thing is, if you can review that research, the answer doesn't exist, well, someone's got to do it. But actually, is it very basic research that should be funded by BBSRC or one of the research councils? Is it more applied, and actually there could be somewhere where a commercial company might get involved with it in some way? For me, the final step is, okay, there's a gap there, no one knows the answer, no one else is going to fund the research. Then at that point, that's where the levy gets involved, ideally in partnership with somebody else, because A, that defrays the costs, but also because it's more likely the output is more widely used and more widely adopted across the industry. So for me, that's the sort of process we should always go through. And as Dave talked about, the council committed that we get farmers much more involved again in the decisions around making what the research projects are. And I think that's critical. We've got to be listening very much to what farmers' practical problems and questions are and responding in that way. And that's part of the culture change that Nicholas referred to earlier that we're on the journey on.
Patrick, would you like to make a comment on that?
Yeah, I think that we know we've got this reduction in the percentage funding that's there, but also I think the key part of it is that the research has to have answerables at the end. We've often in the past funded research which may not have been deliverable on a field basis, and I think that's all it's making us is more attuned to is for our levy payers, what is the outcome of that research? And yes, we would love to have more money and be able to expand that research base, but we have to live with what we've got that's there. I think we could work much more effectively with DEFRA on a lot of this as a levy paying funding. I do think that there is money wasted within the industry, not within AHDB, but in other research programs that are out there that don't have deliverable outcomes. And I think that's where we're becoming a lot more streamlined and targeted on what we are doing. Yes, we'd love to do more as a research base because that's where we, at the end of the day, apply that and go forward with it. And that's what we want, is the application of that research for farm use and agronomy use.
Yeah, I think in terms of actually what research we can do, the Sector Council is going to be really robust in terms of looking at where the value for money is, so that your levy is spent well. And if that means that we partner with other organisations that can deliver that research in a more cost-effective way than we could do it internally, then that's the right decision. And we should be looking all the time through the lens of impact, about what impact that research is going to have at the end of that piece of research. So the Sector Council is going to be pretty robust going forward in terms of making sure that we really scrutinise the research that we do to make sure that it meets levy payers' needs and has a direct impact and is good value for money.
Great, thank you all. I still think we've got time for a couple more questions before we go on to the next section. So the next one coming forward is saying, will AHDB work with government to simplify carbon calculations with the end goal of working toward a single carbon calculating protocol that will become an industry standard to work from? Chris, I don't know if you want to start off with that, and then Ken, do you want to get involved?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So yeah, I mean, I think the reality of it is we have had conversations with quite a few people in the industry about this. And I think the key point the question is asking, which is spot on, government. I think this is probably going to have to be driven by government in terms of them driving the industry of measurement or setting their own measurement methodology there, maybe linked to how carbon is measured and traded at some point in the future. It feels a little bit, all the words that often is used, a bit like the Wild West at the moment. Now, there's lots of people out there trying to do lots of really good work for all the right reasons, but we all know there's a huge disparity out there. And everybody, quite understandably, is approaching things from their own point of view and moving it forward in their way. I can understand that entirely. It probably will require government to bring that together. And yes, we are involved in discussing that with DEFRA along with all our other colleagues in the industry. Great.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just add to that. I mean, those conversations can take quite a while, quite a few years. So, I would certainly say, don't use the fact that there's a whole raft of different carbon calculators out there as an excuse not to start measuring. Pick the right one, measure with it over a period of time, because it's the improvement that you're looking to see rather than necessarily the exact number.
Great. Thank you, guys. We're obviously generating a fair few questions coming forwards now at the moment, so thank you for those. The next question that we have is saying that there's some paid agronomy information services. We're changing questions halfway through. I like this. Oh no, we're going back now, keeping us on our toes. This is very good. So there's some paid agronomy information services which are highly valued by growers, such as NIAB Tag. Should there be a place for these services? Why can't AHDB offer the same service? Alternatively, view if good services but not currently provided by AHDB, should AHDB fund access to these services? So I suppose the question is, why don't AHDB provide agronomy services, and is it our place to do so? Does anyone have a view on that, where they'd like to take that going forwards?
Well, I'll chip in if I may. I'm sure Patrick and other sector council members will add to it. But I think AHDB's role is not to provide those commercial services to growers, rather to provide the data and information that can underpin those services. And that information, as David has already alluded to, is the strength of that information is its independence. So it's unbiased from commercial activity, but it's provided to you as growers through your agronomists, and so it's really important that agronomists as well are on board in terms of feeding their requests or requirements into the sector council to make sure that we meet those requirements going forward. So I think it's more about the provision of robust independent data and information to those services rather than actually providing those services itself.
It's also, there's market, AHDB is going to fund or supply market failure. There's no market failure. There's a service out there already, so why should we use levy payer funds to provide a similar or a secondary service? I mean, it's a bugbear of mine that, for example, the RL gets represented by commercial companies, and some growers come to me saying, "Oh, well, AHDB don't do it. I don't need the RL because I've got it from a commercial company." And where does that data come from? It's the brand recognition that we've lost. So the RL is at the base of all the commercial organisations out there. So yeah, it all starts from the RL.
Yeah, I think it's very important that the grower has choice, and I think that's very important. We had a state advisory system, in MAF going on to ADAS in those days, and that system doesn't suit all. And so why go back in history to try and that? What we do is provide base information that growers can interrogate, but as we've said with David, that the big aspect of it, many of these people produce pieces of information that are actually AHDB sourced. So you've got to bear that in mind, that we do supply that base information for growers to get it, and they pay for their services as they see appropriate. And I think that won't, I don't see changing, even if we have a change from detaching advice from sale. I think, again, that will still give growers a choice of how they wish to access information, and that we will, as a sector council, provide base levels of information, fill gaps. I think that's critical, that we fill gaps that are not done, because if a commercial organisation's doing it, if it doesn't necessarily have a profit-centred end, then is it going to be developed? Whereas we, as the AHDB, can look at those little gaps that are in the marketplace to provide general information for all of our levy payers that will be very useful, but might not have an economic end for a distributor or a manufacturer or a seed sales.
Great, thank you all. I'm conscious of time and moving on, so we'll have one more question on this section and then we can move on to the next. As ever though, we will endeavour to respond to all of the questions that come through, so if there's any that come through when we're discussing any of the topics or after the event, feel free to send them through and we'll create our answers for them. But the final question that we have in this section is asking, do the panel believe that the DEFRA Farming Innovation Programme will help to deliver a significant proportion of the AHDB research need? The percentage commitment for industry funding to academic research seems like a real challenge. Ken, would you like to take that one?
Yeah, and Chris and Stephen might want to add to it because they've been involved too. So we are actually in conversations with DEFRA and with Innovate about the Farming Innovation Programme, and going back to what we said earlier, that's another potential source of funds and working together. And it all starts with the same premise, which is where are the gaps? What are the things that farmers need answers to? And we've had discussions with DEFRA and Innovate about if we're identifying gaps, then could potentially future calls of the Farming Innovation Programme actually be tailored around some of those gaps, discuss. So those conversations haven't concluded, but they're ongoing. It's a good example of us trying to work with others to join up different pots of money to be all focused on one thing, which is practical answers to questions and problems we've got as an industry. I don't know if there's anything Chris and Steve want to add to that.
No, I think that's spot on. I mean, our aim is to one, highlight where some of those gaps are, and to work with the likes of Innovate to see if we can direct the funding into the right areas. And that's not just at the academic side of research, it's all the way through to the applied research as well.
Yeah, and perhaps I think there's a role there for AHDB through the Sector Council to help translate some of the outputs of research that's coming out of those Innovate programs into practical solutions for farmers, and provide a feedback loop from you as levy payers to what your research needs are, just as this is doing today, into those Innovate programs, which perhaps hasn't worked as well as any of us would have liked. So there's perhaps a way we can work together closer on that going forward.
Great, thank you all. I'm conscious that we've got a few more questions on the screen. What we'll do is we'll go through our third pillar now of working through the supply chain. If we have time left at the end, we can come back and revisit the questions that we have at the end here. We want to make sure we're spending as much time answering your questions as we possibly can. So to move on to our final pillar of working in the supply chain, I'll hand over to our extra council member today, Tom Clark.
Thank you, David. Last but hopefully not least, I'm Tom Clark. I'm an arable farmer from the Fens in Cambridgeshire, and I joined the Sector Council this year. I was part of the first batch of Sector Council members who have been ratified by the levy payers as part of the Shape Your Future process, and in future all proposed appointments to the Sector Council will also be asked to be ratified by the levy payers. As such, thank you for ratifying me and my colleagues. As such, I'm very proud to represent the interests of levy payers around the Sector Council. 8 of the 12 members of the council are growers of cereals or oilseeds, and we pay 83% of the levy. So there's about 17% of the levy which comes from the rest of the supply chain, agronomists and other buyers and processors of our products make up the other 4 members of the council. So we do represent the entire supply chain, and I think we're the only body
that represents the whole supply chain and is independent of commercial interests. And we have resources provided by the statutory levy, and that presents the AHDB and our council with the opportunity and the authority to do things that wouldn't otherwise happen for the industry. Now, the things you've heard about already make up 90% of the money we spend. So what the work we do across the supply chain is relatively modest. It's about 10%, 11% of what we propose to spend going forwards. And the sector council, us who sit on it, will be your guarantee as a levy payer that we will only pursue activities and support initiatives if we can see that there is a benefit to all levy payers from going down that road, or if what would be provided by the market wouldn't be sufficient to get what we think would be enough benefit back to the industry. Now, we've had lots of feedback from the Shape Your Future consultation on our current activities, but it's fair to say that also we had a lot of feedback on something we didn't ask you directly about, which was assurance, and that comes under the heading of working across the supply chain. I'd say I am a farmer, and as I said, a majority of the council are also farmers. We have heard, not only have we heard the message that you have been giving to, there is disquiet and a vociferous debate in the sector about the future of assurance generally. And we have had those debates robustly with all the viewpoints that you might have out there on the sector council, and we continue to have those discussions. There is no such line to take from the AHDB regarding the future of assurance, and the future is very much up for grabs, and as I say, we will represent those views from you. Please get in touch with us more in the future. All our faces are prettily displayed on the document that we've releasing today. But we have our own views, but we need to hear from you about the future too. I think it's fair to say, though, that the overall premise of what our discussions is that we do support appropriate assurance. Assurance provides us with confidence, enables us to provide confidence for our consumers and processors about our produce, and it manages the liability when things that don't come up to standard. And I would also note that we're the only country in the world that has farm assurance as opposed to trade assurance. And we need to balance carefully the benefits of that system as well as what the consequences are that may not apply in other places. The AHDB is part of the help to set up the current Red Tractor scheme. We also support SQC. And we have taken the view, I think, that we would make our points in private rather than in public. But some things, when it's timely to say things in public, we have done so. We have acted. We used to fund Red Tractor to the tune of about £250,000 a year, and that has been suspended recently, while the future of the system is under discussion. But we are also actively interested. It's not that we're not taking part. We're actively interested, and we see our role, that independence and that freeness from commercial interests, and our resources here as able to provide a lot of information to make sure that the people taking part in that debate are fully informed and are making arguments on the basis of evidence. In that way, we hope to make sure that whatever outcome we come to is good and based in truth. I think it's fair to say also, it's sort of on this last, summing up this last piece, that the AHDB supported the introduction of farm assurance through Red Tractor and through SQC. And I'm sure the Sector Council, my colleagues and the organisation would look again at supporting any new or future assurance schemes in much the same way. So that was something that we didn't ask you directly about, but we heard that you definitely wanted to talk about that. But on the other things that we do across the supply chain, there were some really interesting results. Education and educating the future consumers of our products came very highly rated, and happy to take questions on that, but we will be continuing, along with the other sector councils in the HDB, in supporting that, albeit rather modestly, and focusing on areas of that which aren't already being provided by other organisations and the market more widely. We will also continue to spend money to ensure that our crops and produce have access to export markets.
Another area which wasn't scored very highly from you, and actually was the lowest response from this Shape Your Future, was the digital grain passport. Now, this is a project which has a history and has failed in the past because there hasn't been industry support. AHDB has spent relatively modest sums in trying to help the industry come to another agreement. I certainly view, and I think there is a view, that a system that did work would be of value to the industry and to growers and levy payers. There's potential for getting much more quality information back to the grower straight away, having fewer rejections in the system, and streamlining the bureaucracy and the paperwork. But the system would have to work properly. We are convening the industry to see if they can come to agreement. So we can't even begin to think of this unless everybody's on board. And if and when they are on board, then the Sector Council actually will have a sort of veto at the end of that process to whether the AHDB pursues that or not. And I think what we would be looking to see from that would be guarantee that there is benefits to levy payers from the proposed system and that the technology and the solution proposed actually works. And around the Sector Council, we have different views and we have debating it and we are continuing to debate it. If you haven't already seen the pilot and the proposals as they stand already over the last couple of weeks, then I think it's something that has been out there in the industry now. And it may not be exactly where we end up, but as I say, the Sector Council is your guarantee that whatever comes out of that process will be vetted to make sure it provides benefit to all levy payers. And with that, I'm sure there are lots of questions on these subjects, and I'm happy to answer them.
Indeed there are, Tom. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that introduction. We've had a number of questions that have come through. So again, thank you everyone for putting through your questions. We do have a bit of time now where we can get into the detail of those. And as you mentioned in your introduction, Tom, the questions around red tractor and equivalence with imported products are very prevalent with the numbers that have come through. So should we just talk about that in a bit more detail and just again sort of reiterate the work that AHDB has been doing on the discussion around non-farm assured grain and access into our market?
Yeah, you couldn't fail to notice that this is a big concern. You know, as I've said, around the table of the Sector Council, we have growers. I personally have got my red tractor audit next week, you know, it's a feature of how we run our businesses. And the thought that we might be being treated unfairly is obviously quite emotive for our levy payers and stuff. I think as the AHDB as a whole, I think we have got to, I'll repeat myself a bit and I'm happy to cover this ground again, but we've got to supply evidence and information into the debate to make sure that people are talking about real things and getting to real answers. And I think actually, David, yourself, you've done some work recently on the equivalence and how imports are treated compared to homegrown crops. Maybe you can touch on that a bit.
Yeah, no, of course. It's something we've been closely involved with for well over a year in terms of the conversations we've been having with levy payers and the interaction we've been having with stakeholders in industry as well. And I think our role over the past year has very much been helping all of the participants to understand what farm assurance is and does in this country and what trade assurance is and does around the world and how those two interact. And we're happy to continue doing that as well. And I think it's a key aspect of everything that we do as AHDB is we are a resource for information and insight and evidence. And you know, we are happy to act as that place where levy payers can come to ask questions, help them understand those processes, how the current market works and how it operates. And you know, I'd be happy to be nominate myself as kind of the main contact for people to come to continue those discussions. You know, my email address is david.udall@ahdb.org.uk. If there's any questions that people want to put through, feel free to do so. I think it's only right that we continue to have an open discussion about it and provide the information where we can. We have a resource on our website that was published a year ago, which is sort of explaining the very basics of the systems of assurance and how it currently works. And you know, I'd encourage anyone viewing this to go and look at that just to understand exactly how that market operates. So yeah, our position in providing that information, I think, is going to continually be needed as the industry has that discussion going forwards. There we go. Thank you, Tom. Turning the tables on the person asking the questions there, putting me on the spot. So thank you for that. If we go back to the remaining questions that we have on the screen, there was one that I noticed that came up regarding red tractor and about the digital grain passport as well, which is saying it's 2022. And we've swapped questions again. Apologies to the people moderating the questions. I'm skipping between them as we go forwards. I think we've kind of already started discussing that about Red Tractor and what the work that AHDB is doing. I think the other question I was looking at was around it being into 2022, and growers have a responsibility to minimise our impact on the environment and maximise the quality of our produce. To that end, when will farmers be able to see the full digital quality data from every load of cereals and oilseeds we send to users? I think that's coming back to the discussion about digital grain passports.
And this is a really great question, because actually the fact that it's 2022 doesn't mean we need a system that doesn't work. And actually the current system sort of works. So we, as a sector council, want to make sure that whatever comes in its place is feasible and actually delivers the benefits that are possible, which I sort of alluded to when I was speaking, back to the levy payers. I mean, the rest of the industry has to agree with it, and actually we can play a sort of fair broker's role in getting agreement across the industry. But you know, a lot of I sell my grain to a grain merchant who actually does give me immediate feedback of quality data, and I'm sure other people do. So these systems do exist, and it's a question of, do we want, from a levy payer perspective, from a grower perspective, do we want that information to sit within commercial organisations and have it sort of piecemeal approach? Or is there an opportunity and a benefit that actually agreement across the industry could result in actually that data being owned by the growers themselves, us having control of it, and making sure that there is a standard across, you know, whoever you sell your grain to. So I think there is obviously benefits, but that doesn't mean that any solution is the right solution. And actually we need to make sure that it's fit for purpose, and that is part of the ongoing discussions we have around this. If the industry comes to an agreement amongst themselves, as I say, we have the veto as a sector council about how to go forward or not, and we will be using it. But with an eye that there is a prize in the future that we could possibly gain.
Great, thank you, Tom. Ken?
Just to add something on timescales, this project has been going on a little while, and it takes time to do that. The very intensive phase of actually getting feedback, holding the webinars and getting feedback, that's coming to an end at the moment, and I think we're now moving into that phase of the industry discussing what they want to do, because at the end of the day, whatever happens, if something happens, it has to benefit all groups of levy payers, and the industry have to want to do it. Otherwise, it won't move forward. There's a meeting next week to discuss it. We'll see how it progresses, but it feels like it's coming to that point of making decisions fairly soon. And then, of course, depending on that decision and what is decided, it will then take some time to implement it if the industry wants to move forward with it, and if it benefits all groups of levy payers. But it is kind of coming to a fairly crunch point, I would suspect, over the coming weeks and couple of months potentially.
Great. Thank you both. So we'll move on to the remaining questions that we have. The next question that we have to go through, the most popular question that we have, is saying that UK agriculture is expected to directly compete against various food imports from free trade agreements. How is AHDB going to help to further develop and market brand UK farm produce? Ken, would you like to take that one?
Happy in case anyone wants to. No, that's fine. So I'll do a plug for the other sessions that we've got. So we've got the 3 other sector sessions, and if you really want to get into that topic in more detail, I really encourage you to dial into the livestock sector sessions we've got going for the day, because they're going to cover this in a lot of detail. And the reason for that is that on the livestock side, they're selling products pretty directly to the consumer, and also their levy payers are very much focused on the marketing approach to it. On cereals and oilseeds, we haven't had as such strong feedback from levy payers. The marketing is so critical in cereals and oilseeds because obviously most of our crops are going into ingredients, into other products. That said, the reputation of our industry is critical, and that's where we're putting the effort within cereals and oilseeds. Is about making sure that when our customers and consumers are choosing those ingredients, that we've got a very good reputation, we're meeting the quality standards that are needed. And we don't do that on our own, that's very much done with all the other parties in the industry, like the farming unions, because we're all aligned behind that, is that reputation is critical for us, and we've got to maintain our critical side of it. In terms of the big marketing campaigns, not something CNO levy payers, etc., they want to do big work on, but there'll be a lot on that on the livestock sectors later on this afternoon, if you want this morning and this afternoon, if you want to tune in for those.
Again, Stephen, would you like to say something on that as well?
Thank you, David. In terms of that sort of value and market and imports versus exports, you know, I think the days of being able to import anything from anywhere at any cost are changing rapidly, and so you know AHDB can help underpin the differentiation in terms of value and confidence of UK grain. We've got some of the highest assurance standards and the highest most efficient levels of production of anywhere on the globe, and I think AHDB is able to support growers by re-emphasising that amongst the trade, and there is using things like the digital grain passport, we may well be able to carbon footprint better the transportation, the distribution of grain, where perhaps we can't do at the moment, and that might be able to help differentiate UK grain versus imported grain. So there's work to do to help that positioning, but I think we're up for that challenge.
Thanks, Stephen. So if there's no other points on that from the panel, we'll move on to some of the remaining questions that we have. The next question is moving back to the conversation about digital passports, and that as part of a digital passport, the farmers would need to get full analysis of all delivered grain. It would help to improve future years' crops if we have full knowledge of this year's shortcomings. I suppose, if I may take a bit of a lead in that one, I think that's a key tenet of the digital grain passport. It's something that's been agreed as part of the reason why we're currently having these discussions, that there needs to be that immediate delivery of information back to farm, and that's been agreed by all participants that would be a key aspect of it. But I suppose, as a question to the wider panel, Tom, you already said you received quite quick delivery. In other areas in Scotland, there's supply chains that have quick delivery, but what kind of decisions do you think that extra information would help to improve with going forwards?
Prime example is malting barley, nitrogen content. If you get your analysis back to farm, if it makes spec for low N, yes, you send a sample off before it gets uplifted, but if it on intake it fails, you know not to send the second lorry, as you've then got the ability and that knowledge to market for feed or blend potentially to lower that nitrogen content. So it empowers you to make sure you're not losing money. You've got that personal choice to where to send that bulk of grain.
Great, thank you, Dave. So the remaining questions that we have to go through, we've got a various number of questions that are coming through now. We have a question that's just come through at the top, which I think could be quite a simple one to answer, that says, did I notice that you no longer have any representation from the milling trade on the board? If so, why is this? We do have representation from the milling sector on the board. Julius Dean from CARS is a representative of the milling sector on our board, so that is an area that we are well covered for. Are there any other questions that are coming through that we should cover off at the moment? We've got a variety coming through. There's still quite a few questions that are coming through regarding Red Tractor and the position that we hold with them. I think we can talk through that a little bit more in detail.
Take one of those. Yeah.
Is there any other points that we feel we should be making about that on top of what, Tom, you've already said? I think a lot of the questions are very similar, just in terms of asking our position upon the scheme and our previous involvement. How do we feel about the reduction in funding of the 250k? I think that's a decision that was made by the sector councils going forward.
I'd probably separate that slightly and say, as a sector, we were only some of our funding by 40,000, to put it in perspective. And being on the council and previous board, we tried to end that a few years ahead of main AHDB funding it. So we were at the forefront of the put the brakes on for Red Tractor funding, but we're proud to support it because we're a development board and we're keen to help develop that assurance standard. And it's also right that now it's developed, it doesn't need our support to the same extent. And that's also what, so yeah.
I think it's fair to say AHDB will be part of that ongoing conversation around Red Tractor in particular, but also assurance more generally. and any more developed. And we have to we do have this position of independence, free from commercial interests, funded with resources that can help the whole industry. And I think we have to, my view, and I'm sure the Sector Council will sort of debate this, but my view is that we have to be conscious of our role in the debate. I mean, we may well have our own opinions, and we may well want other parts of the industry to make different points, but as far as the AHDB is concerned, we have to be that sort of impartial, with an eye to the benefit for the whole industry, and that's where we should focus our sort of efforts, if you like. And that's not to say that we haven't heard the debate, and we know that levy payers are interested and motivated about this issue, and you know, those, as I said before, all of those viewpoints and discussions are reflected in the Sector Council board, but that doesn't mean the Sector Council and the AHDB as a whole can change things by itself and do so publicly or campaign for one or other outcome. We are more backseat drivers than front seat drivers, and you should look to other owners of that organisation and other organisations who are involved in assurance to do more public discussions, and we are hopefully the grown-ups in the room.
Great.
Hopefully.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Conscious again of time and ensuring that we can cover off some important questions. I think we've covered off a lot of the discussion around assurance and retractor there, and I want to make sure that we cover off all of the topics that we have elsewhere. So the next question that we have coming through is, in the statutory instrument, the number one function of AHDB is promoting and undertaking scientific research. What are the future plans for doing this? Chris, is this something you'd be happy to take on?
Yeah, so I mean, I think research is still fundamental in what we're doing, particularly on the cereal side. And we talked earlier about nearly 90% of the levy goes into that area one way or another. The key is how do we move these on, and so that's where working with the partners comes in, and that's where we need to be very specific assessment and selective in what we are to put the research moving towards. It needs to be something that aligns to the priorities that the Sector Council have highlighted in this document. So if it does that, then there should be at least part funding or getting involved in.
Great. Thank you, Chris. There was another question that I noticed coming through that was asking around the governance of the digital grain passport, and we're heavily involved in discussions with the industry about that. The question is how will governance of the digital grain passport work in the future? Ken, could you just give a quick review as to, I suppose, where we're at with our discussions with the industry?
Yes, of course, David. So I think the initial conversations to date have been around the technical side of it. How can you make it work? Can you make it work? How do you deal with issues such as we haven't got very good parliamentary, how do you explain that? Those discussions come to conclusion. I think that is floating everybody's minds in the industry on how to govern it, what's the right funding mix. And often governance and funding have to link together. And so that's very much the conversation that everybody is moving into now. And certainly, there's been some pretty significant conversations recently. There's been no decisions made. Tom has raised, which is this has to benefit all, and everybody has to move forward on it, because those are the key things. And that's our role, is to try and facilitate that conversation so the industry can decide what works for it.
Well, on the road of role of governance, looking at the digital passport, to be frank, I think we're all aware that digitalisation is coming, and individual companies are going to be pushing forward their own digital passport. And do we not want one industry standard passport that works for everybody? But also governance and ownership. Do we want it owned by a commercial company using our data for their commercial benefit, or do we want it held by an independent, trusted organisation that represents everybody in the country? And well, to me, it's quite a straightforward answer to that. And it's not an ideal situation, but it's better to be part of it and have it in our own rights rather than giving it to a commercial company for control.
Just from a practical point of view from the RL, Actually, we praise the RL. It's accepted in the industry as a standard. It's very greatly appreciated across the platform. But actually, we don't know how much of a variety is actually being grown. If we had the digital information, we'd say, oh, this actually supports the RL. It shows that the varieties we have selected have actually been value for money for the industry. They've gone through. At the moment, wheat gets delivered. So I'm not saying that the digital passport will, but that information, and so I say again to people who are engaged, if we can get an information supply chain back of the varieties we have selected that have been taken into industry, and that then supports the decision-making process, and any review we have can then be said, this has worked because that has happened. So from that point of view in terms of the industry, and for instance in malting barley, it would be relatively easy for that, with a limited number of varieties, to get that support through to the winter barley board or the spring barley to inform them what has happened in that aspect of it.
Great, thank you guys. I think we can all agree that the industry we operate in now, that data is the key thing that underpins everything and all decisions that are made. I think we have time for a couple of final questions before we have to wrap up, and the one that's come through here that's top of our list is, to what extent is levy-funded AHDB research and development data subsequently sold back to growers via other commercial industry outlets? That's a very good question, an in-depth question. Would anyone like to go for that? Stephen, do you want to kick off?
I mean, I would say a lot. There's a lot of information that data and information that AHD provide that trusted advisors, agronomists, business advisors use. And I think it's really important that those trusted individuals acknowledge where that data's come from, rather than saying it's their own, because use it or lose it. Ultimately, if as levy payers you're funding it, you need to recognise that data has come back through third parties to you. Should you be charged for it? Well, that's a separate conversation you've got to have with your service provider. But ultimately, there is data, that's in industry magazines, that's published on a weekly basis, that AHD are providing and are underpinning. It's important you as levy payers know where that's come from, and then it's given value by the people that are providing it back to you.
Great, thank you, Stephen. In terms of a final question, we have one here from Simon Seaward. Thank you, Simon, who's been watching on YouTube, asking, how are monitor farms and strategic farms evolving to meet your aspirations to deliver? If they are one of your primary outlets, they need to change. Great people and events, but much of the same. Who would like to take on that? Anyone got a view of monitor farms and the direction we can take in the future?
I jump in, but stop me if anyone else has got better points. But I think actually we need to focus on knowledge exchange, because all of the stuff we've been talking about, how that gets communicated through, and although what the Sector Council is going to be doing hasn't changed very much from before Shape Your Future, I think what will change is how we do it and the way we interact with levy payers, asking for your input and assessment of what we're doing, but also us going out more. And I think the knowledge exchange networks through monitor farms, strategic farms, but all our other events is vital in putting our best foot forward and making sure that we are delivering benefit to all the levy payers. So that communication, that two-way communication from AHDB to levy payers, I think is vital. And the way to do that is through the knowledge exchange and through the existing ones, but looking also at new ways to communicate with levy payers as well, and to receive their thoughts back to us. So I think it's really important, and possibly, if we're going to take one message away, I would want it to be, yes, what we're doing hasn't changed that much, but the way we're going to be doing it, the way we're engaging, is going to be the big change from cereals and oilseeds.
Yeah, and I think, in answer to Simon's question, yes, monitor farms, strategic farms, arable business groups, they're not going to meet everybody's requirements. There are going to be people that are operating their business activities perhaps at a different level ahead of those monitor farms and strategic farms, and there'll be some that are learning a great deal from them. So as I said at the beginning, we will aim to try and adapt what we do both at the sector council level and through a knowledge exchange, the knowledge exchange program. So if you've got ideas how they can better deliver to your needs, come along to those events, feed into the KE team about what your needs are and how they're best delivered to you, and we'll look at how we can do that for the people at the either end of the spectrum.
Ken?
So I think we have to take on that some of these ideas have been done in other countries, and therefore we have adopted techniques that may be available in other countries. The consequence of that is you actually know the history of these and how those processes have worked in other countries. So it's fair to say that the AHDB and the team behind them are aware of the New Zealand version of that and how it evolved into a different type of delivery system. So we've basically picked the low fruits at the moment, those that are willing to do it. There aren't a huge number of those around. Those that maybe had interest in systems that would draw people in to the event, and that we fully appreciate that will now evolve. Whatever that evolution is what the feedback we want. And Simon, I think it was, put it in there, has already stated that, let me see what you want to do next type of thing. And that's part of what this is all about.
Yeah. I think it's a great question, because it's exactly one of the questions and debates that's been happening in the sector councils, and it's about how do things evolve and how do things develop. And to just do a shameless plug and to go back to something Roseanne said at the start, sector council members, David, myself and other members of the senior staff within AHDB will be at Monitor Farm, strategic farm events, not all of them, but a fair chunk, but most of them, over the winter, and come and talk to us and tell us what you think works, what doesn't work, because the point is we're here to listen. Both the senior team, all the AHDB staff, but all the sector council members there who are making the decisions on your behalf and telling us what they want us to do and where things are working well, where things aren't working quite so well. And so it's a really great question. It's a really live debate that we're working through at the moment.
Great. Thank you, guys. Unfortunately, we've ran out of time now, and so we've got to wrap up the Q&A session there. But thank you all for your responses. As we've said many times, any that we missed today, we will revisit and we'll make sure we answer appropriately. Thank you for all your questions. And Stephen, have you got any final comments?
Yeah, just really to say, thank you for giving up your time for listening to what the Sector Council has got in train as part of the Sector Council plan. Do download the document off the internet. There are details of all the Sector Council members within that document. We'll continue to engage with you as levy payers, and want to do so. So do come to those autumn events and talk to Sector Council members and the KE team. And again, so thank you for your time. And I hope that's you're seeing change within AHDB that better meets your requirements going forward. So I'll hand back over to Roseanne just to wind the session up.
Excellent. Thank you ever so much to our panel for their discussion today. I really hope you found that interesting and that you've learned something about the work that AHDB does on your behalf. And thank you to you. Thanks for tuning in. This has been a live event and we've had quite lots and lots of questions come through. If we didn't quite get to them all, then we will follow up with those and we will make sure that we're answering your questions. And don't forget, you can download the document right now. It is on the website. You can contact us. We have details available on there too. And like the panel have said, please come and meet us at an event and you have your opportunity to talk to Sector Council members and AHDB. But on that note, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today. We've got 3 other sessions today. We have the dairy sector on at 12 o'clock, beef and lamb at 2 and pork at 4. We hope to see you there. Thank you.
As the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together,
as the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
when British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
As the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney, or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf, and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
As the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf, and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which are so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney, or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf, and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
As the sun rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney, or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf, and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
rises over the British countryside, our work begins. Our farmers tend to their grass-fed cattle, and our dairies spring into life. There's an art to making food this good. From dawn until dusk, the hundreds of hands at British Dairy work together to ensure that the food we produce is the best it can be. We cherish the centuries of tradition that make our food outstanding, combining them with cutting-edge techniques, ensuring the highest standards of food quality, safety, and animal welfare, which is so important to who we are and what we do. British Dairy is enjoyed the world over, and you can find our food in over 135 countries around the globe. So wherever you are, from New York to Sydney, or Shanghai to Dubai, we'll be there. Our premium heritage dairy products, delighting everyone who tastes them. So, take a seat at our table and share something truly special.
When British dairy products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food, A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of milk, cheese and other dairy products in their diets.
Lame cows produce less milk, are less likely to get back into calf, and are more likely to be cold. The average case costs in the region of £330. Mobility scoring has been used for over a decade and has proven successful in lameness management. We wanted to make mobility scoring easier for farmers and for those going on to farm, and so this led to the development and creation of the AHDB Mobility app. Our new mobility app replaces the need for paper records and will allow you to store those on phone or tablet. The app allows you to flag cows for assessment at a time convenient to you. When examining or treating a cow, you can select the point of pain on the hoof and then record the type of treatment and examination given. When working with your mobility mentor, you can use the app to track progress and your journey. You will be able to export your reports to a computer or through the app to your vet or mobility mentor. For a quick and convenient way to mobility score and make improvements for lameness on your farm, download the app today.
Good afternoon everyone and welcome to AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming event 2022. I'm Roseanne Thomas, I'm the Director of Communications here at AHDB and I'll be here to host your day today. So I'm really pleased we've had over 1,000 people registered to watch this event throughout the day. And many of you will be watching as I speak on YouTube, Facebook and LinkedIn. So this is a live event and what I will say is get involved. This is your opportunity to talk to your sector council and to AHDB about what's going on in your head and find out a little bit more about our sector plans. So let me just tell you a little bit about what's going to happen over the next hour. You'll hear from your sector council and from AHDB about the things that they've deemed important as part of the new sector plans that have been released today. You'll get the opportunity to ask lots of questions and like I said, this is live. Get your questions into the panel, we'll put them to them straight away and they'll answer as many questions as they can. The way to do this is really easy. Go to polyv.com/AHDB, pop your name in there and ask away. Really simple. If we don't quite get round to all the questions, we will follow up with you and we will answer as many of those that we can. So we're delivering the event today online, but we really want to see you face to face too. That's really important to give you the opportunity to engage with us in areas and at events near to you. So if you want to go online, go to our website, find out where we're going to be. We've got sector council members and leadership and members of the AHDB team that are really ready and really want to talk to you. So please check that out. So to kick off this dairy session, I'm going to hand over to Nicholas Sapphire, who's going to talk to you a little bit more about the plans and what to expect. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Roseanne. And welcome to you all online and those of you who will later join us on Catch Up. AHDB has a single role. It serves levy payers in dealing with issues that no individual farmer or processor can deal with on their own. It's that simple. And when I came in 2.5 years ago, I was told that the problem with AHDB was value, and also it was listening, not listening. Now, 2.5 years later, I think stage one is over. We've delivered significant cost cuts. We've changed the culture. This is the working through of stage two, which is the listening program and coming up with answers. What's interesting is that clearly we all have common problems in farming and in the food industry, but we also have very different problems when you look at dairy or pork or pig or beef and lamb or cereals. So this session, and there are 4 sessions today, this session is about dairy. You're going to hear from your council about how they have looked at the shape the future returns and have come up with a view on the plans for the future. The next hour will be about them presenting, but also listening. And this is, as Roseanne said, your opportunity to feed in your questions. Success is an ongoing process here. We want you not only to listen to us today, but to respond, but also come to events, as Roseanne said. It's an ongoing process. And lastly, before I hand over to the council, I want to thank the council and the team for an enormous amount of work in actually looking at the answers, thinking about it deeply, and coming up with today's views. More importantly, I want to thank you who engaged, you who replied, and ask you to continue to be critical friends, customers, and keep us on track in delivering what you want for the future. I'd now like to hand over to Minister Mark Spencer, who said he wanted to say a few words about this event and about AHDB.
Hello everyone. This open meeting is the culmination of the start of the process to change AHDB, a process that began with DEFRA's requests for views on the organisation and followed up with the Shape of Future programme, aimed at giving levy payers a greater say on how they want their levy invested. Further to that valuable feedback, AHDB's sector councils have listened, and today marks the launch of AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming programme, with the launch of new sector strategies for AHDB sectors: beef and lamb, pork, dairy, and cereals and oilseeds. While each sector has its own priorities, the common thread remains that these sector strategies are all aimed at helping to deliver a better future for farming. AHDB is an important part of the farm support network and plays a valuable role in the industry. This supports the government's wider commitment to supporting farming and the agri-food sector, and the role it has to play in contributing to economic growth. I also wanted to recognise the fantastic work AHDB is doing to support the sector through this current period of considerable change, including the advice on fertiliser efficiency. Thank you. Enjoy the meeting today, and the government looks forward to working with you and the industry to help it thrive.
Thank you to the Minister and thank you to Nicholas for those words. We're going to get straight into the dairy sector plan now, but I will remind you, please get involved, ask us your questions, head to polev.org/AHDB and ask us anything. On that note, I'm going to hand over to Lyndon Edwards. Lyndon is our Sector Chair for the Dairy Sector Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roseanne. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, farmers and levy payers. My name is Lyndon Edwards. I am an organic dairy farmer from Chepstow, And for the past 12 months, it's been my privilege to be the Dairy Sector Chair for HDB. This spring, we asked you for your opinions on the future of HDB in the form of the Shape the Future vote. I'd like to thank you very much for your all of your views, opinions, feedback and comments that we've received, which has enabled us to have your opinions for the first time ever in order to allow us to shape the future of the sector. I'm joined on the Sector Council by 11 farmers from all around the UK. They're dynamic farmers and they represent all sides of the industry. They are from spring calving herds, autumn calving herds, from high yield, low yield, and there's even me there as an organic farmer as well. So it's a complete cross-section of the industry. And we've taken your views and had a very serious debate over the summer months, looking at the vote, all the feedback, especially all the comments that were made, over 200 comments made, and we had put that against what budget we've got available to actually form the future plans for the HDB dairy sector. The vote was a minimum score of 72% and a maximum score of 90%. So that's left quite a lot of room for the Dairy Council to have a lot of debate. But we have listened to your priorities and have made notes of those, and you will see the changes that are happening from that decision. So we've now got the 5-year plan for dairy, and if you haven't already seen it, please download a copy from the HDB website. But it's not finished at that. This is a dynamic plan, and we would like to see all of our levy payers at meetings around the country, myself, my council members, and also the team and the KE team in HDB. Please come along and introduce yourselves, and let's have a conversation to see what you think going forward and how this plan can evolve over the next 5 years. So what have you told us? Well, you've told us there are 3 main themes that you want us to concentrate on. The first one is to promote our reputation. The second one is to have the right data and evidence to underpin our reputation. And the third one is practical support for farmers. Now, we've got 3 farmers with us from the Sector Council today. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Liz Haynes, Mary Quick and Scott Sherlaw, who are going to help me explain the different parts of today's plan. So it's a live debate, and please put your questions in and we will do our very best to answer your questions. And that's all from me for the moment. I'll hand over to Paul Flanagan, who is our sector lead, who is going to go through the next part of this. Paul.
Thank you very much, Lyndon, and good afternoon, everybody. As Linda said, the next section is we're going to talk through each of the 3 themes that Linda spoke about, and that will be covered by the individual Sector Council members. Once they've presented each of the themes, there'll be opportunity for us to take your questions. So please keep your questions coming in. Without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Liz Haynes, who's going to talk about promoting the reputation of dairy.
Thanks, Paul. So hi, I'm Liz Haynes. I'm a dairy farmer from Staffordshire. As we've heard in the Shape the Future vote, you told us that protecting and promoting the reputation of British dairy is really important to you. It was pretty much the highest scoring area in the vote. We've taken that on board, and as a result, we're going to be allocating 35% of the levy budget going forward to this area. We're going to break that down into 4 key areas of work. So that will involve promoting our reputation through our consumer marketing campaigns, protecting our reputation, which is through the work we do to challenge misinformation in the media, online and in marketing, through educating the consumers of the future, and through our work to develop export markets internationally. We've already got a track record of success in doing this. Our We Eat Balanced marketing campaign is going into its 2nd year now. That's a £4 million campaign, and it's aimed at shifting consumer attitudes and reassuring people that dairy is a healthy and sustainable choice in their diet. It's targeted at people who are sort of a little bit on the fence potentially, and trying to really reassure them about our world-leading product. In the past, we had the Milk Your Moments campaign during lockdown. That was more focused on producing demand for liquid milk at a time when there was concern that we might have to even dump milk during those lockdowns. And it really focused on the moments of connection that can be created through enjoying dairy together. It also raised money for mental health charities. Before that, we had the Department of Dairy-related Scrumptious Affairs, and that focused more on the taste and enjoyment of dairy products, reminded us all how much we love a good spooning of yoghurt. So in terms of protecting our reputation, we have a team of media and PR experts behind the scenes at AHDB that are looking out for misinformation in the media, online, wherever it occurs. So right now we've got a live complaint with the Advertising Standards Agency about some of the kind of dubious environmental claims about plant-based meat, which is something that a lot of us are concerned about, and that's sort of active and ongoing. Last year we had success challenging Oatly, the oat milk people. So their marketing claimed that the biggest environmental impact you could have was by making changes to your diet. And they also made some claims about the carbon footprint of livestock being greater than transport. And we were successful in challenging that, which is a really good news story for the industry, really, because those adverts had to be pulled. On the education side, we work in partnership with the British Nutrition Foundation. We run a campaign called Food a Fact of Life. It's an education programme for children aged 3 to 16 in schools. So going into schools, teaching children where dairy products come from, what the nutritional benefits of those products are, and how to cook with those products. We also have something called the Countryside Classroom that we're involved in, which is a collaborative project with lots of other organisations, and again about getting information resources out to children, getting children onto farms, and that kind of thing. In terms of exports, it's a growing market. It's £1.3 billion is the value of dairy exports from the UK. So AHDB are working hard both to open new markets, get access to new markets, but also to protect our market access and grow our market share to already established markets like North America and Europe. We do that by going to trade shows, by going to international events, by setting up trade missions both at home and abroad. You know, that's a growing area. Exports were up 9% last year for dairy, so a really positive area to be engaged with. And Mary here has got real personal experience of that I'm sure she'll talk about, because she's worked directly with AHDB and her cheese business and exports. So through these 4 areas, really we're working on protecting and promoting dairy both at home and abroad, and to consumers right through from children, the consumers of the future, through to adults, and from those who already love dairy as much as we do, through to those waverers, those occasional oat milk drinkers, and trying to, you know, give them those reassuring messages that they need to hear. So I hope that we're covering all the bases. I hope that you feel that we've listened to what you said in Shape the Future, and that now we're going to act on it. So yeah, that's where we're at.
Great, excellent. Thank you very much, Liz. So we're going to move to questions now, and I can see we're getting plenty of questions through. For this section, we're joined by Carrie from our marketing team as well, who's going to help us answer some of the questions. So the first question I can see, and I'm going to go to you first of all, just for this, Liz. Could more be done to promote livestock production?
So I think, you know, I've just outlined quite a few different ways really that we're doing that, mainly through our marketing campaign, We Eat Balanced, which is all about sort of challenging those myths about British dairy production. It's about providing facts, whether that's on the nutrition side, whether it's talking about vitamin B12, calcium, whether it's talking about our world-leading food and farming standards, or whether it's talking about how British dairy is some of the most sustainable in the world. And off the back of that, AHDB are sort of monitoring then the consumer attitudes in response to the campaign, seeing how those are kind of developing in response to the campaign, and hopefully, you know, this year we'll be tweaking that in response to that to try and get even more traction. And by working across the sectors with that campaign, that's given us access to a bigger budget than we would have had if we'd have worked alone, so that we can really broaden the reach of the campaign. You know, we've got a TV advert, we've got the website, we're on social media, we're in national newspapers, so really getting a broad message across about those benefits of dairy and, you know, the good news story about our sector, really.
Great, thank you, Liz. Carrie, can I just bring you in there just to provide just a bit more detail on the We Eat Balance campaign? Just the Liz touched on the the adverts and the various activities. You just give us a bit more detail in terms of what we're doing and how it's and how it's impacting consumers. What we actually want to see in terms of the impact of consumers.
Yeah, and I think, as Liz said, AHDB are uniquely placed to champion meat and dairy and influence those long-term attitudes. And it's important for us to not only deliver for the levy payer, but also to demonstrate it. So we've had some really strong results from our previous campaign. So we reached 24 million households, and we also influenced consumer attitudes towards meat and dairy. So we saw a positive shift of 5 percentage points around purchase intent among those younger consumers. And they're the ones we also really want to reach the next generation of dairy consumers, and also positively influenced attitudes towards milk being full of vitamins and nutrients. And I think particularly in the cost of living crisis, dairy is such a great option. It's low cost and contains many health benefits. And not only do we have our kind of big campaigns like the TV, and we're back on TV on the 26th of December, but we underpin that with social media, which is a huge area for us. And that positive drumbeat of messaging. And we've been out on farm recently with a dairy farmer because we want to shine a positive spotlight on what our dairy farmers are doing and our world-class leading food and farming standards.
Excellent, thank you very much. So we've got more questions coming in. I would encourage you to keep feeding in your questions to pollev.com/AHDB, but keep the questions coming in. The next question we're getting is, what are the main concerns of dairy farmers going into 2023 in the context of the cost of living crisis, and how is AHDB planning to help manage those concerns and support UK farmers? I think I might ask you that, Lyndon, first of all, and maybe just the other people on the panel. Do you just want to give us your views on just on that question?
I think AHDB is ideally placed to provide farmers with a great deal of information, and the costs and the particularly things like the cost of electric going in at the moment is really hitting some farmers very, very hard. But we've got to actually look forward, and all farms are different, and there is no one type of farm that is the only type that's going to be around in the future. We've got all these different kinds of farms, and they've all got their own different answers, but we need to be there with providing the help on a knowledge exchange basis to the farmers, to actually talk them through the options and to give them whatever advice we can. And from the marketing campaign that you were just talking about, the fact that is starting running again in December is great, because we do need to keep plugging away at our consumers, because without the consumers, we don't have an industry. And actually the fact that we're out on television just after Christmas is really, really brilliant, and we can start to talk about what real food is and how valuable proper nutrition is.
Excellent, thank you very much, Linda. So the next question I'm going to take is, well, an interesting question, and Mary, I'm going to give this one to you. Why are you bothering funding exports? So I presume it's not just you, this is an AHDB. Why is AHDB bothering funding exports? But you're somebody who has clearly got cheese business at home and developed your export business. How do you see AHDB support for exports? And maybe just give us a bit of colour in terms of how you've experienced it, from an individual side in your own company.
Yeah, great. No, it's such a good question because, it looks like that's very far away. So what exports do is they take milk off the market. And if you think about the price of milk, if you've got 1% oversupply, the milk price drops. 1% undersupply, milk price goes up. to be able to cover all of those costs that you were talking about, Lyndon. So it's really, really important that we can do even a little amount, and the more the better, to take some of that product off the market. It's certainly, speaking from our experience, and I think that will be the experience of many people, it gives you a lot more confidence to say to customers who want you to drop the price in this country, just to be a little bit more robust with them if you know that you've got that ability to sell elsewhere. And it really takes some of the international markets certainly work to a different cycle. So now I think consumer confidence and inflation is higher in this country, and we're certainly seeing, and other people I know I'm talking to, and information from AHDB tells us that there is that greater confidence in abroad. And certainly speaking from our own experience, we supply markets in the United States, in Australia, Middle East, Far East, in Europe, and we've had a tremendous, we're a small exporter, tiny, and in general we export through other people, but nevertheless we're in contact with those people. And it's been the assistance from AHDB, having stands, being in market. Yesterday there was an event in Florida where our cheese was in a Class 1 hurricane, but even so, we're out there in the market telling the story. And export sales are really quite personal. So it really, really, really works to be out there, and for us to be able to have, in dairy it's Lucy Randolph who's actually out there on the stand, getting the embassies interested in it. We've had a tremendous amount of assistance, and so have all the exporters. I mean, it's been and to give us that little bit of help, and as you say, the exports went up last year. That's really important because things were a bit more difficult in Brexit and COVID, and we needed to get those increased.
Great. So thanks very much for that insight for your business. Lyndon, you're a director of Omsco, who have obviously gone quite big from an export perspective. What's the view from Omsco in terms of how you've developed that business, your perspective on this?
For Omsco, the help from HDB has been invaluable because as a small co-op with nobody who was experienced in export, it's given us a roadmap to follow to actually get out into other countries with our products and market them and find new consumers in different countries around the world. And that has meant that for a small co-op, that's an income source that we didn't have before. And often with traditionally British farmers have said, oh, well, the home market will provide, it's the best market in the world. But the reality is it isn't, because if you look at our average milk price in the league tables against countries all around the world, we're not at the top, we're a little way down. So we do need to have the ability to export and to encourage small companies that may never have done this before to actually get out there and find a market for your product.
Yeah.
Take some milk out of the UK market and develop your businesses.
Yeah, it's really important. So, continues to be more questions coming in. One on the Eat Balance campaign, so I might go directly to you on this, Carrie. So, how do we measure the effectiveness of the Eat Balance campaign? How do we know we're rolling the boat faster or making things better? What's the key metrics you have a look at?
Yeah, it's a really important question, and we really want to be able to quantify the impact that we're having and that we're spending levy payer money wisely, and it's really positively shifting attitudes out there with consumers. So before we go live with a campaign, we work with an independent research agency, so we'll ask consumers, what do you think about dairy? Do you see it as an important part of your diet? And then we ask them the same questions again post-campaign. And as I've said, we've seen some really positive shifts there. So we've positively shifted, particularly in the younger audience, them recognising that milk contains lots of vitamins and minerals. We've positively shifted purchase intent, really important, and we've also positively shifted views on sustainability, and we've got such a great story to tell around British dairy and sustainability.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's important from a dairy perspective. I think I think I can remember the stat that we're in every month we're in 99% of the household in the fridges and households. So we can't really actually push up. We can't actually sell much more. So it's really consumer attitudes, and as you say, focusing in on the consumers who are more the waverers rather than the people who consume a lot of dairy or don't consume any dairy. So the questions continue to roll in, and the question I'm going to go for next is. In the future, what trends are you expecting to see in liquid milk sales compared to dairy products? Should the dairy industry be changing to adapt this? I think I might come to Mary on this one. What's your perspective on that question, Mary?
Well, certainly what we've seen recently is the market for cheese increasing, and that's been really quite consistent, and the market for liquid milk going down a bit. And I mean, I'm guessing that that's what we would see over time. So I think it's really important that as a dairy market, we are thinking about, or as dairy producers, we are thinking possibly about that slow move towards solids being the more important thing, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I don't know, Lyndon, you've probably got much more experience of this than me as a sort of industry-wide thing.
Well, I think cheese is on the up. I think people love cheese, and the consumption is actually increasing. But there's also some new products on the market as well. There are things like kefir, which is a sort of a super yogurt, if you like, and that's really started to get some traction amongst people who are keen to promote their own gut health and their own well-being, and that's a dairy product. So that's another really positive story.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's go on to the next question, and the next question is: surely AHDB were already doing most of this work. Will it be Will it just be that more budget is put towards it and having to remind farmers that's what we're doing? So, Liz, I might come to you on that. You talked about, well, you remind me, I almost forgot about it, about the spooning campaign and the Department of Dairy Relations Commercial Affairs. But we have been doing marketing for a long time. Do you just want to pick up on this question first of all?
So I guess, yes, we have already been doing the marketing campaigns. We have been kind of growing that now over the last few years. But I think that's really important for kind of building the traction of these things. And these consumer attitudes that we're trying to shift is a long-term thing. It's not just a one-off thing. And so continuing to build on the success and the messages that we've already had in these campaigns is a really positive thing. And the other shift is now that we're going to be allocating more budget to it than we were before, so we can potentially have more spend on these campaigns to reach an even wider range of consumers, or have more flexibility about the channels that we go down, which again is a really positive story as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. I'm just going to take one more question because I think we're running out of time for this section. Then we'll move on to the next theme. And Carrie, this is going to be one for you. So, why are we not on TV before Christmas when consumers are stocking up on Christmas goodies? Would that not be smart marketing? So a real challenge for you there.
It's a good question. So I think if you look at our KPIs and how we're measuring ourselves, we're focusing on long-term attitudes towards dairy around health and sustainability and its long-term importance. And January is really key, that post-Christmas period. So everybody's making New Year's resolutions about what you're going to eat and drink. Everybody's probably overindulged a little bit at Christmas. And also we know that in January, people tend to cut out certain food groups. And that's why we're going on TV post-Christmas to remind consumers about all the great benefits of dairy, the importance it plays in their diets, and encourage them to keep on drinking and eating dairy.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Carrie. I appreciate that. So we're now going to move on to the next theme, and the next theme is on data and evidence, which is the flip side of promoting the reputation of dairy. So this is data and evidence that underpin the reputation of dairy. And introducing that will be Mary.
Hi, Mary Quick. I'm a farmer and cheesemaker from Devon, and picked up this data and evidence thing because it is actually so important. I mean, it's been dancing its way through all of the comments that we need to know we need to know the stuff underneath. And what's really important is that what we're talking about is fact and not opinion. What we need to do is to maintain that trust that consumers have in farmers, and that's got to be about always being accurate with the data and you know, not making stuff up and not assuming stuff. So that means data and evidence is absolutely core. And it's also true that Dairy Sector Council over this period has, since the vote, has really been looking at, well, what exactly are the numbers that AHDB are collecting, and are those the right numbers? You know, do they serve reputation? Do they serve market failure? You know, is it a market? Are other people producing these numbers, or is this something that we have to do? And also, we're really looking at we've been really pushing that whole thing about collaboration. You know, can we collaborate with other people to make our levy pot bigger? So where that brings us to is antibiotics. We know that that is just becoming so important for governments right around the world, and it will come up there with consumers as people get more worried, you know, where are the antibiotics going to come? Are antibiotic resistance rising? And it's really important that we track that. And we're doing that through the eMedicine Hub, which is collecting the data on what antibiotics farmers are using. And it's when your processor asks you for those numbers, give it. Really, just please. Do it. No kidding. Going on about that bit. And then we're looking at diseases like Johne's that are of real importance to farmers and maybe are quite difficult to grapple with. So working with Johne's Action Plan, which obviously, Lyndon, you're a key person with that, creating those action plans for individual farmers to deal with this really sort of difficult and distressing disease, so that we can, and it's really good the way that numbers are just edging down. And health and welfare, now we know that is something, despite everything going on in the economy, that consumers are really concerned about. Looking at Carrie, and we're addressing that with the animal health and welfare pathway. That still sounds wrong, but anyway, which is very much working, AHDB working with governments, with farmers, with vets, to get those vets out on farms, so all farmers can actually really address those issues, so that, you know, nobody gets left behind. We get everybody to that proper standard that we can really shout about and that we're proud about in this country. Then genetics. I mean, that was an area that didn't score perhaps quite as highly as perhaps we might have expected. But what we were really clear about is that in all of those shiny catalogues, that data that's quoted from shiny catalogues from breeding companies, all of that data that's quoted is from AHDB, and it's really important that is independent. And we know that in the push to net zero, which consumers really mind about, that genetics is such an important part of that. You know, where I think nearly a third less than global averages in terms of carbon intensity in this country, and that's an awful lot of that is about the genetic improvement that we have in this country. And also, we're not just sort of sitting there. We have given the situation and the low level of vote, we really felt that we should commission an external report, an independent report, to really tell us about, you know, there's so many opportunities with genetics coming up. How do we get that? How do we land that? How do we share that cost that equitably through the industry? But also, really importantly, maintaining the independence of those numbers. That's critical. And environment, again, that was another area that we scored fairly low on the vote. Yeah. And we really, as a council, we really kind of grappled with this one, because we know that consumers mind about climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. But it's also true that there's so much great activity going on that out in the industry. A lot of processors have picked this up and are running with it. But we wanted to make sure that no levy payers are left out. And so really working with Dairy Roadmap, really important initiative with the NFU, AHDB, NFU and Dairy UK, to make sure that we can pull together those numbers to give those farmers the safe steps they can do on, soil and methane and slurry and fertiliser use, so that we actually, so everybody is doing that, even if your processor isn't. Everybody's able to do that, even if your own processor is not one of those leaders. And as both Carrie and Liz underlined, it's so important that we track what consumers are thinking, so that we can make use of that levy spend, target it, how we can, what we shout about, when we shout about it, to whom we're shouting about it to, so that we can really defend and enhance that reputation of dairy through the industry. So yeah, key, reputation, market failure, make sure we can collaborate.
Great, thank you very much, Mary. And as I can see, we've got, you certainly generated a lot of debate. We've got a heap of questions coming up here. Before we move to the questions, I just want to introduce Chris Goodrum, who heads up our research team. Now, I see you've got the poppy on your sling. Chris had a bike accident last week, and he's like a brave soldier. He's made it along to help us. So welcome, Chris. Good to have you here. The first question I'm going to go for, I'm loving the bluntness of some of these questions, is go to you on this, Mary. So this is a question from a levy payer. You're spending lots of money on data and evidence. How does that help me? So how does that help an individual levy payer?
Sure, and I think it's really important that we address that. But it's not about all the, it's like fine words, butter, no parsnips. I mean, we need to make sure that we're levy payers getting a benefit. So certainly, I mean, perhaps if I can relate that benefit to me as well. So on the antibiotic thing, all of that work that's resulted in us being able to do selective dry cow therapy, or really understanding how to use that has absolutely dropped my antibiotic bill. So that we're only tubing those cows at dry cow time that require it, and also, what are the options for a mild case? Not shoving up antibiotic, using some of the products that there are to reduce inflammation. So with Yoni's, I mean, personally, actually, how do you deal with this disease that comes up, comes down with animals? That Yoni's action plan just gives you something to do with it. So you're culling the right animals, that disease isn't persisting in the herd. That's real value, certainly to us. And we have brought those, I think we've got, we're on the last two in there, so you can, we find that really, really important. And I mean, I guess that on the reputation thing, although it may seem like that belongs for the processors, actually that's demand for our milk, and if there's more demand, then we can supply that at a better price, to cover all of these costs that we've got happening for us. And then with genetics, it's that I'm really crystal clear that it's that generation on generation improvement that actually delivers us, better utilisation of feed. Look at the price of feed. We don't want to be feeding animals who just get fat. We want to be feeding animals who look after themselves and deliver profitable milk. And I guess there's the, if you look at the calf strategy, lots of processors are now, it's really an industry requirement, isn't it? How do we deal with these dairy bull calves or dairy calves that aren't required for replacements? What's really important is that we know the best way of doing that, and that's been very helpful to us. How we rear the animals and get them into the beef market. That feels like that's kind of real money. Well, real money for me, and I hope that all levy payers are using the information, going to those meetings, pulling the information towards them that can give them that assistance.
Okay. So I'm conscious we have lots of questions. What I will assure you, we'll try to get through as many as possible. If we don't get to them for this session, we will come back to you and answer these questions. The next one I want to pick up is on genetics, and I'm going to go to you, Lyndon, first on that, and Chris, if there's anything that you want to pick up on specifically afterwards, then please do. So the question is, with us being far behind the US and Canada and now Ireland, are we going to be increasing the budget for dairy genomics and genetics? more information on genomic proofs and more frequent genetic evaluations should be a must to keep up with international partners. So Lyndon, first of all.
Thank you, Paul. I think this is really important because the whole dairy genomics and genetics is a really, really big win for British dairy farmers, and having that independent AHDB information is key. Earlier this year, we launched a consultation with the genetic industry and farmers about how we're going to fund this going forward, because we do only have a certain amount of money and we're doing everything we can today. And I think there could be some other ways of bringing money in from different sources in the future, which I think will be a good idea, and giving the industry more ownership of this subject. But just to go back on what Mary said, we've been told that this is not a priority by levy payers. This was debated over and over at great length amongst the Dairy Council, and we believe it is a priority because of the improvement that you get. And it's not just one improvement. So today it's actually possible to use bulls that will produce an animal with an extra 1 lactation. Now, that's going from 3 to 4, and then on the next one you can do the same again to go to 5. That's massive advances for our industry.
Yeah.
And I think that's a real key improvement. You can look at the environmental footprint of the cow. You can look at the new Enviro cow. So actually, that's actually a statistics that will tell you which bull's daughters will be more efficient. So all of these things are something that we've got to put more money into. Today we don't have the money. We're doing everything we can, and we've got a great support from the industry. But working with the industry, let's find out how we can fund this properly for the future together with the industry.
Thank you, Lyndon. And maybe just picking up on the point with the questioner was asking about what's happening in the US, Canada and Ireland. And it was part of the review we did. We actually looked at the models in each of those countries. Could you just give us just a bit of detail on that review we did and what the steps you're taking on now?
I can, Paul. I mean, it's still ongoing. So we have the report back, and part of the piece we're working with now is to go to some of these main stakeholders and look at the models, finance models that we play in the US, Ireland, New Zealand, Australia, and say, this is the value of some of these pieces of work. How do we bring that value to what we do in the UK? So, limited funds within the levy. So it's looking at those sources and looking at some of these other international competitors to see how they do it.
Great, thank you very much. So again, questions starting our streaming, and we'll try to do as many as possible. Next one I'm going to pick up is levy payers scored the environment near the bottom in terms of importance. Why are you still funding this? Now, can I come to Mary first? And Scott, I'd be interested in your perspective on this, just an environment, and we've done quite a lot with doing this on the environment. So Mary, how would you, as the direct challenge in terms of the scoring with near the bottom, what was the debate within the sector council in terms of the environment? What did you look at to decide where this fits within the plan?
Well, we could certainly see that there were some work streams that we should back out from. Certainly things like environmental benchmarking, really clearly the industry as a whole getting to grips with, a lot of the processors doing really good job on that. So it was clear that there were some work streams we should just pull back from, and that was important. But then when we looked at these quarterly surveys of consumers, what consumers are interested in, while right at the moment, it's all about the economy and the cost of living and inflation and all of that, but coming up really quite fast, our climate and greenhouse gas emissions. So we felt that we couldn't ignore that reputation piece, if you like, that we were party to and levy payers may not have been party to when they voted. So that's why we, and we kept saying, well, levy payers won't be happy with this. Yes, but actually, if we're looking to the long term, and that's as a dairy council, we need to do that as well. When we look at what that reputation evidence is, that's important. And then we also could see that it was really important that as an industry, the whole industry should have the access to the numbers. And that was where, you know, I know, Paul, you've done a lot of work pushing for Dairy Roadmap to be as much about dairy farm. It has been very much, if you look at it, it has been quite difficult to get into, and it's very much more about the processes, whereas I know you've been really, really pushing in those meetings about bringing it forward to what are those safe steps for farmers to do, which if you like, if you're doing one of the processor thing, you have to do all the numbers. With the Dairy Roadmap, you say, if you sort out your soil, if you address methane, if you look at the efficiencies, if you do fertiliser, if you do slurry, it doesn't matter that you don't do the numbers, you're actually dropping your carbon intensity. And I think if we can get that story out, first of all, farmers will save money, good news in this environment, and we will also reassure those consumers, particularly I think those wavering consumers. I'm really acutely aware as the mother of people in their 20s and 30s, the pressures on that age group to drop dairy, and those that in that waivers, those numbers haven't shown up in the stats, but they will land with us if we don't address it and we don't keep up with that. So that's why I'm sorry, Labour pairs, we did go a bit against your what the vote said, but it felt like there was all this other information.
Scott, how would you respond to that challenge just on the environment?
I think you know, what's clear is that the processors are really leading on this, like Arla and First Milk, and I really see AHDB's role as one of more of a signposting role, and we've got our environmental strategic farms now, which are playing that role, where we can bring in the best information and the best data and best practice to share with our levy payers. That's the way I see our role going. And I think Mary's right. We can also use our consumer insight data to just monitor consumer behaviour and consumer opinions on the environment.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Thank you, Scott. So the next question I'm going to pick is, can you advise how you're communicating with farmers? Are you in contact with all farmers, not just the big farmers? Are you helping the smaller farmers? So thank you, Tamara, for that question through YouTube. I'm going to go to Lyndon on that, and Liz, if you get anything to chip in afterwards. But let me start with Lyndon just on that point.
Okay. We are advising all farmers, be they small or large, family farmers or large agribusinesses. And everybody, there is a knowledge exchange network all around the UK, and those AHDB employees are there for you as farmers to go along to. They are arranging meetings, they are arranging discussion groups, and a variety of other technology transfer days. Go along, take part. Look on our website and all the details are there. So everyone is able to go to it. The fact that there's only 8 scattered around the country, and all of the sector council members are also there to be contacted and communicate with. Please take part. It's your levy money. We are using it for the best use for the industry, but it's up to you how much use you take of the information that's coming out. So please get involved and get the benefit of your levy money back into your farms.
Liz, you're not from a farming background.
Nope.
So how did it work for you in terms of picking up the intelligence? How much did you use AHDB or other places just to get that information? And how can we be better from an AHDB point of view?
So for me, AHDB has been a really important part of my journey through dairy farming, coming to it without very much experience, to be honest. So for the development of myself, my husband, our business, and also training our staff. And that's largely happened through farmer-to-farmer learning, through participating in AHDB discussion groups, through going to strategic farm meetings. Recently, there's a programme on meetings about weaning and rumen development in calves. So, we take our team along to that, and that's kind of an opportunity for training. And the way I look at it is that we've paid for that with our levy, so I want to suck up as much of that knowledge as I can. And even before I was on the council, you know, we in the past were involved in hosting the calf to calving program on our farm. That was probably how I first got involved with AHDB, and any opportunity to talk to my knowledge exchange manager, get resources off them, get information from them, find out about other things that were going on, you know, I was totally tapping into that, and that's been a massive part of our journey. And really, I would advise anyone to do that, because it's what we're here for. Your knowledge exchange manager is here to do that. You should be able to look on the website, find out who that is, give them a ring, drop them an email, see what events are in your area, and go along. And you will find all sorts of people there. So the AHDB discussion group that I participate in, there are all kinds of people there, from county council tenants to people like myself, I'm a tenant farmer, through to owner-occupiers, or staff from, you know, large dairy farming businesses. And that means that you get a really wide range of perspectives. You know, sometimes AHD will bring in experts like Chris, you know, come along to different topics to talk about things that AHDB are doing or things that are topical. So there really is just a wealth of information there, and it's accessible to everyone. Just get on the website, you know, sign yourself up for the emails, and just come along is what I would advise.
No, it's an excellent point. So I think, as Liz was saying, don't worry about getting through to the exact right person in HDB. Find somebody in HDB, and we will connect you with that person just in the background. Mary, you talked about antibiotic use and tracking antibiotic use, and you made a plea for people to give their permissions on medicine use. So this question is, how many dairy farmers so far have signed up to the Medicine Hub, and how is that going to help me? How is that going to help an individual farmer providing their details into the Medicine Hub?
I think at the end of, is it December, last data I've got is that 1,130 farmers have signed up. Mm-hmm. And what we need to, 8,000 dairy farmers in total, we need to double that every year. And you think, well, that's difficult. But actually, the previous year, it was 484. Okay. So we've more than doubled. So we just need to carry on doubling. Well, I mean, how it helps an individual dairy farmer, you know, for us just not tubing as many cows, that's been really, you know, antibiotics expensive, you know, and then you have to keep the milk out. So that's been really, really, really important that's a personal benefit. And actually, you know, if we're not, it's one of the things, isn't it, that the antis can talk about, is that, you know, it's one of the things that people casually talk about is antibiotics. And of course, you know, UK farmers are incredibly responsible in the use of antibiotics, and we just have to demonstrate that we are really, you know, obviously taking care of the welfare of the cows, but also making sure that we're driving that down.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mary. So we still got some questions. My commitment to you is we will get back to you just on these questions, but we must move on to just the next theme. So thank you very much, Mary, for that. And the next theme, we've already covered promoting the reputation of dairy, and we've covered data and evidence to underpin that reputation. We're now going to move on to practical farm support, and Scott's going to introduce this. So welcome, Scott.
Hi, I am Scott Shearlaw, and I'm a dairy farmer from Ayrshire in Scotland. AHDB delivers practical support for their farmers, mainly through our knowledge exchange teams. And the Dairy Sector Council wants these knowledge exchange teams to focus in on the key questions that our dairy farmers are asking us in terms of how they make their business more profitable and also more sustainable. In recent years, we've had success with our partnerships with the Betty Laws Foundation and the Welsh Government in funding a lot of this work. We want to see more of that collaboration so that we can get more research out into the field more quickly and into the hands of farmers where they can turn that research into increased profits on their farms. The Strategic Farm Network will remain the main platform for delivery of knowledge exchange. It may get slightly smaller, and it's likely to become more focused into certain areas like environment. Equally as important for supporting the industry is the sector-leading market intelligence work that AHDB carries out. This work informs government policy and is used widely by industry stakeholders to an extent that I'm not sure that levy payers are fully aware. We want to continue to provide dairy market analysis and cost of production and farm margin analysis. We also want to continue to carry out consumer retail and food service trend analysis, because this gives us a real indicator and gives us a head start on any consumer behavioural changes. And this data was massively important during the COVID pandemic. I sat in union meetings where this data was the absolute Bible in terms of what policy was going to be, and it was used by processors as well at that time. So as a result of the Shape the Future vote, we've obviously had to shift more of our budget towards the things that are important to levy payers and important to us as well in terms of protecting the reputation of the industry and providing the data and evidence to support that. So we've had to pull back on some of the areas within this section. Some of those are benchmarking. We've pulled back on that because we feel like there's others in the industry who are already carrying out that work well. We'll also do less analysis of trade deals in the future. And we're going to scale back the work that we do on labour because in the Shape the Future vote, the levy payers told us that was what they least valued. What we will do, though, is we will maintain the Agri-Leader programme because we know that is really valued by the people that use it. So in summary then, we want to collaborate more as AHDB as a whole, but particularly in the area of knowledge exchange. We want to maintain our strategic farm network and maintain the market intelligence work that we know is really valued as well. Back over to you, Paul.
Great, thank you very much, Scott. And again, we've got I can see lots of questions coming through. For this section, we're joined by David, who heads up our data and analysis team. Welcome, David. So the first question, which I'm going to give to Scott. So, what role do you see for your knowledge exchange team and strategic farms in the future? And you talked about high-level perspective. What do you see for the future? And I'd almost be interested in terms of what it looks like on the ground for you, from a strategic farm perspective.
So we've got 18 strategic farms at the minute. They're funded by AHDB, by the levy payers, by the Betty Laws Foundation, and also by the Welsh Government. I expect they will remain the main platform for delivery. And in terms of what I see as the benchmark for knowledge exchange, it has to be what we're delivering right now in Scotland. Doreen Anderson is doing an excellent job and doing exactly what I'm talking about earlier, collaborating from the top to the bottom, delivering knowledge exchange in conjunction with educational establishments, and also getting involved in the more strategic end of the industry through our involvement in the Scottish Dairy Growth Board.
It really surprises me. You said Scotland is it's a benchmark. It really surprises me, and Doreen owes you a pint for that. No, she does it. She does a great job. Next question coming back is how can AHDB's market intelligence help farmers? So when you discussed this a little bit, Scott, you said this was you questioned there's a number of levy payers who got it, but there's a number of levy payers who wouldn't really see the detail and the depth in what we're doing. So to an average farmer, how do you feel it really benefits their business?
So I'll tell you how I use it. I subscribe to the Daily Market Weekly emails, and I read them most weeks. So this week, what I'm seeing is that milk volumes are up about 3.3% year on year. The market sentiment seems to be fairly negative in dairy commodities, and also the cull cow price remains high. So that's driving decisions on farm where I'm starting to think, do I need to start to reduce the size of the herd? Do I need to start strategically culling cows whilst the price is still high?
Yeah.
So that's it in very practical terms how I use it. Yeah.
That's good. And David, from a broader perspective, just saying to the team, you'll see the stream of the stuff that Patty and Kat and the other people within the MI team do. What else would you highlight, of value to farmers that the market intelligence team do?
So I view what we do is we're providing a whole business portfolio, no matter the size or scale of your farm, whether you're a small-scale farmer that's just wanting to know the main headlines or through to large units that have multiple people to manage. We're providing that information that can help to empower your business decisions all the way through that, whether that be understanding the fertiliser market at the moment and what's happening on that side of things, and for input costs through to exactly as you're describing there, what can drive the milk price and the business decisions, all the way through to those bigger topics, those longer term topics, those big kind of macroeconomic things. And you've mentioned a couple of times already the excellent retail and consumer work that we provide to give you that bigger picture. And none of this is going to be the single answer that will be that eureka moment where you think that's exactly what I need to do with my business. It's a build-up of that narrative of everything that's happening in the market, so that as you go through the seasons and through the years, you're able to rely on that to give you that picture, to give you that view as to what's happening in the short term, medium and long term, to make those better business decisions. And as you said a couple of times, it's predominantly aimed at levy payers. We want to fund the levy payers' business decisions in that sense. But the double benefit that we have is we can feed that information into, as you've already said, government, stakeholders, etc., to help inform their decisions, so that levy payers aren't at a disadvantage through people using the wrong information or misinformation. And we're there as that sort of quiet arm on the shoulder that goes, I wouldn't really look at it that way, guys. I think you're missing this point and this point. And we're not there to instruct or lobby, but we sort of gently guide to say, this is the real issue in the market and this is what we need to focus on. And over the last 6-8 months, because of the impact of the high inflation, conflict in Ukraine, etc., we've been having multiple conversations per week with stakeholders and government to help them inform what's going on in the market, so they can then make better decisions that means that our levy payers are protected as well. And that whole portfolio of goods is what we have to offer.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much, David. So the next question that's coming up, again, we've got a stream of questions. We'll try and get through as many as possible, and I think I'm going to go to Lyndon first of all on this. What plans have AHDB got to tackle the main health and welfare and productivity issues in dairying? So you've got lameness has been given an example, calf morbidity and mortality, endemic infection diseases. So maybe if you answer that, not just about AHDB, but you've talked about collaboration as well. How we work in collaboration.
That's right. I mean, only last week I went to a farm walk in Herefordshire. There was about 100 dairy levy payers there, and they were learning about latest research on several subjects that are bang on message here. So animal health and welfare, lameness, new information, new research that's now available to farmers on how they can reduce lameness in their herd. And also about feeding, and actually feeding lower protein diets, lower copper diets to have healthier animals. Nobody wants to see lame cows on farm. It is something that I as a farmer absolutely hate. And the research is ongoing, and go along to these days where you will actually learn some of the latest techniques to actually reduce your lameness on farm, preventative trimming at different times, bringing heifers into the herd, having had exposure to concrete. There's lots of different, sometimes quite simple things that can be done that actually make a really big difference. And also endemic disease. We've got to work within the industry. We haven't got the answer to everything here. A lot of this research has been done, and the information is on the website, and vets are very well up to speed in the UK on diseases and how to control them. We've only got a certain budget, and we've got to choose to use that budget where we can do our best return on investment and work with the rest of the industry where they can provide an advantage as well. And I believe that's what we're doing there.
Okay, and again, I just say to echo Linda's point on there, we will have information. It will be on the website.
look for the details of your knowledge exchange manager or your sector council member. They will connect you with the right information and we'll get the information to you. So next question, I'm going to give this to Scott. The question is, how can you say you're independent if you're taking money from VOLAC to fund your strategic farms? So again, another blunt question, that's great. Scott, how would you respond to that?
Okay, so the Betty Laws Foundation is the charitable arm of VOLAC. It's not involved in any strategic or policy within the strategic farms. They take very little credit for it. There's no advertising. There's no flags. It's essentially purely for the good of the industry that they do it.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much, Scott. The next question. Let's take this first one. This all sounds very same thing, nothing new. We need new and exciting innovation to push dairy to the forefront of the future. Where are the new ideas, the innovation? How are you actually helping to future-proof the industry? Mary, I'm going to start with you on this one. Looking at the sector plan and looking at how we're that challenge about future-proofing the industry, what do you feel is within the sector plan which is actually achieving that?
Well, I mean, there's sort of things from both from the outside and on farm. I think really the focus on addressing reputation is something that is really, really important. That allows us really to refine so many of the things that we're doing. I mean, I think it's really difficult, isn't it? When you look at the sector plan, to actually the degree of discussion that we had in the council meetings about how we bring it down to this core that the levy payers want. So it may seem like we're doing a lot of the same things, if you like, and we are doing some of the same things, but actually it's getting that core focus on reputation and then getting that backed up with the things that we can do on farm, the way that data and evidence can come in and support that. I think what you will see is this huge focus, and actually those things that we need to do in this, there's so many challenges, of course, that our sector is facing. On our farm, I know that a real challenge is grassland management. Hey, but that stuff is out there. On the website, went to an absolutely amazing event, which was a collaboration. It was actually a beef and sheep event. AHDB were there helping with the organisation. Some really, really, really useful ideas that we're absolutely buzzing with at home with on how best to manage grass and diverse swards and electric fencing and troughs and all of that. It's an awful lot of it. We're getting really focused on how best to take the industry forward, and I guess that's the encouragement for dairy farmers at home also to get really focused on what is it that we can. I mean, I know that there are things that we can do on the farm to focus, and like Liz said, I'm going to use every flipping resource that AHDB can give me to land that.
Linda, what would be your perspective on that question?
Yeah, I can understand where the question's coming from, because we've said, oh, we're still doing this, we're still doing this. But actually what we've done as a sector council is we have reprioritised according to the Shape the Future vote and the farmers' wishes. So now I can actually say that on this reputation, 75% of all the money that we've got is going on reputation, either directly on reputation or on defending the reputation. So that is a sea change move from where we were. We haven't given up on very much, but we have reprioritised where the money's gone according to the wishes of the levy payers.
Okay. Next question I'm going to take is about the Panorama show, which I believe is on in February this year. So the question is, Panorama did a good job at portraying it as in a bad light. What are you doing to help? Liz, can you pick up that question?
I think that is exactly, that is why this reputation work is so important. It's why these consumer marketing campaigns are so important. And obviously we do have to be subtle and careful about the messages that we use because, there's an awful lot of restriction about what we can say in these marketing campaigns. But it is all about promoting our world-class food and farming standards and about the health benefits of our products. And I think, we've demonstrated that those campaigns are covering those topics and that they're doing it effectively, and it is slowly shifting consumer opinion.
Mary?
Yeah, I mean, it's really striking, isn't it? That sorry, I've lost the thread. What's the question again? Shows it's live.
It was the
I was so impressed by your answer.
Yeah, the Panorama show in February put us in a bad light. What is AHDB doing to improve
I mean, it's that constant defence. I mean, it's defending and enhancing our reputation, and we have to do that at each step. And we have to do that on the basis of really good evidence. We can't just say we're better without actually demonstrating that that's so. And we can, as we did with that, I mean, that was amazing. That was absolutely landmark, that the oat farmers and to the whole market, but also starting to get that sense that, that this isn't an unstoppable tide about plant-based, that the real benefits that there are of dairy farming, and it's also true that we know that somebody with a camera, if you have a camera on somebody's farm for a year, imagine having a camera in your house for a year, and you would probably do some things that you wouldn't want the whole wide world to know. And even though those are things that we know as dairy farmers shouldn't happen, and and that's why we're doing the animal health and welfare pathway. That's why we're doing all this other stuff, so we can bring all dairy farmers to. We're already at a high standard, but everybody has to be on their game all the time.
I'd love to have a camera in your house for a year, Mary. I think it would be fascinating.
I would be very, very embarrassed, I'm sure, repeatedly.
Linda, did you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I think that as an industry, we've got to take responsibility for our own destiny here. And there are practices or have been practices on some farms that aren't up to standard. And they do need to be called out, and they do need to be changed. Yeah. And it's up to AHDB to actually lead here and say, this is the way that animals need to be treated. This whole animal health and welfare is such an emotive subject, both amongst farmers and the general public who are buying our products. And we've got to be honest, genuine, and doing the job properly for the future. Because anything other than the very best practice simply isn't good enough. And I know farmers have sort of said, well, is that okay or not? Well, actually, as an industry, we need to call it out and say, that's not good enough, and this is good enough. And some of the training that's being done on farm walks and webinars and online is brilliant now. It really is very, very good. And that advice needs to be taken on board.
Okay, excellent. So time is marching on. I want to squeeze in just one more question. I'm going to go to you on this, Linda, first of all. What are the future research plans? So, I think Mary touched on, and you touched on some work in through the previous research partnership. How would you respond to that question?
Well, future research. Currently, we are disseminating research that has been done, and there is still quite a bit in the pipeline. This year, the Sector Council haven't commissioned any new research to go into production. And the reason for that is just simply to balance the budget. It's not a good thing to do long term, but for 1 year, we obviously have had a VAT problem, and we've not been able to reclaim the VAT. So that's a lot of money we've lost there as a levy body. And we've also had inflation that we've faced the same as everyone else has. So that means there's less money to go around to do all the things that need to be done. So I think that there's probably a debate to be had with farmers and the industry over the coming months about what we should and shouldn't be doing going forward. But simply, it was one of the difficult decisions that was taken this year to balance the dairy budget, that actually we can't put anything else new into research. But ongoing, that's a debate, and we will be coming back out to farmers and talking to you at every opportunity we have to get your opinion, to see if you would like us to continue with fresh research.
Great. Thank you very much, Lyndon. So unfortunately, time has beat us. I want to say thank you very much for the panel, to Lyndon and to Liz and to Mary and to Scott and to our experts who came in as well from AHDB. But thank you mostly to all of you to put in questions who are watching this live or watching it on playback. Keep the questions coming in. We'll get them answered. I'm going to hand back to Roseanne now. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Paul, and thank you to the panel who, hopefully you'll agree, have provided a really interesting discussion on the priorities for the future of the dairy sector plan. Thanks for tuning in. We really hope that you got something great out of it. Thanks for all the brilliant questions that you've put to the panel there, some tough ones, and the ones that we didn't quite get round to answering, we will answer them over the coming weeks. So watch this space. You can tune into Beef and Lamb at 2 o'clock, or you can tune into Pork at 4 o'clock if you'd like. But until then, see you soon. Thank you.
I'm Mark Jelly, I'm a beef and arable farmer from Northamptonshire, and we run a lowland suckler herd. We've got around about 95 cows, and we're taking all of the young stock through to finish, and the majority of those go to processors, but we do sell a few locally to villagers as well. Having livestock on our farm, I can't see a situation where we won't need to occasionally use antibiotics, but it's important that we don't rely on them unnecessarily. So my aim is to use them in a way that is responsible and a way that safeguards their availability for human use in the future and for human medicine. So I'm using Medicine Hub to help record my use, which is I'm Mark Jelly, I'm a beef and arable farmer from Northamptonshire, and we run a lowland suckler herd. We've got around about 95 cows, and we're taking all of the young stock through to finish, and the majority of those go to processors, but we do sell a few locally to villagers as well. Having livestock on our farm, I can't see a situation where we won't need to occasionally use antibiotics, but it's important that we don't rely on them unnecessarily. So my aim is to use them in a way that is responsible and a way that safeguards their availability for human use in the future and for human medicine. So I'm using Medicine Hub to help record my use, which is helping to build the national picture, and I hope that that will generate a trading advantage for us as an industry, as well as myself as an individual. Medicine Hub has helped us to identify our peak use periods. We already knew we were low users, but it's helped to highlight when busy times of the year, like calving, are generating problems with naval infections and things like that. Our vet practice has also uploaded our data onto the Medicine Hub. My data is within Medicine Hub, but it is my data, it is nobody else's. So although my vet has uploaded it, it is secure, and I turn on or off the permissions for other people to view it. If I want to share it with a processor or with an outside body, I can do, but that is my decision and I can turn that off again.
We've all got a lot on our plates right now, but here's something you'll want to make room for. The story of a food so natural, it takes the rain from the sky and the plants we humans cannot eat and turns it into something wonderful. Essential nutrients our bodies need to help us stay healthy. Meat and dairy. Enjoy the food you eat. Eat balanced.
As a chef, I have a very special place in my heart for British beef. And I'm not alone. Popular all over the world, there's something very special about its quality. I think for me it starts with the mouth-watering aroma, hinting at a delicious meal ahead. So what's our secret? We care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. And this influences every step of the journey our beef takes, from farm to fork. As a chef, knowing where my meat comes from is paramount. So being able to trace it through the entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust our farmers to ensure their grass-fed cattle are happy and healthy, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that the high standard of care doesn't end when they move on to the next stage of their journey. Because it's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher to me, that our cattle feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the herd are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, ensuring the best welfare for the cattle at the end of their journey. That's why the beef that reaches our butchers' windows is the highest quality possible. For me, that's a difference you can taste. Our butchers know the choice cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our beef is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British beef. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
There's all kinds of information out there nowadays about red meat, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote the British beef and lamb industry to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want people to know just how great British food and farming is. That doesn't just mean the health benefits of the amazing food we produce. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV, newspaper and supermarket campaign showed today's shoppers that British food is something to be proud of. It also helped to protect the beef and lamb industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. We are always on the lookout for when British meat products are being misrepresented online, on TV or in adverts, so that our experts can defend the industry by presenting the facts of the matter. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of beef and lamb in their diets, while giving them the confidence to enjoy it at home and when they're eating out.
My
My name's Chris Wheeler, I'm the executive chef at Stoke Park Club in Buckinghamshire. So the bacana has been aged for at least 28 days, which is adding the succulent and tenderness to the meat. Using the aging and the fatness from the top will make the meat really, really tender when you cook it. You need to take it a bit longer cooking it because it's going to roast and let the fat drip down, but the portion size are perfect. So we're going to seal it to keep the juices, and then you're going to put it in the oven so the fat's on the top, and as you're cooking it in the oven, the fat will go through into the meat and add flavour to the meat. We've braised an onion and we've filled that with some beef mince. So we're just going to add another texture to the dish, and we've got some mashed potatoes on the top. We're going to serve that with some snap peas and some spinach, so some greenery which will go underneath the meat. As it's a mini joint, what we're doing, we're slicing it, so it's quite easy to slice and to arrange on the plate because it's a nice portion size, and then we're serving it with the fat still on the top, so just actually slicing through because it's so soft and tender. The flavour and the texture of the British beef is out of this world.
I'm Mark Jelly, I'm a beef and arable farmer from Northamptonshire, and we run a lowland suckler herd. We've got around about 95 cows, and we're taking all of the young stock through to finish, and the majority of those go to processors, but we do sell a few locally to villagers as well. Having livestock on our farm, I can't see a situation where we won't need to occasionally use antibiotics, but it's important that we don't rely on them unnecessarily. So my aim is to use them in a way that is responsible and a way that safeguards their availability for human use in the future and for human medicine. So I'm using Medicine Hub to help record my use, which is helping to build the national picture, and I hope that that will generate a trading advantage for us as an industry, as well as myself as an individual. Medicine Hub has helped us to identify our peak use periods. We already knew we were low users, but it's helped to highlight when busy times of the year, like calving, are generating problems with naval infections and things like that. Our vet practice has also uploaded our data onto the Medicine Hub. My data is within Medicine Hub, but it is my data, it is nobody else's. So although my vet has uploaded it, it is secure, and I turn on or off the permissions for other people to view it. If I want to share it with a processor or with an outside body, I can do, but that is my decision and I can turn that off again.
We've all got a lot on our plates right now, but here's something you'll want to make room for. The story of a food so natural, it takes the rain from the sky and the plants we humans cannot eat and turns it into something wonderful. Essential nutrients our bodies need to help us stay healthy. Meat and dairy. Enjoy the food you eat. Eat balanced.
As a chef, I have a very special place in my heart for British beef. And I'm not alone. Popular all over the world, there's something very special about its quality. I think for me it starts with the mouth-watering aroma, hinting at a delicious meal ahead. So what's our secret? We care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. And this influences every step of the journey our beef takes, from farm to fork. As a chef, knowing where my meat comes from is paramount. So being able to trace it through the entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust our farmers to ensure their grass-fed cattle are happy and healthy, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that the high standard of care doesn't end when they move on to the next stage of their journey. Because it's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher to me, that our cattle feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the herd are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, ensuring the best welfare for the cattle at the end of their journey. That's why the beef that reaches our butchers' windows is the highest quality possible. For me, that's a difference you can taste. Our butchers know the choice cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our beef is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British beef. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
There's all kinds of information out there nowadays about red meat, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote the British beef and lamb industry to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want people to know just how great British food and farming is. That doesn't just mean the health benefits of the amazing food we produce. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV, newspaper and supermarket campaign showed today's shoppers that British food is something to be proud of. It also helped to protect the beef and lamb industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. We are always on the lookout for when British meat products are being misrepresented online, on TV or in adverts, so that our experts can defend the industry by presenting the facts of the matter. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of beef and lamb in their diets, while giving them the confidence to enjoy it at home and when they're eating out.
My name's Chris Wheeler, I'm the Executive Chef at Stoke Park Club in Buckinghamshire. The bacana has been aged for at least 28 days, which is adding the succulent and tenderness to the meat. Using the aging and the fatness from the top will make the meat really tender when you cook it. You need to take it a bit longer cooking it because it's going to roast and let the fat drip down, but the portion size are perfect. So we're going to seal it to keep the juices, and then you're going to put it in the oven so the fat's on the top, and as you're cooking it in the oven, the fat will go through into the meat and add flavour to the meat. We've braised an onion and we've filled that with some beef mince. So we're just going to add another texture to the dish, and we've got some mashed potatoes on the top. We're going to serve that with some snap peas and some spinach, so some greenery which will go underneath the meat. As it's a mini joint, what we're doing, we're slicing it, so it's quite easy to slice and to arrange on the plate because it's a nice portion size, and then we're serving it with the fat still on the top, so you're just actually slicing through because it's so soft and tender. The flavour and the texture of the British beef is out of this world.
I'm Mark Jelly, I'm a beef and arable farmer from Northamptonshire, and we run a lowland suckler herd. We've got around about 95 cows, and we're taking all of the young stock through to finish, and the majority of those go to processors, but we do sell a few locally to villagers as well. Having livestock on our farm, I can't see a situation where we won't need to occasionally use antibiotics, but it's important that we don't rely on them unnecessarily. So my aim is to use them in a way that is responsible and a way that safeguards their availability for human use in the future and for human medicine. So I'm using Medicine Hub to help record my use, which is helping to build the national picture, and I hope that that will generate a trading advantage for us as an industry, as well as myself as an individual. Medicine Hub has helped us to identify our peak use periods. We already knew we were low users, but it's helped to highlight when busy times of the year, like calving, are generating problems with nasal infections and things like that. Our vet practice has also uploaded our data onto the Medicine Hub. My data is within Medicine Hub, but it is my data, it is nobody else's. So although my vet has uploaded it, it is secure, and I turn on or off the permissions for other people to view it. If I want to share it with a processor or with an outside body, I can do, but that is my decision and I can turn that off again.
We've all got a lot on our plates right now, but here's something you'll want to make room for. The story of a food so natural, it takes the rain from the sky and the plants we humans cannot eat and turns it into something wonderful. Essential nutrients our bodies need to help us stay healthy. Meat and dairy. Enjoy the food you eat. Eat balanced.
As a chef, I have a very special place in my heart for British beef. And I'm not alone. Popular all over the world, there's something very special about its quality. I think for me it starts with the mouth-watering aroma, hinting at a delicious meal ahead. So what's our secret? We care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. And this influences every step of the journey our beef takes, from farm to fork. As a chef, knowing where my meat comes from is paramount. So being able to trace it through the entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust our farmers to ensure their grass-fed cattle are happy and healthy, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that the high standard of care doesn't end when they move on to the next stage of their journey. Because it's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher to me, that our cattle feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the herd are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, ensuring the best welfare for the cattle at the end of their journey. That's why the beef that reaches our butchers' windows is the highest quality possible. For me, that's a difference you can taste. Our butchers know the choice cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our beef is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British beef. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
There's all kinds of information out there nowadays about red meat, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote the British beef and lamb industry to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want people to know just how great British food and farming is. That doesn't just mean the health benefits of the amazing food we produce. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV, newspaper and supermarket campaign showed today's shoppers that British food is something to be proud of. It also helped to protect the beef and lamb industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. We are always on the lookout for when British meat products are being misrepresented online, on TV or in adverts, so that our experts can defend the industry by presenting the facts of the matter. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. Together, our Food A Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of beef and lamb in their diets, while giving them the confidence to enjoy it at home and when they're eating out.
Good afternoon and welcome to today's event, Delivering the Future of Farming from AHDB. I'm delighted to have you with us today. There were over 1,000 people registered for this event, and many of you will be watching on YouTube, LinkedIn or Facebook. So thank you for being with us and welcome to today's event. I'm Roseanne Thomas. I'm the Director of Communications here at AHDB. So what's going to happen over the next hour? You will hear from your sector council and from AHDB about the thinking that's gone behind the sector plans. The beef and lamb sector plan is now available to download on the website. Here it is. So please head to ahdb.org.uk to download your copy. The sector team are going to take you through the priorities of the plan today, and there'll be plenty of opportunity for you to ask questions of them. So please get involved. This is a live event. So head over to polev.org/AHDB, enter your name, pop a question in the chat, and that question will go straight to the panel. We'll do our best to get through all the questions and as many as possible throughout the next hour or so. If we don't quite get round to doing that, we will definitely follow up and make sure that we're answering everything that you want to know. So today's event is online, it's live, as I've mentioned, and that's what most levy payers found was going to be most convenient to log in and have a look at this live. However, we do want to get out and meet you face to face. So on our website, we've got a list of events that we're going to be at over the next few months. We really want you to go and have a look, come and join us, meet the AHDB team and our leadership and the sector council, and find out a little bit more about the plans that we've put in place that we're talking about today. So, to kick us off, I'm going to hand over to Nicholas Sapphire. He's the chair of AHDB, and he's going to introduce the day and say a few words about the plans. Thank you.
Thanks, Roseanne. Welcome to you, all of you who are online and who join us later on feedback. AHDB has a single role. It's there to serve levy payers in dealing with issues that neither farmers as individuals nor processors as individuals can solve on their own. It's as simple as that. But when I came in 2.5 years ago, I was told that we did not deliver good value, and we definitely didn't listen. Well, I can tell you now, 2 years later, that we've finished stage one. We've cut the costs, we changed the culture. Stage two, which is very much about today, is about actually the Shape the Future campaign and listening. It's about actually recognizing that you have an input to make from the very beginning of the process of looking at our plans for the future. There'll be 4 meetings today, and beef and lamb is a separate meeting from dairy, from pork, and from cereals, because they're all different, but there are common themes, and these will be picked up as we go through. Also, it's important for you to recognize that under the new structure, your councils make the decisions. They will evaluate what you say, they'll take your feedback, and they will decide how the funding is to be spent. So it's really important that you interact with the council and its members and the team. So success is not just about today. It's not just about whether you are listening to us and we are listening to you, but it's about whether we actually get constant interaction and feedback from you as we go through the whole process over the next few months. And that's why Roseanne highlighted the fact that the events are on the website, and we would want you to please get hold of us, either at events or directly, to give us your feedback as we go forward. So lastly, before I pass over to the panel, the councils, I'd like to thank the councils and the team for all the work they've done. It's been a mammoth exercise. It's been a new approach, and I think that what you have in front of you in terms of the brochure and what you will hear today actually shows that we are listening to you and we want to engage with you. And that brings me back to you, those who have engaged. Thank you very much indeed. You are critical friends, but more importantly, your customers. And please keep on contacting us, engaging with us, so we can improve as we go forward. Now, before I pass over to the Beef and Lamb Council, I'm just going to introduce Minister Mark Spencer, who wants to say a few words that he pre-recorded about today and about AHDB.
Hello everyone. This open meeting is the culmination of the start of the process to change AHDB, a process that began with DEFRA's requests for views on the organisation and followed up with the Shape of Future programme, aimed at giving levy payers a greater say on how they want their levy invested. Further to that valuable feedback, AHDB's sector councils have listened, and today marks the launch of AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming programme, with the launch of new sector strategies for AHDB sectors: beef and lamb, pork, dairy and cereals and oilseeds. While each sector has its own priorities, the common thread remains that these sector strategies are all aimed at helping to deliver a better future for farming. AHDB is an important part of the farm support network and plays a valuable role in the industry. This supports the government's wider commitment to supporting farming and the agri-food sector, and the role it has to play in contributing to economic growth. I also wanted to recognise the fantastic work AHDB is doing to support the sector through this current period of considerable change, including the advice on fertiliser efficiency. Thank you. Enjoy the meeting today, and the government looks forward to working with you and the industry to help it thrive.
Thank you to the Minister, and thank you to Nicholas for those words. So before I head over to the Sector Council to find out a little bit more about the plan, please remember, get your questions into the panel right now. So you can go to paulev.com/AHDB. They're ready to take your questions. So I will hand over to Colin Bateman, who's our chair of the Beef and Lamb Sector Council. Colin.
So I'd just like to welcome everybody. Thanks for listening online. This is about the future of the beef and lamb sector, and we're here to talk about the plan today. So for anybody that doesn't know me, Colin Bateman, I'm a beef and sheep farmer from Cumbria, and I've got the privilege of chairing the sector at AHDB. So I just want to take you back in time a little bit, just talk very briefly about how we've created this sector plan. So back in 2020, AHDB made a commitment to its levy payers that it would put them at the heart of everything it did. We're here today to deliver on that promise. That led to the Shape the Future campaign, in which over 1,600 levy payers had their say on how they valued the work that AHDB does. Now that has given us a very, very strong data set on which to base this plan. It was the biggest consultation exercise ever undertaken by a UK levy body, and that's a really valuable listening exercise that we've done. So we've based this plan on a very strong data set. We've also got the Sector Council. I've got 3 of them here with me today to talk through, put a bit more flesh on the bones of the actual plan and how we've constructed it. We took into account the available budgets we've got, our own insights and experience, the feedback that levy payers gave us. And what we've done is we've created a very robust, thoughtful, structured plan. What came out of Shape the Future was a very, very strong message from levy payers. We want AHDB to spend our money on protecting and promoting the reputation of British beef and lamb. So that is going to be the overriding theme of the plan, is promoting the reputation of British beef and lamb. What sits under that is 3 work programmes. We've got marketing, we've got exports, and we've got insights and intelligence. All work carried out in those 3 areas will be expected to feed back and underpin directly or indirectly promoting the reputation of beef and lamb. So they're the work streams. We realise that we're living in a changing world. Levy payers' demands may change, markets may change, so the plan's flexible. We need your feedback. We're here to listen. It's your organisation, and we need you to be involved. The people who are out on farms working, the processors, we can't do this without you. We need you because you underpin the reputation of our sector. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Will, and we'll just talk in detail about some aspects of the plan.
Yeah, cheers, Colin. So just before we get into it, you talk a lot about the plan there and how you've put it together. It's your plan as a sector council.
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? How do you feel about the plan overall?
I think we've taken our time. We've listened to a lot of evidence. The really important thing is the sector council is made up of levy payers. We're all levy payers. We all pay money. So it's our money. It's not just your money. It's our money as well. And so it's crucial for us to see a return on investment. So what we're doing as a sector council now is we're tasking AHDB. We want to see a return on our investment, and we want it to be targeted, and we want it to be a commercial proposition. So that's one thing about the plan. The other thing about the plan is it's bold. So we're not working in areas where, we're just looking for short-term easy fixes. We're working on areas like attitudinal change. So what we're trying to do is look at the long-term future of the sector. Children, let's talk to children, let's talk to young adults. We need people to buy our product in the future. So we're being bold and we're working in areas where we've got long-term return as well as short-term.
Certainly, and then it's our job to go out and make that happen and work out how
Your
we're
job
going
is to make it happen, and we will be on your back all the time, making sure that you do deliver for the levy
I don't
payer.
doubt that for a minute. You already have been for a considerable time period. So I'm Will Jackson, and I am Divisional Director for Engagement at AHDB, but I'm also the lead on the beef and lamb sector. So what we're going to do over the next hour or so is we're going to have a chat through all those things that Colin's just described there, and we're going to get the views of the council members, and we've got lots of AHDB experts here to add a little bit of flavour and a little bit of depth to that as well. So please put your questions in, whether it's through PolEV or whether it's through Facebook, or they'll all get picked up through YouTube and LinkedIn as well. And we'll try and put as many of them as possible to the council. We are absolutely delighted to be here today, and it's really good to have the opportunity to talk about this, because as Colin said, it's taken quite a long time to get to, but it's great to have the opportunity to talk about it. And so I'm going to kick that off now, and we're going to start with the marketing element of things. And I'm going to hand over to James, who's just going to give us a little bit of an introduction to that.
I'm James Schuler, I'm a beef farmer. So marketing and education activities scored very highly in the vote. This is something that has been supported in the past, and this sector council absolutely is going to carry on doing that. With education, we're aiming to engage with customers from school right the way through to when they become purchasing consumers. The education package so far that we are aligned with has had 1.3 million downloads. The marketing campaign is an area that AHDB have an active presence, and in the past we've run a few which have along the lines of Make It Steak, Love Lamb, and most recently Eat Balanced, which has had a really great success at changing consumer attitudes. We need to inform consumers about the benefits of red meat, be that the nutritional value, the environmental credentials, and the high welfare standards of our farms. The domestic market is by far our biggest market. AHDB will do everything that we can to support red meat through media channels and working with retailers to promote the sales in the UK.
Good. Cheers, James. And so we asked when people registered to submit some questions, and I'm going to kick us off with one of the questions that was pre-submitted when it was registered, which is how successful is the marketing and promotional activity of AHDB? So how good are we at it? Really, actually, is it making any sort of a difference? So I'm going to start by bringing Carrie in here, who works within our marketing team. Can you just give us a bit of an overview because James talked about attitudinal change. What does that actually mean, and how successful has it been?
Yeah, so I think following on from James, AHDB is uniquely placed to champion British meat and dairy and really try and impact those long-term attitudes towards meat and dairy. And I think we've probably all seen on social media and in the press there can be negativity, and it's for AHDB to counterbalance that, and we do that through our campaigns. And it's not only important for us to deliver for the levy payer, but also be able to really demonstrate it. So we work with an independent agency who will ask consumers before we go live on TV, how important is meat to you? How healthy, how sustainable do you think is British farming? And then we ask the same set of questions post-campaign. And we've been delighted to see that we've had some real positive impact. So consumer attitudes towards meat being an important part of the diet increased by 8 percentage points, and really importantly, purchase intent also increased by 5 percentage points. So we've seen some really strong results, and we're back on TV on the 26th of December.
So that just shows some of the impact, and that change of people's attitudes is a really important part of it, isn't it? It's about changing attitudes rather than trying to sell products now. And I think that was a conscious decision that was made by the council, wasn't it, of this last little while?
Yeah, I mean, in the past, you know, we went for short-lived campaigns that just drove sales of particular cuts. But I think it was Liam's marketing team that came back, and that was one of the things that really impressed me when I first came to AHDB, was the level of focus. And Liam's team came back and they said, we don't think this is the right campaign, because actually what it's doing is it's driving sales for a short time. And actually, if we invest in reputation and changing people's minds and telling them about how sustainable and nutritious our product is, there's a better return on investment. So, I mean, for the sector council, that was a win-win. You know, farmers have been asking us, you know, please get behind us. We've got this great product. Nobody's telling the story. Nobody's on our side. And also, there was a better return on investment. So, you know, it was a very easy decision for us to make.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you talk about farmers and farmers being involved there, and it's something that's quite a long way from the farm gate, the marketing activity. So, James, if I come to you, how do levy payers get involved? You know, is there an opportunity for levy payers to kind of live and breathe this?
Yeah, without doubt. It is a great opportunity for levy payers to try and get involved with us. HDB can provide most of the things for it, be that through the media channels. They can provide posters and any of the infographics that can go with general meetings and things. We've had a lot of people who have bought in over the last year. We've had nearly 100 ambassadors who have joined in and been a front for HDB from the farmers.
Yeah, and I think that's, you know, we try, and I think another element of it is that we try and include all the different areas. So, for example, in the sheep sector, the halal market is really, really important, and the fact that we actually use a specific material in that market to be able to help. So it means that we're trying to cross as many areas as we can. Now, we've got one or two questions starting to come in now. So the first one, and you maybe touched on this a little bit, Carrie, but do you just want to just elaborate a little bit? It's what has been used to measure the success of the impact of the We Eat Balanced campaign. It's that piece around how people view it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's those long-term perceptions and how important consumers believe that meat is as part of their diet. So we measure those perceptions pre and post-campaign, and that's where we've had the really positive results. And we also measure actually how many people are seeing our advertising, because it's important to make sure that they do. So we reached 24 million households in our last campaign, and we also measure the success, for example, of our social activity. So we had nearly 45 million impressions. So we're working really hard to try and reach consumers, both young and slightly older, and to ensure we also have the next generation of beef and lamb consumers coming through.
I assume I fall into the slightly older category now.
Maybe. I wouldn't like to say.
And I think we have conversations with levy payers quite a lot, and I'll hear from levy payers, well, I've not seen the advertising. And I sometimes say, well, that's not a bad thing, really, because it's not aimed at you, because you're meat eaters. It's very, very targeted, isn't it, in terms of the audiences that we're looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. So we do a lot of work to segment our target audience. So we refer to them as waverers. So they're those consumers who might be flexing, who might be dropping beef and lamb from a couple of meals during the week. So we really look at what they're reading, what they're watching on TV, and what they're consuming on social media to ensure that our advertising is really targeted, and we can see that coming through in the results.
So we've got a question here, and any of the panel, you can kind of feel free to come in, but it's how can we link farmers to the end product? Because there's the perception of a bit of a disconnect there. And you do see that a bit, don't you, in terms of it's very different raising an animal to actually how it ends up on the pack. So is there a way about have you got any views on about drawing the consumer closer to the product? George, have you got a view on that?
Well, I think one thing, consumers trust farmers, which is really important. Right. And yeah, I think when we see a farmer on a packet, you know, people trust that that's a quality product, and you know, I think that's where AHDB can work with people within the supply chain to really help and put farmer on the packet, put farmer in the aisle on the supermarket, around and about that sort of display, as a way to engage, because you know there is that connect. You know, if we see the success of a lot of farming type TV programs, you know, people really do engage with that, and I think that's a really good way of improving where we go forward.
And that excitement in the meat aisle and everything, and people wanting to pick the product up, is actually, Carrie, coming back to you again, a piece of work that we've been doing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got a project called Rethinking Retail. So we've been collaborating with retailers and also the processors to look at how we better position British produce on the shelf. So we're really shouting about the benefits of our product. We've got a really nice story to tell. British meat and dairy is amongst the most sustainable in the world. We have world-class food and farming standards. And we've also got a really nutritious offering as well. So I think we can work better and harder to really elevate the way that those products are presented at fixture when the shopper goes in to make their decisions about what they're going to have for dinner that night.
And just before we move on, Laurie, I mean, you're going to introduce yourself in a few minutes, but you work in processing, don't you? And do you see that disconnect between the farmer and the end product?
Yeah, massively, Will. I think more than ever with modern, ability to put QR codes, to put screens in store, to deliver on social media, there is so much opportunity that as farmers, we've seen over the last few years possibly the gap widening between farm production and consumers, when really we need to engage more in terms of giving the customer more information. Consumers are very well educated now and very savvy about food. Make no mistake, where they can, they want to support British and they want to support British agriculture. And it's our job as processors, as consumers, as farmers and AHDB to try and get some key messages across. People can't absorb everything. They're only at the aisle for a very short period of time. But we've got to get those key messages both on shelf and on pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It's about telling the story and putting your best foot forward, isn't it? And I think the other thing is we've got a great story to tell, and we'll kind of see that as we go through the rest of the pillars. That evidence and the bit around nutrition, around environmental sustainability, and the welfare standards we have. It's a really good story to tell. So we need to be in a position to do it. So the next question that we've got is a bit of a practical one from a marketing point of view. Is there a risk that by running adverts generally, that it won't just benefit British farmers, that it will benefit a little bit wider, and it will, there'll be a bit of a halo effect across other areas? Have you got a view on that, Kerry?
What we try and do in our advertising is we talk about some of the key facts. So we can say that British meat and dairy is amongst the most sustainable in the world. And we can talk about our world-class food and farming standards. There may be a positive halo on the rest of the category. And our long-term aim is to keep consumers consuming British meat and dairy. And also in our work with the supermarkets and retailers, we're careful that we only stick to British packs. And so we've put together a really strong package to really try and champion and hero British produce.
Absolutely. I think that's a really important point, is it? That it is only the British product that attracts these campaigns and gets done. And I think you're right. No matter what you do, if you're doing a promotion, there's going to be that bit of a halo effect. But the only other alternative is not to do promotion. And I don't think, and I mean, the Sector Council have been very clear that promotion's an important part.
Something that levy payers spoke up very strongly about was that reputation piece, that promotion piece. I mean, over 65% of the budget, is spent on exports and marketing. So it's about getting product to market. And to be quite clear, the rest of the budget really is spent on underpinning the reputation and driving that product out to market. So really, as a farmer, it's about putting money back into your pocket, and that's where the concept of it being an investment is really, because any Cumbrian sheep farmer will tell you that money's gone off their cheque at the end of the day. They think they won't see it again. I'm here to say false. You will see it again, because you're going to see increased demand for your product. We'll come on to exports later, but we're talking about a 12-to-1 return in the amount of return to the industry that's being spent. So that investment that you're making that enables us to do this work has a very, very strong return. And also that is work that farmers cannot do themselves. Only AHDB can do that work.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the piece around doing it through the age groups as well, isn't it? Making sure everybody's aware of this. And I think we've got Ros Reynolds here with us today, who runs the education side of things for AHDB. And it might just be an interesting point just to bring Ros in, just to give a little bit of a flavour about what the education work does in AHDB. So Ros, would you mind doing that for us, please?
Yeah, thanks, Will. To talk about education within AHDB, and we've got a focus on ensuring that the consumers of the future, so young people, are better informed about where food comes from, healthy eating and cooking. And we do that by working in partnership with the British Nutrition Foundation, and together we deliver the Food a Fact of Life education programme, targeting teachers of students aged 3 to 16. And by working together, we're able to have a better impact. So we're able to reach more of our target audience, so more teachers and more students. And as James mentioned, last year we achieved 1.3 million downloads. And each of those downloads will be used by teachers with a number of their students. And also, by working with B&F, the British Nutrition Foundation, we're also able to maximise our investment because every pound that we put in is match funded by them. And I mentioned about where food comes from, healthy eating and cooking as the key pillars of our work. And we've mentioned time and again really about the positive story that beef and lamb has to say. So under where food comes from, we want to make sure that children have a positive image of the industry. And cooking is a key life skill, so we want to make sure that young people are confident to cook now, but also in the future. And then healthy eating, we know, is a key driver of buying beef and lamb. So ensuring that children have an understanding of where beef and lamb fits within a healthy, balanced diet is really important. And just finally, I'd like to say that our work in education also extends to being a partner of the Countryside Classroom. And we also work with Leaf on Open Farm Sunday, so about getting families and young people out on farm to see for themselves what the countryside has to offer and the great work that beef and lamb farmers are doing. And also Healthy Eating Week as well.
Magic, cheers, Ros. Thanks a lot for that. It's really good insight into actually some of the depth of the work that goes on. So I'm going to go on to a little bit more of a practical question that's been put now, because it's all right us sat here talking about, you know, this big top line effect and everything else, but there's a question here about what it actually means at farm level. So the question is, presumably this work goes hand in hand with the helping farmers get more stock in spec. You can't market a product that a consumer doesn't want, you know. So as a statement, it's absolutely, you know, it's absolutely right. But actually, what's your view, Colin, at council, in terms of that getting stock in spec?
I mean, obviously, you know, there's lots of specs now. There isn't just one spec. You know, the market is always changing. I mean, Laurie would probably speak to this. You know, we would love to see everything hitting 100% in spec. But AHDB, it's not here to tell farmers how to farm. You know, that is not the work we're doing. There is work to be done in terms of, you know, helping the supply chain communicate better to farmers about value, about return, margins, etc. But we are not here to tell farmers how to farm. We're here to do the things that farmers can't do themselves, where we're an independent, trusted source of advice.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume you do want all stock in spec, Laurie. That'd be great.
Very nice.
That'd be great.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
that would be great. Yeah,
I mean, the point is as well, the more stock that's in spec, the better the reputation of British product. You know, in everything we do that helps people sell our product. I mean, George and I were at a trade fair the other day, and it's so evident that the demand is there for British product. But we've all got to get together. If we want to get more for our product, we've got to give the processors more. Without them, we haven't got a business. Without us, they haven't got a business. So it's on everybody, really.
Absolutely.
It can't just be laid at AHDB.
Absolutely, and that's it. It's a collaborative effort, isn't it? We have to all work together to be able to get that end goal. And we can talk a little bit about the CL show in a little while when we get on to talking about exports. So the question that's at the top here is about, we've got supermarkets are using false farms. How do we get them to engage with us to use real farms or farmers? And Carrie, you and your team do a lot of work with retailers, don't you? So do you just want to just give a bit of a flavour about some of the work that you do directly with retailers and with processors to kind of make sure that we're getting the right messages and the right facts across?
Yeah, so we work really closely not only with the retailers and processors, but also our market insight team. and they've done a piece of research, and we know that farmers are the most trusted part of the supply chain, and using them as a voice to communicate the benefits of meat and dairy is a really positive route to go down. So we've been working with the supermarkets, using the insight that we have, encouraging them to make changes to their fixtures. So Sainsbury's are currently making some changes, Waitrose have trials, Morrison's and Asda have updated their online platforms, and we talked to them about using real farmers, real case studies. We've got such a great story to tell, and some great examples of good work going on farms that should be heroed from shelf.
Okay, brilliant. Cheers, Carrie. So we've got a couple of questions left in this area. Can we go on to the second one down, please, Mark? There's another one that I just want to pick up, which is the AHDB incentives are to benefit food processors. How does the new campaign directly affect farm margin? So I think that the campaigns that we've got, you've seen the We Eat Balanced one. It's about the wider thing. I guess, Laurie, in terms of, because you work in the processing sector, about how these campaigns do help work through processing down to farm.
Yeah, I think the benefit of the campaigns, the Eat Balanced campaign, slightly off kilter at the moment because everybody's very, very concerned about cost of living increase. But prior to that, there was so much pressure in terms of particularly beef, but also beef and lamb, whether it be on environmental aspects or health aspects, that from a farmer alone, that communication is very, very difficult for a farmer to stand up and say, actually, there is a permission piece here, you know, as part of your balanced diet, you can eat red meat, and scientific knowledge would lead us to believe that there are health benefits, and from all age groups, people, you know, you can go out and eat beef and lamb. You don't need to go and become a totally plant-based diet. And I think the campaigns from AHDB have given that such a much stronger message than farmers individually. And it's also given farmers, I think, a bit of empowerment, because there was probably 6 months ago, farmers were feeling very downtrodden, certainly, you know, and a little bit withdrawn in themselves as to, you know, is it okay to eat beef, as an example. And AHDB have come out, they've put this campaign forward, and they've delivered that really, really well to consumers to give that permission piece. So yes, the knock-on effect is that if consumers buy beef and lamb, obviously that's going to be a positive for the farmer.
And Carrie, as an overall part, I mean, so because we talked a lot about this, but ultimately the question is, what is the benefit of marketing? And surely that is about selling more product so that there's more product in the supply chain to work down to the bottom. That's what your aim is it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and that's why we measure purchase intent, and we've seen that move, and that's why we'll continue to improve and positively influence those long-term attitudes to give the beef and lamb sector a long-term sustainable future and a continuing pipeline of consumers.
And I think there's the piece there that and there was a question earlier on that kind of said, where are we from a red meat position compared to a poultry position? And it's a different challenge, isn't it, because of the price point of red meat as well. And as you were saying, Laurie, at the moment we've got this challenge with cost of living and everything else, so we've got to be even smarter in the way we do things.
Absolutely. But there is a massive positive here for beef and lamb, because beef and lamb can utilise, you know, natural resources. We can grow fantastic grassland. We can grow fantastic forage. That will decrease, you know, your cost of production compared to poultry, who unfortunately in their sector are so reliant on cereals, and you know, 75% of the poultry is made up of feed, whereas beef and lamb, we can change the diets, and it is all natural, and some really positive messages we've got to get across.
Brilliant. We've only got 1 minute left, and I just want to. Sorry, come on, Colin.
I just want to bring the farmer perspective back onto that question about the benefit to farmers from marketing, and it's about driving demand. So it is that relationship between supply and demand in the market. The more demand brings money back into your pocket. And essentially, that's what it's about.
I just want to pick up this one last question, because it's got quite a lot of votes in here. The question is, whose responsibility is it then? Because we talked earlier on about being a collaborative effort and us not telling farmers how to farm. Whose responsibility is it then to influence some farmers' mindsets in implementing new innovations, practices, enabling them to produce a better product? We're saying that's the industry as a whole.
It's the industry's responsibility to do that. AHDB is a part of the industry, but it's but it's not solely on AHDB to deliver that. That is an industry responsibility.
And I think we'll come on to talk about it, but in the sector plan, it talks about collaboration quite a lot, and that's going to be an important part for AHDB to play.
Yeah. AHDB doesn't have a monopoly on having all of the best ideas. AHDB in the future, which we've asked them to, the Sector Council has asked AHDB to work differently, to work more effectively, and a lot of that will be about collaboration and facilitation, and that's about bringing all the best ideas together, distilling them into the ones that we can actually make work, and then just to go out and just get it done.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Okay, so we're going to draw the marketing section to a close there now. There are still a couple of questions, but we will make sure that we get to those when we get back, as Roseanne was saying at the beginning. So we're going to now move on to have a conversation about exports and the export pillar. So I'm going to hand over to Laurie now to introduce yourself properly, having already been fully involved so far, and just give us a bit of an introduction to what the exports pillar means in terms of AHDB.
Sure, thank you, Will. Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm Laurie Ibbotson. I am Commercial Director for a processor called Dovecote Park, processing British prime beef, veal and venison. I also work on the family farm at home in the Peak District. We have a commercial suckler herd and a sheep flock. And with my colleagues here today, I'm part of the Beef and Lamb Sector Council for AHDB. I've been asked to briefly give an insight into the work that AHDB do on export. And I'm really pleased that I've been asked to speak on this because both from a farming perspective and from a processor, the export piece that AHDB do cannot be undervalued. I think it is absolutely critical. And again, in terms of the Shape the Future vote, the levy payers, both from farming and processing, have seen the value that the AHDB do. Fundamentally, the export is what underpins a lot of the farm gate prices. And I think that when farmers talk about export, they think that it's about the whole animal being exported. But the work that they probably don't see and should see is the extra value that is given through their farm gate prices, through carcass balance. And I think as a processor, this is the area of the work that we value absolutely the most. AHDB have got a team with Phil heading up the team who are so experienced in this area that they have underpinned now in 80 countries export of beef and lamb, which I think is a tremendous effort when you think about how small the British island is and how far we're exporting. And that has put a value of about £154 a head on beef animals and £35 a head onto the farm gate price for farmers. It's an area that we've got to keep trying to push forward with. Again, I don't think farmers necessarily realise the impact if we stopped exporting it would have on carcass balance. It's not just about the monetary value, but it's about the sustainability and the waste of product. Because from a British consumer's point of view, you know, we're all consumers. We all eat steak, we all eat mince, we all eat burgers, we all eat dice. But there's parts of the carcass that we don't eat, but other countries eat and have great value from it, whether it be offals, whether it be tendons, etc. And for us then, if we didn't have those export markets and AHDB didn't open these up for us, we would have to pay as a waste product to get rid of them. So obviously that would completely change the dynamics of the industry. I think AHDB now have got recognition and are well known throughout globally at trade events like Sial and Anuga, which I think we'll speak about in a minute. And they are completely engaging all the time to try and open new markets, but not just open new markets, but to keep getting more value. And this is an area that has been voted highly on and is an area that the team of experienced people at AHDB have to continue and have to drive forward for us as farmers and processors.
Brilliant. Cheers, Laurie. Thank you very much. Right, so I'm going to start actually at the bottom of the questions. There's a comment on there which says, "Huge shout out for the export films. They are excellent." So I will take praise at any point it comes in. So that is a great start, and those films are brilliant. And the production team who are running this today have been absolutely instrumental in putting those together. And it really does help bring to life some of the work that we do. So thank you very much, whoever put that in. So I think the next one that I just want to talk on before we get on to some of the other questions is about what AHDB's role is. But Phil, we've got Phil Hadley here. And Phil, so why exports? What's the point in exports? Why are we doing it?
Yeah, so Laurie brought out a number of important points there, really. But we don't eat carcasses in balance. So
So we have parts of the carcass that have no value in the UK to the domestic consumer. So we need to do something with those to get value into the whole animal. So we need to make sure that we've got every outlet for those products stored within the price. And also it deals with things like seasonal demand. So particularly in the sheep sector, we're a net import in the first half of the year, but a net export in the second half of the year. So it balances that seasonal demand. And it also creates pressure or tension in the marketplace. So if we've got more than one buyer, the domestic retailer, we've got overseas opportunities, it creates an upward price pressure because it's competitive. So those factors mean that if you have all those in place and they're working well, that you're able to access or realise the maximum amount of value from every single part of the carcass for any market at any particular point in time. And only when you can do that can you really get that total value back along the supply chain back to the farm gate.
And that's the key thing. That's where the farm gate price gets in, because it's supply and demand. It's where how many markets can we get open and gives us more options.
It does.
Okay, brilliant. That's really good. So I'm going to start with a couple of questions that have come in now. The first one's about the halal market. And I'm going to come to you on this, Phil, because it's quite a pertinent thing. And actually, before I come to Phil on this and halal, it's probably a good point to Colin just talk a little bit about the council, because we've got a halal expert on the council, haven't we? And just maybe about the general makeup of the council and who's involved.
Yeah, so basically the council, really, what we're looking for is we're looking for a group of people who are experienced. You know, we've got farmers on there, we've got two processor representatives, we've got a halal food specialist, we've got somebody who's he's a farmer as well, but he's very experienced in project management and numbers. So we're just really, when we're putting together the plan and overseeing what the executives deliver, we're looking for a really experienced group of people who are able to oversee what we do, make sure it's credible, but also, crucially, to be able to see where the value is, make strategic decisions. Where is your levy best spent? What is the best return? Is the long term versus the short term? What's the challenges? That's kind of the makeup, but it's majority farmer, but farmers pay about, is it 66% of the levy and processors roughly 33%. So we've kind of got a balance between processors and farmers.
We best not forget Rob Venner as well, because Rob will be furious if we don't forget the auctioneer as well.
Yeah, sorry. So I should say we've got we've got a representative from the auctioneering sector as well. He's got a very loud voice, and I expect to get a lot of phone calls on the way home.
That's it.
But yeah, so he's there to represent the markets, which again, obviously, is a vital sector.
Brilliant. So, Phil, I'm going to come to you on the halal question now, because the halal sector is an important one, isn't it? And so what opportunities are there? There's a question here about the legislative barriers that kind of come along with that. And that's something you've been doing some work on.
Yeah, I mean, we've recognised for a very long time the importance of the halal sector for the sheep meat industry in particular, and the fact that Muslim consumers hugely over-index on sheep meat consumption. So we have some historic consumer research about levels of consumption. Muslim consumers were on average consuming around 20 kilos per head per year, which is in comparison to the general population more around the 3 or 4 kilos. So hugely important, and indeed a very dynamic and changing consumer base within the halal population, as younger Muslim consumers are much more willing to try new things, want to evolve their menu choices, and are shopping in different ways as well, and very technology savvy. So we've done a number of things to really target the Muslim consumer, which includes digital promotion work, halal compliant recipes, really just to make sure that we're tapping into that very valuable sector, really important for the sheep meat sector for sure, and increasingly important for the beef sector. And the legislation requirements that's referred to there are challenges around the welfare aspects of halal slaughter and around labelling and transparency of labelling, which we have a role to play within that to make sure consumers have confidence, both Muslim consumers and the general population, to make sure that they're buying the products that they want to buy, consuming in the way that they want to do that. But From a levy payer's point of view, the halal sector remains critically important, and it's an area that we're very, very active with. And as well as Gamma as a specialist on the board, we have a halal specialist within the export team who's not only working with Muslim consumers domestically, but he's also, and in fact he's overseas right now, working with consumers and buyers in the Middle East to promote your product, the levy payers product, in those markets, because we see huge growth opportunities in particular regions of the world that are demanding the halal compliant product, but also our great, particularly sheep meat, in terms of our extensive grass-reared type products that really work well in those marketplaces.
Can I just come in on that as well? So just to come in on that, that work has been quite a few years really in the development, and for that reason we have brought a halal specialist, Gamma Khan, who's hopefully listening, onto the sector council to help us really. But all that work that Phil's talking about is all backed up by the insights and the evidence and collecting the data and doing the numbers on Muslim consumers and trends and consumer perception. That's all work that farmers can't do themselves. We can make the product, but we cannot do that work.
Excellent. And I'm going to come to George. I'm going to come to you in a minute just to talk a little bit about CIAL and the trade show that we went to the other week. But just before that, Phil, can you? Because the question is, do you work with small scale exporters, or is it just the big guys who are benefiting? And so I think CIAL, so for everybody who isn't aware, CIAL is the biggest trade show, food show in the world. I mean, I don't know whether that's accurate. I keep saying that. That's right. Okay, good. I'm pleased I'm saying the right thing. And that's a good example of where we do work with small exporters, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. So CIAL was held in Paris just a few weeks ago. It's one of the world's biggest food trade events, and particularly from a European point of view. Europe market's very important for our exports, of course, but it attracts a global audience. And we had a large stand, and on that stand we had co-exhibitors, and they ranged from the largest processors to some really smaller exporters as well. So we'll support and work with our levy payers to help them promote and export their product overseas. So it doesn't just benefit the very largest processors, arguably disproportionately so on the volume terms, but a number of the people that joined us there you would consider to be relatively small or modest-sized businesses.
And that's a real good opportunity to be able to get some kind of international exposure to some of those businesses.
Yeah.
So George, just coming to that. So you went out to Paris to CIAL 3 or 4 weeks ago. What were your impressions of it?
Firstly, I can confirm what Phil says. It is an absolutely massive show, and it is so important for us to have a presence there. And as part of me being there is to go around and get a feel of the show and probably look at some of the competitors as well, which is what we did. And we looked at the likes of the South Americans and stuff and what they were doing. And very clear to us that they were a commodity. They were a clean, clear-cut sort of stands that showed very little sort of emotion, as I'd probably describe it. And then you came back to our stand, and I think our stand really represented the quality product that we have. It showed off that we were interested in the landscape, the environment, quality product, family farms. So it really did set us apart from the rest. That British beef and lamb and pork, which was also represented there, was a high quality product. It had environmental credentials. It had animal welfare. We set ourselves apart from where the others were, and I think that's really important in how we do that and differentiate ourselves in the market, particularly as we want to, we can't compete on price with those guys. So it's really important that we give ourselves a unique selling point really and set ourselves above in the market. And it was really great to see that, the AHDB export team were really putting in tremendous effort there, and Phil and his team did a fantastic job.
I think that was very obvious to me when we were there looking at the stand, that our stand was the only stand with green fields and animals on it.
Yeah, definitely. No one else had that. And that was the real selling point, that this is what British produce is about, and this is what we represent, and that's a key message to. And our stand was absolutely humming all day long. The 2 days we were there, it was full of people. doing business, speaking with people, and I think that, you know, it represents a great area of spend for us.
And I think that was an interesting point you've just made there about doing business, because it was about doing business. It wasn't. It's not a jolly. It's not one of the. It was very, very clearly about doing deals and having things. And did you get that impression there, Colin?
100%. It made me realise, actually, as a farmer, how much business happens outside when I send my lambs or beef to a processor or to a market. That selling business is a people business. And what AHDB does is puts people together, and that's vital. I might be on my farm and not go off my farm for a week at lambing time, you know, and I might see the dog and my kids and the postman perhaps, but actually putting those people together, that's the key. And we've got a great team at AHDB. It made me realise just how good our people are who work in the exports team. So I was proud to be a British farmer when we went to CL.
Excellent. Doing a good job, Phil, I think. Well, from Colin's point of view, anyway. So I've got a couple here of questions that have come in on local abattoirs, which is obviously a really, really important point, and I think it's basically asking what AHDB can do in terms of the fact that we are seeing less local. The first two questions there are along the same thing, that that it's becoming more and more difficult for farmers to get animals to sites quickly, to abattoirs quickly, and what can AHDB do anything to help? But I think there's a limit in what we can do on things like this, isn't there, Phil, in terms of our ability to be able to actually directly influence. But it's about providing information and evidence again, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, from that point of view, we have that, as you say, that information, some technical support to support smaller abattoirs. But of course, it's a fiercely competitive marketplace. And sometimes in those smaller operations, the unit costs struggle to stack up, and that's the unfortunate, harsh reality of business. But if there are people listening in to this presentation and they want to reach out to us, we'll try to help wherever we can to support them, their businesses.
And another thing we do try and do on various things is also we provide evidence into government as well, don't we? So we'll be talking to DEFRA, we'll be talking to Department of International Trade in various other areas and providing them with evidence to try and help shape policy.
Yeah, and of course the small abattoir network in that situation is important, because it does, some areas don't have a local abattoir, stock have to travel a bit further. We have to recognise that presents some compromise or some challenge. So having a network of abattoirs that are functioning and able to provide a service is important. But again, as you touched on there, there's a government policy type of decision and a fierce commercial business environment for those businesses to be operational.
And we'll come on to talk a little bit more about that influence of policy when we get into the third section that we're going to talk about in a few minutes. I'm just going to try and pick up one or two quick questions before we finish this session. So the second one down there, which is farmers. So one focus is growing access to markets around the world. Can the panel explain exactly how you use levy funds, engaging market, including in established markets like the EU? One of the asks of industry was to see match funding from government to support and grow the nation's exports. Well, I'm going to start off by saying any additional funding that we could get in, and match funding will be absolutely fantastic, because from the budget that we've got at the moment, there's a certain amount we can do, but any additional money would help, and we actively go out and try and do that. So if anybody's listening, any help would be very much appreciated. But in terms of the in-market stuff, Phil, because I think, is it 96% of our exports in sheep meat are to France, and Europe holds up a huge thing for us. So what do we actually do in markets? What do we do to make a difference?
Well, let me start with the numbers first. So just to put it into perspective, for the beef and sheep sector, we export over 200,000 tonnes of product, and it has a commercial value of about £900 million. So just think about that number for a second. £900 million worth of revenue for the beef and sheep sector is exported. And traditionally, it is very much a European-focused market, and a third of our lamb production goes to Europe, and France is very important within that equation, and with over 90% of our total exports going to Europe as a whole. So Europe's an important market, but of course we have expanded our opportunities in other markets, because that gives a different set of different set of product opportunities Laurie touched on earlier around bigger fifth quarter potential markets. So we have effectively two key things that we do. We work very closely with government and industry to identify lucrative and viable overseas markets where we feel we could have a competitive advantage, whether it be for high quality premium products to add value, or even fifth quarter type material, which is simply a commodity trade but adds value back to the supply chain. And we work with government and industry to identify them and work through the access process until we have a working export health certificates. Often that takes 3, 4, 5 years, and recent successes, including very recently, the first UK lamb to the US for a generation has gone in the last few weeks. It's a market we believe is worth around 37 million to the sector in the next 5 years. So once the access journey is complete, then there are two things. One, we continue to work with industry and government to make sure that there isn't an issue and things fall over, or we solve problems to make sure things don't get stuck or devalued. But then we do all the trade development work in the same way that we've described CL, a trade stand in an international market or an inward mission from some buyers. There was an event last night in the US to promote beef, pork, lamb and dairy, for example. So we're always, we have a series of activities across the calendar year, making sure that we're promoting the products to the right audience at the right time, in the right markets, and creating that dialogue and exchange between UK exporters and international buyers to really, really maximise the opportunities. And particularly on a Europe point of view, we have an office in France. We promote the product to the French trade and French consumer because it is such a strong market, very historic market for us, and we have a superb reputation. And then we also have a network of agents across Europe to make sure that we're really front of mind and have every opportunity to sell the products to that valuable European marketplace.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Phil. Talk on, Laurie. Yeah, no, go on.
I think the question was, what do AHDB, where does the levy go? So from a processor's perspective, I think the work that AHDB do, just in terms of actually communicating, every country that we export to, the paperwork side of it and the technical side of it, it's enormous variance, but also it's exceptionally time consuming. And, we've all got our day jobs to do, basically around the domestic market. And so anything that AHDB can do to assist us to be able to make that process easier is fantastic. So that's where our levy goes in terms of, accessibility and understanding the requirements of the customer, whichever country they're in, because they're all different, aren't they, Phil?
Brilliant. Thanks very much. Thank you. And so we've got a few questions left, but we'll try and get those answered as soon as we can afterwards. We're going to switch on to the next subject now. I'd like to thank Phil, and I'd also like to thank Phil for bringing a bit of tweed in, because we can't have an agricultural panel without any tweed at all. So Phil's done a great job there. And we're going to now move on to the last pillar, the last work area. I've been told about making sure that I don't say pillar. The last work area that we are covering off, which is insight and evidence. And I'm going to hand over to George now, who's going to give us a little bit of a brief starting point, and then we'll go in and take some questions on this area.
Thanks, Will. Insight and evidence, probably out of the three work areas, probably the one that needs more explaining. But as we've already heard, we've already discussed marketing and exports. Our ability to fulfill the potential of those investments that we're making in those areas, we will rely heavily on our reputation. What insights and evidence aims to do is to protect and promote the reputation of the beef and lamb sector. Through AHDB, we can provide the evidence of our excellent farm practices demonstrated across the industry. AHDB has a proven track record recording data, which is used across the industry and our industry partners. Farmers can use this data to make informed decisions about their businesses and drive profitability. Similarly, industry partners can use the data to protect and promote our industry further afield. We live in a world of misinformation and fake news. As an industry, we need an organisation like AHDB to provide the honest, accurate and sensible messages that we can deliver to industry, government and consumers. Environment, animal welfare and genetics all provide a challenge, but also the solutions to these rely on our ability to demonstrate what we do here in the UK and how we are at the forefront of meeting those challenges. It's a much more complicated subject before, but it really does underpin everything that we are trying to do in the rest of the thing to promote our reputation to the rest of the world.
Yes, George, thank you very much. So it's about having the bullets to fire to be able to support the other work that we've already discussed and make sure that we're able to do that in the right way. We've got a few questions coming in already on this side of things, and quite a few specific questions. And if you download the sector plan and have a look, you'll see that there are three main areas here. We've got market intelligence, we have the environment work we do, and we have the animal welfare side of things. So there's a broad bit to kind of check off there. And I guess the market intelligence stuff, and we've got David Udall here, who can talk a little bit in detail around that. But a lot of the market intelligence work that we do underpins delivery of those other things. Can you just talk about what some of that looks like, some of the practical elements of that?
Yeah, it was interesting. I was sort of sitting in the back waiting to come and sit here and listening to everything you were saying. And it was exactly as I was thinking, that everything that we do from our market intelligence point of view is creating either the evidence for the claims we're making in the marketing and also helping to challenge other claims as well in other people's marketing. But it also has a lot of sort of different roles. So we're creating retail and consumer insight. That probably has 4 different things that we're doing with it. We're giving it directly to levy payers to help inform their business decisions. We're speaking directly to processors so they can understand what's happening in the market. And that information is then going directly to government to help them understand what's happening in our market as well as underpinning all of the export business we're doing, discussing how international consumers are operating as well as domestic consumers to inform our export markets and our consumer campaigns. So there's a huge raft of information underneath that. And obviously all of those campaigns for exports and marketing, as we were saying earlier, we're either wanting to sustain demand or create demand. And then we can measure that when we start doing our work on farm margins and cost of production, because we can start seeing the impact of that on the relative profitability of farms and create the evidence base that when there is an instance like we've had with COVID and the issues of high food price inflation of the last few months, we can create those evidence bases and we can create those data sets that we can then take out into industry to help support, as we said earlier on, to enhance the reputation and protect the reputation. And I think that's a key thing for all of the information we produce, is we're creating that fact that underlies all of it, and we have the sources for information and we have the skills to do that. That's the key tenet of what we're doing within our market intelligence side.
And I think that analysis is then the practical stuff that people can take and make decisions based on. And I mean, James and George, everything from cattle prices through to the other analysis that we do will have been useful in your businesses?
Yeah,
I hope yes is the right answer, George. Yes is what I was hoping for there.
Yes, you do. You make decisions on when might be best to sell or when with marketing, and the trends that AHDB produce, make you analyse in your own business whether you're going to expand or you're going to retract that particular part of your business. So that information is important, just on various different levels throughout the industry, and important to use that, for people to decide what they want to do going forward, really.
Excellent. Sorry, go on, Laurie.
I think the website, the AHDB website, has so many fantastic documents and weekly updates, and even just on market prices, lots of R&D, historical papers, new papers, market updates that farmers and processors probably underutilise. It's there, it's free, it's a click of a button, and there's so much information that more people can get to use there.
No, absolutely. And there's a treasure trove of information there. I think that probably just brings us on. Colin, I'll just bring you in here in terms of some of the things that, obviously we've talked about a lot of the things we are doing, but you've also, the Sector Council, have had to make some really tough decisions on some of the things that we're going to do less of or stop doing. And we've touched on some of it. So, and Laura's just talked there about some of the research side of things and the direct independent research that we do. And the Council have made a decision that some of that is going to, that is going to be slowed down, and that we're going to be looking to collaborate more rather than producing our own, as well as and there's a question coming about benchmarking as well, in the fact that we're not looking to overreach ourselves on areas like farm bench, but draw that back to the minimum that's required to feed in. Can you just talk a little bit about those decisions?
So, I mean, that's that has been
some very difficult conversations. I mean, look, we've got to face reality. You know, we're due to, you know, financial pressures, VAT decisions, etc. You know, we're looking at a reduction in the budget of, is it 1.4 million this next year? So 1.4 million pounds. So, you know, inevitably, you know, we can't deliver everything that people have got used to us delivering. And so we've had to look at what levy payers prioritised. Take that. So what did levy payers not want us to do? Did we think there was anything that levy payers didn't want us to do that we thought, you know, we cannot cut that because it's just something that's so vital to underpin reputation? So, I mean, they've been very, very difficult, but there are areas we've decided to pull back in, you know, so farm bench, I believe that we're going to slow farm bench down. We're not going to do any work on helping farmers to deal with the cuts in BPS. You know, that's the kind of thing that that DEFRA is funding through the Resilience Fund, so we're going to not do that work. Just tell me.
There's a piece around some of the direct research that we've
done.
So
the research. So I think what we've decided with the research is it's very, very expensive. AHDB probably isn't the best people to do the research, so we're going to task AHDB with working differently in those areas and actually work with other people. So collaborate with research institutes, the people that are good at it, find the questions that industry wants asked. So what are the relevant questions we actually need to solve, or groups of farmers who want to do research themselves will help them access grant money, but we won't be doing as much direct research ourselves at this point in time, because obviously, as we said before, this isn't a fixed plan, and it will evolve depending on market needs and levy payer needs.
Yeah. Brilliant, cheers, Colin. And so I've had a couple, and some of these areas are kind of under review as well. So there's a couple of questions that have come through about genetics. So the top question that we've got here at the moment is genetics holding a key role in transforming both production and profitability post-BPS. Will AHDB continue to fund genetic research and projects such as Run Compare? And we're running a review process on that at the moment, aren't we? And that's something that you've been involved in this, haven't you, George?
Yeah. Genetics that's what we're doing at the moment. We've had 2 meetings, one for beef and one for sheep in the last week, which were really good, positive meetings to decide where actually we want to go with that. And genetics is, I think, has a role to play across all the sort of the work areas we're looking at. You know, they can help to drive increased productivity. You know, they can also help to produce a product that's maybe more tasty or a better quality product, eating quality and such, and they can also help with health and welfare, you know. And so whether it be looking for resistance and to do with worms or foot rot or mastitis or something. So there is a whole role there with genetics, and I think what we've got to do is get that right. So I think it's what the process we're going through at the moment is to hold a review of that and to try and form a strategy that suits beef and a strategy that suits lamb. And I think if we can get that strategy in place, we will have a better genetics program going forward, which is what we're all about. This is what this whole delivering the future is about. This is doing things better, doing things clearer, and really understanding what the industry needs for the future.
It's about delivering better value for money, isn't it, George?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we need to be assured that we're not wasting money in some of those areas. We need to make sure that those areas are that we do need them in our funding, and those sort of stakeholder meetings we had this week were good in terms of identifying the key areas that we wanted to press on with, and maybe identifying some of the areas where we wouldn't necessarily stop, but look for collaboration with other people and look to work with people to deliver that better for the industry.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? There are other ways of doing it. And I think probably at HDB in the past we've been guilty of trying to do a bit of everything. We tried to do too much, but there are other ways to deliver.
Yeah, we've talked quite a bit about facilitating, facilitate a role of AHDB to not actually fund the work itself, but to put farmers in touch with academics and things like that, so that they have the ability to go out and do some of these research products themselves. Get the funding, but with the help of AHDB along the way. I think that's the right approach to do things. It's probably the better way to spend money. I've been involved in projects myself where I've gone out and done that, gone out and found funding, used some help from AHDB to do that. And it's probably a more independent way to go, and it probably gives those breeding programs a bit more free rein to do what they want. So that's what we're looking at, and hopefully we'll be able to produce something in the near future that is on the genetic side is exciting.
Yeah, and just before I get you off the spot for a minute, George, there's a couple of questions coming here from Viv about. Basically, the first one is, as a grass-fed sheep producer, I'm a bit worried about the genetic marketing of all British sheep production. There is a lot of difference between commodity, grass-fed lamb production systems, and I think there's another point below it about different systems and everything. So, is there food miles and everything? Yeah. So, is that been taken into the consideration during the review? Into other conversations about how all aspects of farming fit into it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a ram breeder, and I supply rams to lots of different customers. Some of them are on a creep-based system, and some of them are on a genetic system. My genetics work for both on a grass-based system. Some of my genetics are working, quite well for all those different things. And probably comes back to what Colin said before. We're not trying to tell farmers how to do something. We're trying to give them the best tools available. And that's what the genetics will be about. And we have talked a lot about the differences in genetics this week, probably in beef, and what sort of system you're on and stuff, and whether we can, looking at giving people the opportunity to select the right genetics for their right system is probably probably the right way to do it. If that bull suits what you're doing, then use that bull. But if another bull might suit that system slightly better. So matching the right genetics to the right system, rather than us sitting there and telling farmers exactly what to do. They know their systems, they know their farms. If they can get on, and if they have, the important thing is that they have access to good genetics to make the best use of their farming systems.
Yeah, brilliant.
I'd just like to come in on that. And I mean, I might need to answer this question by Viv. I think it is offline, but I just want to reassure you. We're here for all levy payers. We're not here to say that large-scale production, small-scale production, large-scale, small-scale slaughter, we're here for everybody, and the work we're doing is to provide people with a route to market. And without a route to market, nobody has got a business. Doesn't matter how good you think you are, you have not got a business without a market. So we're here to provide and help facilitate and get the market as big as we can for whatever system you're running. We're here for everybody who pays a levy. It's that simple.
Yeah, brilliant.
Our sector council, isn't that, the plan, that's the plan that we've delivered. We've listened to the votes, and that's the outcome measures from the votes that we've had in, is to try and accommodate the highest, voted areas and focus on those first.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I mean, and we can, so having been sat while you've been having those discussions, there's been a lot of debate about what should be in, what shouldn't be in. And so I'm actually going to come on to one of those areas now, which is about environment. So we've got a couple of questions on environment here and how environment fits. Now, environment scored pretty much middle of the pack in terms of priorities, but the council felt that environment was important that we had a foot in the game in terms of environment. Yeah. So, where does environment fit within this plan? I mean, it's another area that there's been a review on, but as a council, you felt environment was important and did fit in there.
Do you want me to answer that one?
Anybody?
Yeah, we do. So I mean, it's no secret that environment is very important to consumers. And it maybe moves up and moves down depending on price and cost of living and all the rest of it. But it's not going to go away. It's going to become probably increasingly more important. So, it's such a huge subject. Just the discussion we've just had, we would like to do a lot more work, but we have got a very limited budget, and we have to spend that in the areas we think are most effective. So at the moment, we're having a review on the environment, and what we're trying to do is decide which are the key areas where we can prioritise levy spend that will give the greatest return. But, I'll probably pass this over to you, Laurie, because, Laurie is selling product to consumers, so she can probably tell us more accurately where they're at. But we can't retreat from the environment because it's going to become an important thing. And that is one of AHDB's functions, really, is to show leadership. And I think this is one area where it's critical for us to lead.
Yeah, I think from a processor point of view, interacting with retailers, food service, individual restaurants and customers, environmental sustainability is still, at the top of the agenda. I think, again, cost of living at the moment is taking over everybody's forefront of mind. But environment, whether it's reduction in plastics, whether it's food miles, wastage, all that is encompassing. And I think from a farmer perspective, a lot of farmers in the beef and lamb sector have been very, very nervous around, everybody keeps talking about carbon footprinting and this horrible thing that in the media everybody seems to have the bad impression on beef farming. We work very closely with our producers. We're in a plan at the moment in looking at on-farm environmental schemes, carbon footprinting, etc. And I'm really pleased to say that from a beef perspective, it's a lot more positive than anybody could ever imagine. And I think, again, if we go back to scientific-based data, that's what we've got to get across to consumers. But every day the pressure is real about, can we down-gauge the plastic in this tray? How can we make it more recyclable for the consumer? How can we use more recyclable content? So all the time, environment is definitely at the top of the agenda. So I think for everybody, they've got to focus more, and farmers certainly can't just sit on the morals that, we've got this lovely countryside and we're the protectors of the countryside. We are, and I think farmers do an absolutely fantastic job, and we've got to get that message across, but there's always more that we can do. And everybody's got to explore, renewable energy. We've got to explore better grassland management, better genetics. We've got to become more efficient.
I think that's part of the collaboration, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely.
The fact that Laurie's here from Dovecote Park and they're working with their farmers as abattoirs are. So AHDB doesn't necessarily have to drive that all the time, but we are working with other partners within the supply chain to help deliver some of those environmental goals. I mean, it's the number one thing it's on the news every night, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure if you sat on the M25 this week, you would know full well what the impacts of climate protesters is all about, and it is front and centre, and it just from the insight bit, our carbon footprint of our beef in our country is, everyone quotes world figures for carbon footprint, and actually our carbon footprint is roughly about half of the world figure, and we mustn't be tainted by those figures about world carbon footprint for beef. We've got to promote our own figures. We've got to inform people that this is how we do stuff in the UK, and we've got to, we've got to use that information in the right way to try and inform people, and because the environment thing is going to underpin our reputation, it will underpin our export markets. An environmental product will help us. If our environmental credentials can be higher than anyone else's in the world, it will help us. It will help Phil exporting. It will help our own domestic market. So somewhere in there we have to build in the work, and AHDB will certainly be hopefully looking at doing that.
And I think it's where we work as well, isn't it? And that's what you've kind of been saying to us, is make sure that you aren't replicating what's going on elsewhere, that you are working, and that you're very clear about what the outcomes that are going to be as an AHDB point of view, and do it where you can make the biggest difference. And that's what this review is about.
And the key is we've got to have the numbers. It's that simple. As an individual farmer, I can calculate my carbon footprint, my emissions, whatever it might be, but we need to be able to calculate different systems in the UK. We just have to have the facts. And, that comes back to the kind of work that David does and stuff. And we have to have the facts. And that's all we can talk to the consumer is give them the facts. But it's got to be solid and it's got to be reliable. I would say this, but AHDB are the people that can do that independently.
And I think that independence is an important point that we haven't really touched on very much so far, in the fact that we aren't commercial, we are independent, and we follow the evidence, and we can give that independent voice into anything that we do, which gives us a real good tool. When we talked earlier on about government policy and affecting government policy, I actually happened to be sat on the EFRA committee earlier this week, so I was asked to give evidence to the EFRA committee, and the work that David's team produced enabled us to be able to say to government that your policy setting and these are actually the facts that sit alongside that. So that independence evidence base that this insight and evidence gives us the ability to be able to affect lots of different areas. So, and I think that's a really important point to bring in. So I think we've covered off all three of the main pillars that feed into reputation and work. So we'll try and mop up now any other questions that have come through and anything that may be slightly different. Just to kick that off a little bit, I think that the one thing that we haven't talked about is there's an amount of work that we do that directly feeds into reputation. So that's the misinformation side of things. So Colin, I don't know whether you just want to just touch on that for a second.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously they're the kind of things that get people very hot and bothered on, on social media, false claims, Oatly, people like that, the Meatless Farm Company, just a couple that I could name. You can shout all you want, but to get those things taken down, you need to go to the Advertising Standards Agency and you need facts. So we've done that, we've had those claims taken down, and that we have a role. The role isn't really to stop it annoying people like me when I read it. The role is so that those claims don't become entrenched in consumers' minds. But we have to combat that misinformation. The only way we can do it is with truth.
So there's been lots and lots of pieces of work, and that challenging information and false claims has been a really important part. And we've got a team who are always looking, and if anybody does see anything that's there's a place on the website where you can go and say, look, this doesn't look right, can you investigate it? And we will do. So I'm going to pick up, we've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm just going to try and rattle through a few more of the questions as we go. The first thing is about, what about people and skills? So that was one of the areas that scored lowest scored lowest in the vote, and it's an area that we thought that we are going to reduce on. I mean, do any of the panel just want to talk about the fact that that was one of the difficult conversations that you had to have?
I think when your budget is tight, you come down to whether some of those people and skilling people up can be done by other people, and that's what we felt, that maybe a bit of collaboration on that with other people could help do that. At the end of the day, we're looking at areas to fund and improve as a sector going forward in stuff that can't be done by anybody else in the commercial sector. So that's probably where we're at with that. If that's
and I think you talked about the fact that we've got other institutes such as TIA and various other things. So the Sector Council said to us that any of the work that isn't undertaken, we need to have conversations about if that can be taken up elsewhere as well. So we're kind of into those conversations now with others about actually, is there ability to transfer some of the other work across an industry to pick it up? I'm going to pick up one question from further down, and I'm going to have a bit of a starting point at answering this because it's quite an important question, which is, what other collaboration do you have with the other devolved bodies to maximise value for money? And it's an important part, and part of what the Sector Council have asked us to do then is look at how you can maximise that collaboration, how you can maximise the value when you're not double doing things. And we've had an arrangement with both QMS and HCC in Scotland and Wales over the last few years where we have had what's been called the Ring Fence Fund, which was basically essentially a pot of money that we all work with to be able to deliver various activities. It's now moved on from that now, so we now track movements across borders, and the levies equalise back into the nations where the money is, where the animal spends most of its life. So where that leaves us is actually, have we got a plan to be able to work with with both QS and HCC? The answer is yes, we have. And a good example is CL that we did a few weeks ago that George and Colin were talking about before. We worked 3 ways on that. So as part of the funding for that, QMS and HCC worked with us on a stand plan, and they were both in adjacent stands to where we were. So we do a lot on the export side of things. Carrie and Liam in the marketing team, there's just been a piece of work that's been done for COP27 that is a collaboration between the 3 levy bodies. So there's plenty of work that we are working on at the moment to be able to try and make sure we deliver that in the right way. So there's quite a bit around that. The top question, and David, I don't know whether you can help me on this because there's an acronym in here and I'm not sure what... Life cycle analysis. It's all right. It's kind of, my brain couldn't quite work into it. So, David, in that case, will HDB do a GB life cycle analysis, thank you, for beef and lamb, similar to the recent work produced by Beef and Lamb New Zealand?
So I think that's kind of a key piece of work, and it comes back to what exactly what we were saying about creating evidence. And this is about, of creating evidence and creating data. And I think it's a key piece of work that needs to be created so we can actually have that information that stems throughout the supply chain and end to end in the life cycle process and the production process. Because no matter what stage we're at with that process, there will always be questions that come up, and we need to ensure that we've got the availability of data. So I think producing something that's similar to what Beef and Lamb New Zealand have done is just another core part. And I would say a lot of the information is stuff that we already have and already hold. It's just about pulling it together into one coherent map. I think that's what we need to do to make sure that we've got that robust evidence source. Because if we don't have that, it's very difficult for us to be able to quickly respond to a lot of the questions that come forwards. We might have it in pieces. I think we need to put it together into one unit so we can promote it as one single source.
Perfect, brilliant, thank you very much. And I think we've got one more question. I'm not a fan of acronyms, which is ironic given I work at AHDB. And the last question that we have here is, if AHDB doesn't take the lead on beef genetics side of things, no one will. How are we working with the breed societies? So, George, I'm just going to come back. So, in terms of the conversation, Colin's keen. So, Colin,
well,
actually,
I have to say,
I have a feeling you've got a view on this, Colin, from that.
No, I mean, again, it comes back to that collaboration and facilitation. I mean, we actually have had, so as part of the genetics review, which was commissioned, we had an independent genetics review, commissioned actually, and the chap that's delivered it is an Australian, because we didn't want people coming with sort of vested interests or fixed viewpoint already. But we have had a meeting and breed societies were there, and we're basically bringing people together and saying, what is a sensible area for AHDB to work in the beef genetic space? So we're bringing people together, we're starting to get them to talk. One of the reasons we can do that is because of our independence. People realise, AHDB is the independent body. It's much easier for us to bring people together because they're not thinking, what do they want to get out of it? We're here for the good of the industry. It's as simple as that, really. The honest broker, yeah.
Both Colin, me, and James were in that meeting this week, and I didn't quite know what to expect with the beef societies there, but I think there was a genuine.
There was a willingness to cooperate, wasn't there?
To cooperate and come up with something that, and I think everyone had the same concerns from the different breed societies, which was quite good. So actually, if they're all thinking on the same page, then hopefully we can act as that person. Would you say, James?
Absolutely. That meeting the other day wasn't just about working with breed societies. That was also working with, genetics were there. People from industry, and the view really was on all of it was working for the greater good of the beef industry currently. There is only so much we can do in a short period of time, and trying to work on a sort of much more commercial basis with it. It wasn't just about trying to suddenly just work with one particular group. It was about trying to do everything for the greater good of taking genetics forward.
Very good. So I'm just going to wrap up with this one very quick last question, which is around the fact that it's been mentioned in the other sessions, if anybody's been watching them. We've talked a bit about knowledge exchange to improve profitability and what are Beef and Lamb doing about knowledge exchange, and that's come from YouTube, so that's one of the social questions. So there's a piece that we discuss in the document if you look online, and that talks about the Sector Council having said to us that having people on the ground and interaction is really, really important.
Yeah.
And actually how we utilise the team that are on the ground is a really, really important way of doing it. And obviously we've talked about the fact that there's probably going to be less of a pipeline of stuff coming through from inside AHDB, so that engagement with industry might have to be slightly different in future.
Yeah, I mean, we're not here to tell farmers how to farm, but we do recognise the value of having a field-based team, which I think is what the words it uses in the document. And we're looking for better ways to do knowledge exchange, really, and bringing farmers together so that farmers can learn off each other, and not being the single source of knowledge. But we do recognise it's important to have a field-based team.
Yeah.
And also that field-based team is going to be there as their point of contact with the AHDB. That is what we've talked about.
And the team have been very good at building relationships up over the years. We've got a fantastic team out there who've got great relationships in their areas, and it's kind of how we utilise those in the best way. And it kind of almost feels like we're going around in circles, which is about collaboration, it's about working together, it's about how we can get the best out of all elements of the sector. So we've now run out of time, so I'm going to draw this to a close now. I just want to say thank you to all of the panel and to all of the experts that we've had. And I'm just going to hand back over to Roseanne now, who's going to wrap the session up. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Will, and thank you, Colin, and to all the panel who have taken part in that discussion. But thank you to you for sending your questions in. I hope that we got most of them answered there, actually, but if there was any we didn't quite get to, we will follow up and we will get to them after the event. So remember, you can download the document if you want to find out a bit more. Please head to our website to find out more information about the work that has been mentioned today, and also to find an event near you where you can come and speak to us and talk in a bit more detail about the plans that we've touched upon today. So thanks very much and see you soon.
Hello, my name's David Goodyear. I'm a Fox Farm participant for the AHDB pork sector. To get these 3 pieces of data here, my veterinary medicines record book, which has a record of all medicines used on the farm, the EMB user's guide, and the third thing, which was a printout that my vet produces, which has our total antibiotic usage purchased for the year. So for me, it's been 10 minutes to put a whole year's worth of data on. I shall now do it once a quarter, so I will be able to benchmark myself regularly against other farms and other sectors, and hopefully everybody else in the industry can jump on board and we can all have a good look at what antibiotics we really are using.
Pork medallions tonight, and Dad's trying something new. Sticky pork noodles. Or maybe Caribbean pork. Now we're talking. Easy peasy lime squeezy. Who's the daddy?
There's so much information out there nowadays, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote British pork to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want consumers to know just how great British pork products are. This doesn't just mean the health benefits. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods and our high animal welfare standards. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV and supermarket ads showed today's shoppers that British meat and dairy is something to be proud of. We also protect the pork industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. When British pork products are being misrepresented online, on TV or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. The Food, a Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of pork in their diets.
For me, there's something very special about British pork. With its mouth-watering aroma and succulent cuts, I believe you can taste the quality in every single bite. So what's our secret? Well, we care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. We care about every step of the journey from farm to fork. As a chef, tracing our meat through its entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust British farmers make sure our pigs are happy and healthy. We're unique in the UK because a large proportion of our sows raise their piglets outdoors in our natural environment. Our farmers believe in giving them the best quality of life, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that high standard of care doesn't end when the pigs move to the next stage of their journey, thanks to independent auditing. It's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher and to me, that our animals feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the pigs are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, and ensure the best of welfare for the pigs at the end of their journey. Every part of the pig can be eaten from nose to tail, so there's no waste when it arrives at the butcher's. The pork that reaches the butcher's window is of the highest possible quality, and we know exactly where it's come from. For me, that's a difference you can taste. A British butcher knows the quality cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our pork is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British pork. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
We're doing everything possible to help you navigate changes and to achieve the best outcomes for your businesses. And when it comes to the environment and the economy, you certainly have a lot on your plates. We supply independent and factual information for pork producers so that you can identify what steps to take to reduce environmental impact without reducing your profits. Our trusted data also informs government and the supply chain, which helps reduce the odds of having ill-informed policy and regulation. We also provide trend data and other insight to the press and media, showing the progress pig farms are making to improve their environmental footprint. In all kinds of ways, we defend the pork industry and individual producers from unfair criticism related to the way they farm.
I'm Luke Rhodes, I'm the Senior Sous Chef at Halifax Hall Hotel. I like to produce just good quality food using British produce and showcasing them to the best of their ability. The dish for the pork Henry is just nice slow braised pork Henry. We pan sear it to get a nice bit of colour on the outside. To get the best out of it, you have to slow braise it. We braise it in a stock of stuff that naturally pairs with pork stock, cider, apple juice, sage, garlic and rosemary. You completely submerge the meat, cook it for 3.5 hours and it just falls to pieces. It's a nice comforting dish that showcases what British produce is about, but it's also quite light, really nice fresh bursting flavours. It makes you proud to be British when you've got that produce coming through your kitchen.
Hello, my name's David Goodyear. I'm Fox Farm participant for the AHDB pork sector. To get these three pieces of data here, my veterinary medicines record book, which has a record of all medicines used on the farm, the EMB user's guide, and the third thing, which was a printout that my vet produces, which has our total antibiotic usage purchased for the year. So for me, it's been 10 minutes to put a whole year's worth of data on. I shall now do it once a quarter, so I will be able to benchmark myself regularly against other farms and other sectors, and hopefully everybody else in the industry can jump on board and we can all have a good look at what antibiotics we really are using.
Pork medallions tonight, and Dad's trying something new. Sticky pork noodles. Or maybe Caribbean pork. Now we're talking. Easy peasy, lime squeezy. Who's the daddy?
There's so much information out there nowadays, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote British pork to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want consumers to know just how great British pork products are. This doesn't just mean the health benefits. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods and our high animal welfare standards. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV and supermarket ads showed today's shoppers that British meat and dairy is something to be proud of. We also protect the pork industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. When British pork products are being misrepresented online, on TV, or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. The Food, a Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of pork in their diets.
For me, there's something very special about British pork. With its mouth-watering aroma and succulent cuts, I believe you can taste the quality in every single bite. So what's our secret? Well, we care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. We care about every step of the journey from farm to fork. As a chef, tracing our meat through its entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust British farmers make sure our pigs are happy and healthy. We're unique in the UK because a large proportion of our sows raise their piglets outdoors in our natural environment. Our farmers believe in giving them the best quality of life, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that high standard of care doesn't end when the pigs move to the next stage of their journey, thanks to independent auditing. It's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher and to me, that our animals feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the pigs are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, and ensure the best of welfare for the pigs at the end of their journey. Every part of the pig can be eaten from nose to tail, so there's no waste when it arrives at the butcher's. The pork that reaches the butcher's window is of the highest possible quality, and we know exactly where it's come from. For me, that's a difference you can taste. A British butcher knows the quality cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our pork is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British pork. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
We're doing everything possible to help you navigate changes and to achieve the best outcomes for your businesses. And when it comes to the environment and the economy, you certainly have a lot on your plates. We supply independent and factual information for pork producers so that you can identify what steps to take to reduce environmental impact without reducing your profits. Our trusted data also informs government and the supply chain, which helps reduce the odds of having ill-informed policy and regulation. We also provide trend data and other insight to the press and media, showing the progress pig farms are making to improve their environmental footprint. In all kinds of ways, we defend the pork industry and individual producers from unfair criticism related to the way they farm.
I'm Luke Rhodes, I'm the Senior Sous Chef at Halifax Hall Hotel. I like to produce just good quality food using British produce and showcasing them to the best of their ability. The dish for the pork Henry is just nice slow braised pork Henry. We pan sear it to get a nice bit of colour on the outside. To get the best out of it, you have to slow braise it. We braise it in a stock of stuff that naturally pairs with pork. Pork stock, cider, apple juice, sage, garlic and rosemary. You completely submerge the meat, cook it for 3.5 hours and it just falls to pieces. It's a nice comforting dish that showcases what British produce is about, but it's also quite light, really nice fresh bursting flavours. It makes you proud to be British when you've got that produce coming through your kitchen.
Hello, my name's David Goodyear. I'm a Fox Farm participant for the AHDB pork sector. To get these 3 pieces of data here, my veterinary medicines record book, which has a record of all medicines used on the farm, the EMB user's guide, and the third thing, which was a printout that my vet produces, which has our total antibiotic usage purchased for the year. So for me, it's been 10 minutes to put a whole year's worth of data on. I shall now do it once a quarter, so I will be able to benchmark myself regularly against other farms and other sectors, and hopefully everybody else in the industry can jump on board and we can all have a good look at what antibiotics we really are using.
Pork medallions tonight, and Dad's trying something new. Sticky pork noodles. Or maybe Caribbean pork. Now we're talking. Easy peasy lime squeezy. Who's the daddy?
There's so much information out there nowadays, and a lot of it is more opinion than fact. That's why we work to promote British pork to consumers, presenting the scientifically backed facts. We want consumers to know just how great British pork products are. This doesn't just mean the health benefits. It's also about our environmentally friendly farming methods and our high animal welfare standards. This January, our We Eat Balanced TV and supermarket ads showed today's shoppers that British meat and dairy is something to be proud of. We also protect the pork industry from unfair criticism by meeting false claims head-on. When British pork products are being misrepresented online, on TV or in adverts, our experts are there to present the facts. The AHDB also works with the British Nutrition Foundation in schools to teach children about British food. The Food, a Fact of Life programme provides teaching materials to show children where their food comes from and the importance of pork in their diets.
For me, there's something very special about British pork. With its mouth-watering aroma and succulent cuts, I believe you can taste the quality in every single bite. So what's our secret? Well, we care about the food we produce because we care about the people who eat it. We care about every step of the journey from farm to fork. As a chef, tracing our meat through its entire supply chain is very important to me. I trust British farmers make sure our pigs are happy and healthy. We're unique in the UK because a large proportion of our sows raise their piglets outdoors in our natural environment. Our farmers believe in giving them the best quality of life, free from growth hormones and unnecessary antibiotics. And I know that high standard of care doesn't end when the pigs move to the next stage of their journey, thanks to independent auditing. It's important to everyone, from the farmer to the butcher and to me, that our animals feel calm and stress-free every single day. And our hauliers agree. Before they hit the road, every vehicle complies with the animal welfare checklist, which is enshrined in British law, ensuring the pigs are comfortable, content and safe on their travels. We prioritise that sense of well-being when the animals reach the abattoir too, and ensure the best of welfare for the pigs at the end of their journey. Every part of the pig can be eaten from nose to tail, so there's no waste when it arrives at the butcher's. The pork that reaches the butcher's window is of the highest possible quality, and we know exactly where it's come from. For me, that's a difference you can taste. A British butcher knows the quality cuts they prepare will put smiles on the faces of food lovers everywhere. And when I know every decision made along the way is guided by the highest standards, I can confidently say that our pork is the highest quality in every sense. So you've heard why I choose British pork. Now it's time for you to taste the difference. Enjoy.
We're doing everything possible to help you navigate changes and to achieve the best outcomes for your businesses. And when it comes to the environment and the economy, you certainly have a lot on your plates. We supply independent and factual information for pork producers so that you can identify what steps to take to reduce environmental impact without reducing your profits. Our trusted data also informs government and the supply chain, which helps reduce the odds of having ill-informed policy and regulation. We also provide trend data and other insight to the press and media, showing the progress pig farms are making to improve their environmental footprint. In all kinds of ways, we defend the pork industry and individual producers from unfair criticism related to the way they farm.
I'm Luke Rhodes, I'm the senior sous chef at Halifax Hall Hotel. I like to produce just good quality food using British produce and showcasing them to the best of their ability. The dish for the pork Henry is just nice slow braised pork Henry. We pan sear it to get a nice bit of colour on the outside. To get the best out of it, you have to slow braise it. We braise it in a stock of stuff that naturally pairs with pork stock, cider, apple juice, sage, garlic and rosemary. You completely submerge the meat, cook it for 3.5 hours and it just falls to pieces. It's a nice comforting dish that showcases what British produce is about, but it's also quite light, really nice fresh bursting flavours. It makes you proud to be British when you've got that produce coming through your kitchen.
Hello, my name's David Goodyear. I'm a Fox Farm participant for the AHDB pork sector. To get these 3 pieces of data here, my veterinary medicines record book, which has a record of all medicines used on the farm, the EMB user's guide, and the third thing, which was a printout that my vet produces, which has our total antibiotic usage purchased for the year. So for me, it's been 10 minutes to put a whole year's worth of data on. I shall now do it once a quarter, so I will be able to benchmark myself regularly against other farms and other sectors, and hopefully everybody else in the industry can jump on board.
Good afternoon and welcome to AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming event 2022. This is the pork session and hopefully we'll get to hear a lot more about the pork sector plan that has been put together by your sector council. I'm delighted to see that over 1,000 people registered to join us today at these events for all sectors. It just shows how people want to hear from AHDB and the Sector Council about the decisions that have been made around the plan. So you can now download the plan. Here's the pork plan. You can go to our website, download the plan and have a look for yourselves and see what's in there. But we're going to find out a little bit more about that today. So, this is a live event. We want you to get involved. Many of you will be watching on YouTube, LinkedIn and Facebook. So what I want you to do is ask us your questions, either on those social channels or head to polyev.com/AHDB. pop your name and a question in there, and it'll get straight to the panel. If we don't end up getting to all the questions today, then we will follow up with you after the event, and we will make sure that we answer all the questions. So today's event is online, and we made a decision to go online because it's what you felt was most convenient to you. But we do want to meet you face to face. So if you go to our website and search for events, you'll find a whole list of events that you can catch us at in the coming months. We want to talk to you, we want to engage with you about the sector plan and the decisions that have been made to inform it. So please take a look. Great. Well, with that, I will hand over to Nicholas Sapphire, who's our chair of AHDB, who will tell you a little bit more about the plan.
Thanks, Roseanne. And welcome to you all online and those of you who join us later on Catch-Up. AHDB has a single function, and it is to actually do those things that improve bottom-line profitability that individual farmers or processors can't do on their own. That's why actually there are 4 sessions today, because pork is not cereals and cereals are not beef and lamb, but there are common themes, and we will bring them together where we can actually get some collaboration and some benefit out of doing that. When I came in 2.5 years ago, the message I got from a lot of levy payers was that they wanted better value and they wanted a listening organisation. Stage 1 is now finished. We've cut our costs, we've changed the culture. We issued the challenge to the team and to the new sector councils that we wanted to go out and really listen. And that's what Shape the Future is all about. And today is the culmination of getting back the feedback from you on Shape the Future and listening to the councils in terms of what they think we should now do. But that's not the end of the story. We're looking for feedback, we're looking to grow, we're looking to use this base in order to improve the whole time. So please make sure that when you've heard what they have to say, you then feed back your views. Ask the questions, as Roseanne said, ask them online, ask them at meetings, but recognize this is an ongoing process we want to continue for the next year, 2 years, whatever it takes, as we improve and deal with the undoubted challenges that you, particularly the pork sector, have seen over the last year, but all sectors are likely to face over the next 2-3 years. Before I pass over to the council, I do want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to the council. I want to say thank you to the team for what has been an immense effort in actually both doing things differently, but also getting the feedback and putting it into plans that you're going to hear today. And last, I'd like to thank you all, those of you who have given us feedback, those of you who are engaged. You are our critical friends, you are our customers. Please stay that way and make sure you tell us where you think we can do better or where we can do differently. So at that point, I'm going to pass over to Minister Mark Spencer, who wants to say a few words on record about AHDB, but particularly about today's event.
Hello everyone. This open meeting is the culmination of the start of the process to change AHDB, a process that began with DEFRA's requests for views on the organisation and followed up with the Shape of Future programme, aimed at giving levy payers a greater say on how they want their levy invested. Further to that valuable feedback, AHDB's sector councils have listened, and today marks the launch of AHDB's Delivering the Future of Farming programme, with the launch of new sector strategies for AHDB sectors: beef and lamb, pork, dairy and cereals and oilseeds. While each sector has its own priorities, the common thread remains that these sector strategies are all aimed at helping to deliver a better future for farming. AHDB is an important part of the farm support network and plays a valuable role in the industry. This supports the government's wider commitment to supporting farming and the agri-food sector, and the role it has to play in contributing to economic growth. I also wanted to recognise the fantastic work AHDB is doing to support the sector through this current period of considerable change, including the advice on fertiliser efficiency. Thank you. Enjoy the meeting today, and the government looks forward to working with you and the industry to help it thrive.
Thank you to the Minister and thank you to Nicholas for those words. So don't forget, get involved. We are live. So head over to polev.com/AHDB, pop your questions in and they'll get straight to the panel. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Mike Sheldon, who is Chair of our Pork Sector Council. Over to you, Mike.
Thank you, Roseanne. And hello, everybody, and welcome to you all. I hope that by the end of this session, you will agree that your time has been well spent. My name is Mike Sheldon. I have the immense privilege of being the chair of your Pork Sector Council. I'm accompanied today by 4 members of that Sector Council, Hugh Crabtree, Rob Beckett, Rob Mutimer and Mark Heighton. We also have with us a number of the members of the AHDB team, experts in their field, and so if we have any questions where we need them to help us with answers, they're on hand to give us to be there. We also have Angela Christensen, who is with us, who is going to field the questions and help guide us through this process and keep us generally in line. We are representatives of the Sector Council, but there is a wider Sector Council than that, and one of the things I want to assert is that it is a balanced team. We have both producers and processors. We have large and small. We have indoor, outdoor. We have the various regions of England represented. And we also have an independent member of the Sector Council who will keep us in line if we seem to be going astray from normal practice. This is an important day. It's a milestone in the journey that we have in transforming the organisation, as Nicholas has referred to. It's neither the beginning nor the end of the process, but it is an important milestone. We set out to make the relationship between levy payers and AHDB tighter and more responsive, so that AHDB could respond more quickly and more directly to the challenges facing all our levy payers. We wanted to put ourselves in a position where our levy payers had a greater influence over our prioritisation and over what we were doing, and greater familiarity also with what we were doing, so that everybody knew what AHDB was doing on their behalf. We carried out the Shape the Future survey earlier in the year, and we asked all our levy payers to tell us what was important to them about our activities. We had a great turnout from the pork sector. We're really very pleased. We had more than 50% of the pigs produced represented in the survey, and more than 75% of the pigs slaughtered represented in the survey. That is a terrific mandate for any group to operate with, and I'm very grateful to you all for taking the trouble to take part in the survey. If you didn't get the opportunity to take part in the survey this time, then we will be repeating it in due course, and I would encourage you to register and vote next time. What we've done since then is we've been considering the results of that survey in detail, and the plan that we've published today, and that I encourage you all to download from our website, is the product. It's the product of the views that were expressed to us by you, and the product of the deliberations which the Sector Council has carried out on your behalf since then. Today, the purpose of today is to discuss or begin the discussion of that plan with you. So I would encourage you all to pose questions, as Roseanne has invited you to do, and we will do our best to respond to those in due course. This isn't a one-off. We will repeat the process, or we will find other ways of reaching out to levy payers to find out what you think, what your priorities are, and what you think of our activities on your behalf. We have a plan, but nothing is set in stone. If circumstances change or views change, then the plan will change as well. The Sector Council was very determined to take the Shape the Future results seriously, and we have done, and we were very keen to act on the views expressed. Of course, our discussions were influenced by the rather dreadful market conditions that all of you have been enduring over at least the last year. Of course, our discussions were influenced by that. But we also have a responsibility to lift our eyes from the page and look into the future and think about the challenges which are coming down the track, which might not be priorities today, but are going to be very important to all of you in due course. One of the other things we've had to do is to take into account the expected severe reduction in our levy income in the next year or so. After the market conditions of the last year, it's highly likely that slaughter pig numbers will go down, and if the slaughter pig numbers go down, then so will our levy income, and we have to factor that into our plans as well. That has made life quite difficult. So we have taken a number of difficult decisions. Some of them might not be universally popular, but we have weighed up all the evidence we had to hand and taken those decisions on your behalf, and that's what we want to discuss today. You told us that your priorities for levy funds were centred around our post-farm gate work. You told us that while all our work was important, some of it was more important than others. There was a range of views, of course, there is always going to be a range of views, but actually there was a very strong common thread coming through from the views expressed by all sorts of different people. There were differences between the views expressed, sometimes between larger companies and family firms, sometimes between integrators and independent producers. But again, on the whole, there were more similarities than there were differences, and this was very encouraging for the Council. So we're going to get into some detail about what the plan says, but just as a matter of headline, our focus in our sector plan is on three things. Our focus is on marketing, exports, and reputation. We're going to devote about 40% of our funds to building and protecting the place that pork has in the consumer's mind in our country. Influencing attitudes is long-term work, and it's challenging. It's particularly challenging in the light of some of the changes to consumer habits, which we're all very well aware of at the moment. But we can demonstrate a track record of remarkable success, and we're very confident that we will be able to continue to do so on your behalf. We're going to devote about a third of your levy funds to building on the success of British pork exports. We perform a vital role in winning access to overseas markets, satisfying the veterinary and technical requirements that are needed in order to be able to sell into those markets, and in assisting our exporters make contacts with traders and purchasers in those markets. And of course, we back all that up with a presence at a number of different shows around the world. This work brings significant value to every pig produced in this country, and it supports farm gate prices. The balance of our funds, about 27% of your levy payer funds, are devoted to supporting the reputation of the pork sector. This is about giving substance to and shouting about the reputation of pork within England. This involves a wide range of work. There's a lot of work going into supporting reputation. It involves our work on animal health and welfare. It involves our work to do with the environment. And it also involves our work, the investment we make in educating consumers of the future, a piece of work that we're particularly proud of. So those are our three priorities within our sector plan: marketing, exports, reputation. And we're going to have a bit more detail about that now from members of the Council, and then we will get into questions. But that's enough from me for now, and I'm going to hand over to Angela.
Well, thank you, Mike. A really good, clear introduction, and thank you to everybody who's joined. It's so good to see the numbers that responded to the Shape the Future vote, to see how many people have registered here today. Thank you all for being here. I get to witness you having your discussions, debating, really, really concentrating on what the levy payers have asked you to do. And I know it has not been easy. And I wanted that actually to be my first question to you, Mike. You know, you've been chairing this, what was previously the board, now is the council. How has it been this year? You've had limited funds, you've had the clearest voice ever from the levy payers asking for what they want to see done with their levy. Has it been difficult? You say three themes like that. It sounds easy. Was it?
Well, I'm going to give you an economist's answer to that. On the one hand, it's been pretty difficult, actually, because when you have a range of work which is all valuable, then making choices about which is the most valuable is inevitably rather difficult, and there are differences of opinion, and it becomes quite painful
it becomes quite painful to say no to work which is otherwise valuable. On the other hand, the economist, it's been quite easy, actually. It's been made easier by this process because we weren't just relying on our own views and our own experience and our own knowledge. We had a database from you, the levy payer, with a very clear message or a series of very clear messages about what was important to you. And that helped us make some very difficult decisions. I wouldn't say easily, but we were comfortable in making those decisions.
And it is interesting, isn't it? Because I saw the reference keep going back to, wait a minute, what did the levy payers tell us was important? Because when you're debating these things, they're often complex and there's lots of different things to think about. Not only what's happening now in the industry, but what's coming down the lane. So lots of nods, and I know we want to get into the thick of it. So 3 themes: marketing, exports, and reputation. Marketing came out very strongly, no surprise actually there, 40%, big slug of the levy going towards it. Rob, you are absolutely passionate about this area, so I'd like to come to you and just say, can you just remind us all, what does AHDB principally do in this area?
Well, I'd follow that. I was very pleased that marketing came out on top, because after working with the marketing team now for 5.5 years, it's with great pride that I've seen what they've done and what they continue to strive to do. But AHDB is unique in the way that we can market pork out to the consumers of this country, and that is our most important market still. We work with all the major processors, and we also work with all the major supermarkets, and I don't believe there's any other organisation that can do that. And Liam and his team organise promotional campaigns that actually are very joined up in their approach, and we do that to make sure that the levy payers are getting maximum bang for their buck in what we spend for. And coming from a farming background where I've had nothing to do with high-level marketing, it's been a really big education on just how joined up that approach has been. And we run certain marketing pillars during the year, sorry. In the autumn, we run the Feed the Family for Less, which is very good planning on the team's part for this year with the spending crisis. And then also in the January time, we'll bring in Mix Up Meals campaign, where we'll look to promote the healthy benefits of eating pork at a time when everyone's looking to be more healthy, and again, looking at protein that feeds a family for less.
Okay, so it's about dialing it up and dialing it down, depending on the time of year, the cuts that we've got, working with the whole supply chain to make sure we optimise things.
Yeah, it is. And also, we're using different medias to actually get our message across. And, you know, the TV is the big one, the big bucks and everything else. But the team make sure that all coincides with work that's done with all the supermarkets and the processors to make sure we've got the product when we're doing the promotions, which is really important, but takes quite a lot of time to tie up. And then the bit that dinosaurs like me find interesting is how they tie that up with social media and working even down to talking about Gen Zs, which is something.
But of course, we're not the target audience, are we? Because we're not wavering about eating pork, thank goodness. You know, we're talking about identifying, you know, consumers that are thinking about, you know, well, should I carry on with this? And do I have permission to eat? Do I have the appetite to eat it? So that's, as
it's challenging the mainstream rather than our own family type of things. And it's very interesting what they do. It's absolutely brilliant what some of these do to actually promote pork. So we get a long-term attitudinal change to eating pork, how it sits in our baskets going forward, whether it is healthy, whether it's convenient for a family life, and at the moment, more important than anything, it's a very reasonably priced protein.
Yeah, and in that way, it's quite exciting times for pork, isn't it?
Because the marketing department is always very exciting. That's one of the things. Well, it's a very exciting place to be, and seeing how we promote for the long term. We've got to keep people eating pork in this country, and show them that it's healthy, show them it fits into our busy lifestyles, and what these guys do is absolutely great. And I think, again, an individual company or individual supermarket doing a campaign like this doesn't have a buy and the cut through that it has when you do it across the board. And it's really encouraging.
Really, really encouraging, really interesting. I keep flicking my eyes down here, not because you're boring, but because there's some nice questions coming in. Is he now? So one question that came in is why can't AHD promote British pork? Why can't we use the word British now that we've left the EU?
We would love to use the word British, and it's something that comes up all the time, but unfortunately it is illegal for AHDB to use the word British. Due to state aid rules after Brexit, we agreed to bring across a lot of rules from Europe and cut and paste them basically into UK legislation. And that means it is illegal for AHDB to put the Union Jack on every product or shout that it's British. We do put the Red Tractor logo on, which is the best we can do, and things, but you just can't ask people to do something that's illegal at the moment, and maybe we're lobbying going forward, we can actually get that changed. But at the moment it's illegal, and there's also WTO issues there as well that have to be thought out. Unfortunately, it's a complicated issue, and it's also very infuriating, both to us and the levy payers.
And the value of the trade, Mike, because obviously we wouldn't want to ever do anything that jeopardise the value of the trade, and it's something I know you've spoken about, Mike.
Well, that's right, because very often with these sorts of things, it is a matter of trade-off, and the reality is that our exports, 560 million plus a year, are going all around the world. They would be in jeopardy if we broke either state aid rules or if we broke WTO rules. Those exports would be in jeopardy, and so we wouldn't dream of taking too many risks in that regard, because the value of those exports is so important to us and so important to our levy payers.
Okay, so another question coming in though is, how can AHDB have a British meat dinner at this Seattle show but not be able to use British in its marketing? What's the difference there, Mike?
I think that there are two answers to the question, actually. One is that the rules are slightly different for a dinner like the British meat dinner at Seattle. That's not a consumer-facing event, it's a trade event. So the audience within the guest list are part of the meat trade. They are both exporters from the UK and importers from Europe and all around the world, and traders, and that is the audience there. And when you're talking to that audience, then the same state aid rules don't apply in the same way. But on the other hand, I would say that that is an example of AHDB finding the absolute limits of the rules. So we at all times, we will sail as close as we dare to the wind. So we will push those rules without breaking them.
Okay, so we optimise that, but we don't go too far to jeopardise any trade, because that trade is so valuable. All right, so another question. We measure attitudes. Measure attitudes towards pork rather than actual sales volumes. Sometimes we get indications to that. What's your thought on that? I'm looking at you, Rob. You're a producer. You're producing this thing. You want to sell it. Why would we have AHDB measuring attitude?
Well, attitude is the be all and end all, really. Ultimately, what we really want is, as you say, to be able to sell all of our pigs for the best price, particularly with the domestic market. Mike was saying about how important that is. It's still our largest market. Whatever happens with export or whatever happens elsewhere, the domestic market, retail, consumers, that is our main target, and we always have to focus on that. Just going back to one of the points that Mike made about why would we not push the boundaries further, and you touched on it gently, is that the EU is still our biggest market, and I believe last year about 37% of our products was going to Europe, and since then it's increased to 40%. So that is still a very, very significant market for us that we need to focus on. And thankfully with Liam and his team, these real professional people that we've got who are working on our behalf, they really are far cuter than us as producers or processors, and they have just a wonderful ability to be able to find use that reputational stuff and focus the market, I think.
Well, we're also trying to plant ideas into the consumer's mind, because if we can get that message across, then yes, there will be a response during a particular campaign, but we want to have that idea kept in the minds of consumers, so that it's
like a portable positive.
It's up there, and I remember that. That's they did tell me that pork was a good source of B12 or whatever it is that's tickled them to make them make the selection. It's important.
Yeah, and they carry that people carry that whether they're in store, walking past Greg's, or in the pub, or whatever. So, right, good questions coming in here. Some of these I'm loving. There's one I'm going to keep back a little bit because it's to do with exports, and we'll come back to that. It's actually to do with imports, but we will come back to it. So. I love this. Could we please promote British pork for Christmas? It's awful what's happening to the poultry sector, but we must promote pork as the perfect Christmas meal. This is interesting, isn't it? Because we are excited about pork. We're obviously very sad about what's happening in other industries, but pork is such good value.
Clear opportunity, definitely. And so anything that we can do, and that's people like me who can get out there and post on the socials, just keep battering away, reminding people that this is a really good value product, and if you're struggling to find poultry meat for whatever reason, and I agree with you, that's a disaster for that particular sector. But one sector's disaster inevitably becomes another sector's opportunity, and it was ever thus.
Yeah.
It's we aren't trying to batter away at other meat proteins. Most of our competition is actually a completely different foodstuff. Cornflakes, is a competitor for the bacon sandwich in the morning. So anything that all individuals, all stakeholders in the sector can do to just keep nudging away at, hey, can we? How about thinking about pork? We're actually going to be doing it in my household. I shall be cooking a shoulder of pork in my smoker for our Christmas lunch.
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to add, it's probably,
of course.
It's probably just worth mentioning that we've already really begun through the Feed the Family for Less promotion, the promotion of pork in the run-up to Christmas, because that promotion will run up until the end of November, and we do have different channels that we talk to consumers through. The taste and enjoyment piece we tend to pick up through social media and our digital website, Love Pork. We have over 1 million visitors to that website every year. And we are already planning to put a focus around gammon recipes in the run-up to Christmas, just to inspire more people and remind them to cook. An interesting fact, we sell more gammon over the Christmas period than we do turkey.
Interesting. I know from the people at the side, we've got 5 minutes left. I've got a couple on this topic, not totally. There's a really good one here. AHDB can't promote British, but could we work better with organisations such as Farm Retail Association, Q Guild, National Craft Butchers to get the Feed the Family for Less campaign spread further? Hard copy recipe books used to go out to butchers' shops. I'm not sure the online equivalent is there.
As a high street butcher myself, we do get some very good material through from AHDB on all proteins actually, and put a point of sale material. It's there, and it does point people to the website to look at the recipes on how to cook gammons at Christmas and all the rest of it. So maybe we can do some more, but certainly as a butcher, I feel that we get a lot of information through and a lot of point of sale material.
Okay, so that's first hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good. So I just wanted to sort of wrap up this marketing side by just looking at the import side. So it says here, why are we allowing double the import of pig meat when our own markets are in dire straits? Why are we?
Well, if only the rules for importing were in our hands at AHDB, then we might be in a better place. The reality is that the rules for imports are set by the UK government. And when they are setting those rules, I don't need to apologise for them, but when they are setting their rules, they have to take into account both the quid pro quo, because we are exporters as well. And so when it comes to managing trade relations with all those other countries, what you do about protecting your market from imports, there's the other side of the coin about that might have negative effects on your ability to export. So government sets the rules. Our colleagues at MPA and NFU and other professional associations, they will lobby like Billy-O on behalf of their members to make sure that the rules are set fairly and make sure that the rules are set so that we in the UK have a chance of surviving with our businesses. And that is quite correct. What we do at AHDB, our role, we inform both the NPA and government. So we provide the data and the evidence to NPA to be able to go and lobby, and that relationship works really well. We also, quietly, we don't necessarily make a big song and dance about this because we aren't a lobbying organisation. We provide data and information to government in order to help them form their rules, in our view, properly. And when we do that, we push as hard as we can, but we stop short of the line of lobbying. The reality is that we don't always get what we want, of course, because there is a balance to be struck, always between import and export.
Okay. I did want to ask, we talked about budgetary constraints. We've talked about all that we do. We were running the pork-specific campaigns, and we were also chipping into the wheat balance campaigns. We've got less money this year. What's been the discussions on that, and where's it got to?
We knew we were going to lose a deal of money, and we've looked at it hard, and we felt that for this year, and maybe for this year alone, that it was really important we really concentrate all our efforts on the pork-specific marketing in the home. So I'm afraid that means that marketing with other sectors, and that's been happening, we balanced has been put to one side for this year, and we will be concentrating our budget on our own marketing of pork in this country.
So we're cutting our cloth, we're pausing at the moment, we're keeping an eye on it.
But that doesn't mean in the future we can't go back,
come back.
because that was a very good advertising campaign, and you know it's not something we gave away lightly. But I'm afraid for this year we will be concentrating on pork.
It might not be possible for us to get through all the questions, but I do want to just ask this one before we wrap up on marketing. As Roseanne said, we will get back to you on all the questions, but here's one. The survey didn't provide the opportunity to ask if the levy rate is correct, or if the split between processor and producer is correct. When the processor levy was introduced, it was towards marketing. If the marketing spend is increasing, should the processor pay more? I'm going to go to you, Mike, first, just for your views, but I welcome any others.
It's true that in this survey we didn't ask what levy payers thought about the levy rate prevailing at the moment. We didn't ask that question. We've taken a view that, given market circumstances over the last year and still prevailing right now, it's still not the right time to ask the question of levy payers. But we are signalling that we think that conversation needs to start. I think the way I look at it is that if we can work in such a way that all our levy payers are convinced of the value of what we are doing, then we can ask the question, how much do you want to invest in these sorts of activities? And my idea would be we would reach a situation where the levy rate was set because that's what levy payers want it to be. That's what they want us to invest on their behalf. We haven't reached that point yet, but that's what I see in the next few months, or certainly next year. As far as the split between producer and processor levy is concerned, I think perhaps that should form part of that conversation, exactly.
Rob, what do you think?
If I could reassure the levy payer and the producer that the council have debated that at length, and we took a lot of time to be able to really consider that question, which was put. I know Mike's covered it, that maybe for another day the actual levy amounts, that there will be a question that comes out to the levy payers. But after thrashing it out between the whole council, we believed at the time that we were going to leave it put because the industry was in such a difficult time. But I'm sure that's a question for another day that we'll come back to.
We have touched upon it, haven't we, to start with, and we did decide to not kick it down the road, but let's just see how things pan out over the course of this next year when we know that there will be a reduction in the levy coming through. But I think it's obvious that with less money available, and in order to keep doing the good work on marketing, to keep doing the good reputational stuff, to keep export markets thriving and also opening new export markets, we will need to have more money or need to keep the levy total at around about where it is. And if that means more spend, then
we have to have that conversation.
At least, yes.
Yeah. And I think that is certainly the events I've been out and about in, people are having that conversation. So that's the whole point of this, isn't it? To keep that dialogue open.
There's another strong reason. I mean, the levy has been stable for some years now, and just the effect of inflation, even at a low rate over a prolonged period of time, has an impact, obviously, on net revenue. Everybody knows we're in a period of quite high inflation. I'm old enough to remember inflation rates, well
now,
into
look,
double
Hugh,
figures.
let's not go back to the 70s.
It's all before that. But that obviously has a big impact. So that will be another factor that determines that debate.
Now, we could talk about our domestic market all day. Thank you very much, Liam. I'm going to bring in our expert now, Phil Hadley, who a lot of you will know is our export director, because we're going to travel overseas. Pork trade is hugely, hugely valuable. So there's a whole world out there. There's a lot of trade in pig meat. We've got a fantastic product. It's got great integrity. Mark, I can see straight away, from a processor angle, it's really, really important. So I'm going to ask you in a moment just to go through what AHDB do, how it feels from your side of things. But I'm going to come to you, Rob, as a producer, and just see how it feels from your side as well, because you're not directly exporting, but we'll come back to you and see what you think. So.
No, well, the export question has been debated, over the 5 or so years that I've been involved, and our export team do a marvellous job. I know in 2021, I think we were exporting to 98 countries. Exported a volume of in excess of 350,000 tonnes, and each one of that value is, I believe, worth nearly £50 a pig to us all, and so it is an enormous value to us as producers. So whether we're a producer or a processor, that value is definitely there.
Okay. So it's underpinning that market price here, keeping it honest.
Particularly in balancing the carcass.
Okay. So poor Mark, you've stolen lots of his lines.
Pretty much everything.
Pretty much everything.
It's really good.
But obviously, we as AHDB work really, really closely with you as processors. How does that feel from your side of things? What does it look like?
Well, it's great. I mean, being in it all together, there's a lot of work that goes on in identifying, firstly, new markets to expand into. Recently, I think Vietnam and Mexico have been identified as potential export destinations for our high-quality pig meat, and we were more than happy to host an AHDB sponsored tour by a Vietnamese delegation. We took them to an abattoir, we took them to a finishing farm, and to explain all about what goes on and all the good things that we do in the UK to produce top quality pig meat. So it's those sorts of things that the AHDB do very well, to unlock new markets, to keep current markets going, to put on trade fairs and events in overseas destinations, to attract customers in those countries to a single place, to see delegations from all of the UK processors, all the main, UK processors, and basically we're selling our wares and we're selling the UK pig. So it's very valuable, and it's well worth, I think, the 33% of the levy that is put towards this specific area.
It's pretty thrilling, isn't it, when you stand on... You went out to Seattle, a couple of weeks ago. It's high energy, isn't it? It's high octane. You feel the buzz. You can feel the trade almost happening.
I feel very fortunate to have had the opportunity to go to Seattle. It's huge. It is a huge show. It's all food products, not just meat. But the meat hall is huge. And what's extraordinary is you see, for example, the Argentinian stand. Well, they have 4 stands, one of which is just devoted to lunch. There's the Uruguayans there. There's the Brazilians. It's my kind of place. There's everyone there. But it was fantastic for me to be. When you walk through the hall and you're looking for your stand to go and visit, it hoves into view beautifully, like a lovely sailing ship coming over the horizon. You see the great brand at the head of the stand with the Union flag there, and our stand was just buzzing. It was just buzzing. It was absolutely packed from dawn till dusk, as far as I could see, and it was packed not with time wasters, as far as I could see. It was packed with our exporters and their customers and their prospective customers doing business and making contacts, building those networks, building those relationships. And it's just terrific that we, the UK, the English pork sector, AHDB, are part of that world. It's absolutely energising.
So obviously we're looking to de-risk, we're looking to send every bit of the carcass to the best place for the best amount of money. There's a really good question here about getting licences. So what are AHDB doing about getting the 3 pork abattoirs who've lost their site approval for exporting to China to get reapproved? Phil, I'm going to bring you in here because I know you have very good relationships all over the world and you're very close to this subject.
Yeah, so the history here is related to COVID. So China's been really good for our pork exports. It's a friendly destination. And it's continued to grow. However, during the COVID time, there was a demand of any company that had shown the any export. So that's the position we're in now. I think lots of other However, we've now experienced almost 2 years or around 2 years of plants not reapproved to export to China. We're in regular dialogue with UK government and industry and are working tirelessly to re-accelerate that so those plants are so that really valuable trade can recommence. But it is a very, very slow process, and you can imagine the Chinese government that are evaluating the corrective action measures and all the documentation that goes with that. They have a myriad of those requested from lots of other countries. We are making progress, but it is very, very slow, but we don't waste or miss any opportunity to try and accelerate that. And I am really hopeful that we'll see a resolution to that because it's critical for the sector, and we'll see a resolution. When I can't actually say, but we don't underestimate the impact, nor are we sitting idle. We need this to happen.
Thank you,
Phil. Has dialogue with China shown any sign of waking up again?
Yes, but very slowly. Initially there was effectively a halting in dialogue, of course, of the pandemic. It is purely an issue with the pandemic and the perceived risk of virus transfer through frozen product. It isn't a UK issue. it's a global issue. The Chinese have a very long list of plants that are being suspended and relisted for ongoing problems. We've provided the documentation. A dialogue is ongoing, but it isn't resolved yet, and we're continuing to work hard with industry and government to try and move that forward.
Thank you. I'm going to come closer to home here. There's a question about Ireland. So Ireland is not a low-cost producer of grains or pork, but its pig sector has a much better export performance than the GB sector. Why? What is AHDB learning from looking at others? And does it try and do this? Do we try and look at others? And, you know, there are some great, I mean, Ireland's one of them, there's other great exporting nations. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a few underlying dynamics that make that the case, of course. You know, Ireland's a huge exporter of beef as well. They're a big producer, modest population, so they are driven for export, so they drive their export markets very hard. We, and I think Mark might want to add here, have a really strong domestic market, so actually we have product export in the first instance, but that doesn't mean to say we don't want to export those additional parts of the carcass to add value. We look very closely at what our near European neighbours, including Ireland, Denmark, France, Holland, for example, are doing in that marketplace.
So, thank you. That's really interesting. Again, another subject we could carry on with. I want to make sure we talk about reputation. It's our third theme. So I'm going to come to Hugh here. There's probably not many people who are more passionate about the reputation of the British pig industry than you, Hugh. This is a big area of work. It encompasses a lot of things. Hugh, just walk us through what is the AHDB doing in this arena?
The aim is to promote and protect the reputation of the British pig industry in the marketplace. That's the aim. And the activities, which I'll say some more about, consume about 27% of the spend. So it's the sort of third chunk of the expenditure. What do we do? The first thing is we monitor, if you like, all media to try and keep an eye on issues as they come along, and to try and get onto the front foot to challenge misinformation and provide balance where there are views expressed by others. Of course, as we know in this life, people out there are entitled to their opinions and they're entitled to express them without any need to justify them, but they're often misleading. So that's a really important job that we do. And there's some really clever technology that's involved with social media particularly, which automatically monitors postings to spot things that are relevant to our sector so that we can immediately respond and put balance into the argument. So that's the first thing. The second area of work is if there is a big issue that emerges, and as we know, and certainly the experience I have in the National Pig Association, there are some big challenges going on as various organisations, activist organisations, really have a go. It's really important that we have a body, an independent body, that can facilitate response to that on an industry-wide basis. So the AHDB has a really important role in that, working obviously with colleague organisations like the National Pig Association and the National Farmers Union. And it's really important that numbers are available as well. And that brings me on to another section of work in reputation support. AHDB is the sort of repository of industry statistics. In fact, as Phil will confirm, we generate a lot of them in order that we have more knowledge about our sector. And so AHDB has a really important role in responding to consultation from government and from others And with respect to what goes on in this regard, that's a straight question that is put to the industry. AHDB responds, but also with respect to compliance issues. How are we doing with respect to compliance? And a really good example of that is background work that goes on in the development of things like EML2, which obviously is work done for DEFRA, but then the work on the electronic medicines book, for example, which I've been very close to. Really important and an absolutely fantastic example of industry-wide collaboration, the levy body, prime producers, other stakeholders, veterinarians particularly, working together to report a fantastic success in the reduced use of antimicrobials. So, fantastic. Really important. The last little bit, education, which you mentioned earlier, of which we're justifiably very proud. We need to be constantly informing consumers about what an excellent product pork is, great food stuff, how it's produced, where it comes from. But there's a particular focus on young people. And for example, AHDB Pork funds Ladies in Pigs, and they do fantastic work at providing curriculum content for schools.
So I'm conscious, because this is really good, we've got lots of questions coming in. We've talked about reputation, and here it says, you say that reputation has three important aspects for consumers: health, animal health, and welfare and environment. However, you've had to stop some work in that area, and actually I can see there's other questions on the pig health scheme, for example. Can you just talk through, how, I'm going to come to you, Rob, I know this is an area.
Yeah, well, clearly we've had some really difficult decisions to make. One of the things that we definitely wanted to do was to listen to the levy payers. We understood that it wasn't of the highest scoring and priority from the levy payers survey, and most importantly, like everyone else challenged with costs, the likelihood is that our budget is going to be reduced by 20%. And earlier we've talked about reducing expenditure across the board, such as marketing, and this was an area that again was debated at length with processors and producers, and unfortunately, whilst everything was important to us before, when we've got a smaller budget, this was an area that we decided was not as important as others. So one of those difficult decisions was made, and we decided that it was one that fell where we couldn't support it.
I think there was also the point on that was that CCIR should be the vehicle for giving good health information back to the producers. Now, arguably, it's broken, because I've seen some of the CCIR information that comes back, and sometimes it's far from accurate. And so I think we decided that it's something in place to feed that information back. What can we do to ensure that that information is as good as it can be? I don't think it will be as good as the pig health scheme, but we won't have to pay for it. So there's going to be some work that's done on that to drive that forward over the next couple of years.
I've got a long memory. I remember probably about 15 years ago, BPEX, our predecessor, was discussing the pig health scheme and CCIR. And the decision at the time was that we really only needed one programme to be functioning, as long as it functioned properly. And we decided at that time we would keep pig health scheme going for a while until CCIR could be fixed. And we're still doing it, and CCIR isn't fixed. I'm hoping that one of the things that may emerge from this is a determination on the part of all parties to make that other system work and stop having a parallel system with the pig health scheme. So I think the pig health scheme has been useful, but it's not the best investment of levy payer funds available to us now. And that's one of the tough decisions we've had to make.
Okay.
And the other thing, Angela, is whenever you have, I know there will be people who hold certain aspects of work dear to their hearts. It's inevitable.
Yeah.
And if that particular piece of work has to be dropped for budgetary considerations, then naturally enough the response is, well, you never asked us about it.
Right, I'm going to come on to that because we've got a really good point here from somebody. I found the survey to be too simplistic. It missed following A, is the levy set at the right level? B, who should pay? Is the split between producer and processor correct, given that the supply is so dysfunctional? And I can now see, Meryl, that's from you. I couldn't see it when it was smaller on my screen. So that's from Meryl Ward. So it was difficult, wasn't it? This is the first time we've done this exercise. How detailed do we go? Do we go really, really detailed and it switches people off and they say, I'm not spending that time? Do you go high level? What's your thoughts on that?
Well, it is the first time such an undertaking has been engaged with, and so there's just bound to be stuff that we might do different the next time around. And there is definitely a determination that there will be a next time round. Quite possibly we'll have an opportunity to do a next time round sooner, rather than later, sooner than the 5 years.
And that's something, as all of us are out and about, we want to hear about, don't we? How can we improve on this? How can we do it better? How could we up our engagement? Because it's been great in increasing this engagement, hasn't it?
More engagement in the last 6 months, and I'm 5 years on the sector council. I've had more engagement in the last 6 months than I've had in the previous 5 years. So let's start. We have come a long, long way from where everything's, but we do need to hear from people whether they want to have a more detailed opinion on these things, and some people do. But whatever about the survey said, it did give us a clear direction as a sector council to make decisions, and we have made those decisions and we have to live by them. But it's been a clear steer. We can look at it again going forward, whether we make it more detailed, but at least people are now asking questions, finding what their levy's doing, things like that. And I think people have got a better understanding of what their levy's doing now as well.
Given the level of engagement on the first initial survey, we were heartened by that, and people are engaged and people do care about these issues, and we can go a bit more detailed next time around, be that 5 years' time, be that 2 years' time.
Okay, so it's a conversation. If people want to have it deeper, we're very open to that. I am just going to go, because there's some good questions coming in here. There's on a similar theme here, why has the pig health scheme been discontinued without consultation? The positive, I want to go to this one. The positive reputation of the UK pig sector underpins both the domestic and international marketing side of things and marks us out from the rest. How can AHDB justify the removal of these important areas, and they've listed pig health scheme, real welfare, and the research that goes on, when other areas rely so heavily on it? And it is true, these things are interdependent, aren't they, these three themes?
They are interdependent, and the test that we tried, the test that we applied was, is there duplication out there? Are other people engaged in this area of work? If so, then should we cede that ground to the other party and keep out, rather than waste money by duplication? How effective is the work that we are doing? Is it still as effective as it was last year? Or could it be developed or replaced with another piece of work? Could alternative funders be found? And so what we aimed to do was just to say we will make sure we concentrate on the things which are unique to AHDB and which in our judgment and according to the data deliver the absolute maximum value. And so, for example, the electronic medicines book work has delivered massive, the improvement that producers have made in reducing their antibiotic use has been a massive fillip to the reputation of the pork sector in this country. And the EMB that AHDB operates has been part of that, and an essential part of that. And no one else can do it. So we absolutely have to do that. When it comes to some of the other work, other people could do it, or other people could fund it, or other people already are doing it. And so that's the reason that lies behind those choices, difficult as they are.
I would just add that we have to remember the budgetary effects. So one, the 20% reduction in the budget that we're going to see in the next 12 months, but also the point that Hugh made earlier on about the inflationary pressures over the value over the last 10 years since the levy was set. And so we've basically got a lot less money now to spend when those things were valued. The other part of it is, and it's come out in a couple of questions, that maybe a lot of the questions weren't those questions that you people would have answered. Perfectly justified and good questions. The levy payer survey was one element where you can have a view. The other great view is you can make, and probably more progress you can make, is being a sector member. And as sector members, we only do a certain amount of a term, and know that there'll be 3 positions that will be coming up for re-election reappointment in the new year. So 25% of the board will be replaced in the spring. And you guys, if you feel really strongly about this, this is your opportunity to put your name forward, and then you will have a far greater opportunity to be able to change the direction that the council and AHDB Pork are running.
Another aspect of that is that, because I'm the new kid on the block, of course, here, I expect there to be feedback from levy payers. I expect some of it to be quite robust. Why wouldn't it be? You can't please all of the people all of the time, and as budgetary constraints really grip, a reduction in the amount of levy revenue as well as the impact of inflation, then obviously you have to cut the cloth. But even though the inquiry that has recently been made through Shape the Future has got, at least on the face of it, a 5-year cycle, when the levy body will be obliged to do the same sort of inquiry of levy payers. However, the sector council members have to be ratified on a 12-month cycle. So there's clearly an opportunity for levy payers to mark the essay rather more frequently, and it's not going to be like a government election kind of a thing. That's not what it is. But nevertheless, there's an opportunity for levy payers to express their views in that way. The very fact that sector council members are sat on this live stream event should be message enough that the whole tenure of the thing is trying to be more flexible, more connected, more desirous of hearing what people have got to say. When this particular event is finished in 25 minutes or whatever it is, that's not the end of the story. It's really just the beginning, and that's what levy payers should get hold of.
Okay, so I'm looking at the questions here. There's and obviously you guys out there are voting on what you want to talk about, and I just want to mention real welfare. We've mentioned pig health scheme, and you've given some particular answers on that. So here we've got one. Real welfare is a world-leading programme. How has this data fed into market trade negotiations? Losing this is a disaster to defending and promoting our reputation, which is a key theme. So, Mike, we know this. We know that data and evidence is really important, and this was a source of data and evidence. Are there other sources? How else can we work?
Well, I think that's the question. That's the question for the industry and for the sector council is what do we do next? Because the goal for real welfare is to demonstrate to a number of different audiences, whether that's consumers, government, NGOs, media, whoever that might be, was to demonstrate that pig producers in this country know what they're doing when it comes to looking after the animals in their care. That was the objective, and it has been successful. And we have generated a massive data set to demonstrate the criteria that we were measuring with real welfare, which aren't all the criteria to do with animal welfare. But the criteria we were measuring, we've built up this massive data set. We have published periodically, and one of the things we've noticed is that in the first few years of the real welfare programme, there were significant changes in the results coming back from the participating farms. In the latter years, there weren't. And that suggested to us that most of the gain of that particular programme of work had been delivered. And so therefore that means that the value of the work goes down over time. And that's what lay behind the decision. But and there's always been a debate about the real welfare programme, about, well, it doesn't tell you this and it doesn't tell you that, and it's not the whole story, and that's true. And it's also true that some of our customers, some of our retail customers, have taken the real welfare programme in and then have moved on, because they are looking for differentiation, they are looking for their own story.
Again, Mike, we debated this quite long and hard. And the question, well, I asked the question, we've had so many incursions on farms in the last 5, 8, 10 years by animal welfare activists. At no point did I see anybody pull out from a bag to say, well, actually, the real welfare score for this farm was 10 out of 10. No one used that. This information has not been used for anything in my mind. And it was quite an easy decision, again, from my point of view, to say, cull it.
So I'm just very conscious that we've got a fairly limited time. We've really talked quite a lot about the difficult decisions that you've had to make and the difficult decisions in terms of cutting work that probably in an ideal world you wouldn't have wanted to. And it's with mixed feelings we see these questions coming through, because it's great
18
that
months ago we wouldn't have had this conversation, because we weren't looking at losing a very substantial amount of our budget. I mean, I look at my own personal business at home and say, we've looked at what we are doing on farm in a big way. What can we cut? What can we cut to make sure that we're here for the future? We've had to do exactly the same here. And I think bringing on pig health schemes, really important one. I had a light bulb moment when I was walking through a German abattoir on an AHDB trip, looking at, they were getting real-time data back on the lung scores of their pigs straight away on every batch that came through. And then when you ask, why am I not getting that from CCIR? And we now have to go away from here and put pressure to make sure that we are getting good data back. So yes, we have stopped a scheme, and it will cause some people some upset. But the next step is making sure that CCR data comes back properly, and it can be better possibly than Pig Health there, because it comes back on every load. But while we were doing it in duplication alongside, there was absolutely no incentive for CCIR to get any better.
And that is an important point here, isn't it? Sometimes when the levy can't fund something, people do realise the value of the independent pump priming and things that the levy has got going. And actually there is an opportunity for other people to come in and fund this work,
Absolutely.
isn't there? We have made it ready. Okay, so I'm wondering if any of you are sitting out there thinking that you've got any other questions. Please do fire them in. Here we have one. Clearly pork is never going to get over the growing requirement for halal meat in schools. What new domestic markets are you looking for elsewhere in the public sector? It's interesting, isn't it, the public sector, because everybody's on a budget, aren't they, at the moment? Pork's good value, but meat's still quite expensive overall. So it's an interesting area here.
Was this one of the sort of considerations when we viewed if there was somebody else doing this in the market, then it wasn't AHDB's position to do it? And so of the processor representatives on the board, that they all had people in a lot larger budget and a lot more people in that department looking at those new markets, so that we weren't going to duplicate what was already going on.
So what we're saying there is that AHDB is that voice to the end consumer, but the people who the different channels might well be addressed by different commercial arrangements within the industry.
With public sector buying is very much on a shoestring, and a lot of that public sector meat is coming in from abroad. We have to face we're not the lowest cost producers in Europe or in the world, so probably it's more a job for the National Pig Association to put some pressure on government so that the public sector buying does actually represent what the government rules are on welfare and etc on our standards. But at the moment they're very much buying on a price.
Okay.
But it's a challenge. I mean,
yeah.
You know, the halal issue is a serious one. It's a point well made by the questioner. The influence of flexitarianism, you know, is another challenge. You know, it's not that we're not eating meat anymore. It's just we're eating less of it, and that's a serious challenge to all meat protein sectors. We do have to rise to that challenge, and it's a dynamic situation.
So we've talked lots about the 3 different themes: marketing, export, and reputation. There's a question here which is a good segue actually. What's happening with KT, KE, and training, etc.? So we've got all this product, and products, tools, and services for levy payers. Mike, I'm going to go to you first. What's your thought on that?
I think that we are absolutely determined that we definitely need a human face out there in front of our levy payers, whether it's visiting an individual levy payer or whether it's at a pig club meeting or at a local conference or wherever it may be. It's very important that we have a human face out there. And it's very important that those people are able to both communicate the range of work which we are carrying out on behalf of levy payers, directly to levy payers, but also gather intelligence to feed back into AHDB so that we can adjust what we are doing according to the challenges faced by our levy payers. In other words, that human face is part of the dialogue. It's part of the exchange of views, exchange of wishes between levy payers and between AHDB. So we will have a team out there engaging with our levy payers. What will change is the menu that team offers, if you like. That doesn't mean to say that there won't be a menu. There will be a menu that team will offer, but it won't be the same as it was before. So, for example, training was one of the things mentioned there. If we are no longer carrying out routine training on behalf of levy payers because there's plenty of training available from commercial providers and no need for us to duplicate that work, then obviously the engagement team won't be involved in training.
So it's interesting, isn't it? Because over COVID, we all had to work digitally, and I think we've all absolutely loved getting back out there and talking and having that human interaction. It's energising, but it gives us an opportunity to talk about AHDB's work, but it's important to hear people's views, and we would absolutely want our team to be feeding back into the council. I know you guys are out and about as well, but feeding in this.
Well, specifically, we're out and about because quite reasonably, as part of this move to trying to make the levy body more accessible and perhaps more accountable going forward. I mean, I've done already one of the pig clubs, and I anticipate doing another one whenever it is, in December, I think. And another sector council member, Robin Thompson, he's going to be doing one in the Midlands. And that's, it's a proper opportunity to get the feedback, some of which is quite robust, and just listen,
Okay.
That's the desire.
I think also on training, some of us were, myself included, were very against training online. But the video that we did on the safe handling of pigs last year, in the end, I think came out really well. The guys that work for me thoroughly enjoyed it, actually. it fitted well into our working day, that they could do it at the computer when they wanted, and they're the sort of things that we got to learn from, get feedback from producers of what they want, and then move it on.
It's important to say that we are not vacating that training environment completely. Where there is something which only we can do, or we can uniquely do, or where there's a particular urgent demand for a particular type of training, we'll do it. And we will continue to do
talking of training, somebody has asked here about Pig Pro, and I think it's important because there was discussions about Pig Pro. Rob, I'm going to go to you. Can you just tell us what those discussions were and where the council got to?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, on all these questions, I'd reaffirm that we have discussed these things at length and debated them and looked at the pros and cons. On Pig Pro specifically, we decided that it wasn't widely used, and there was other providers out there, or you could just record your own training requirements in your own way, so that when budgetary pressures came to the fore, it was decided that it was one of the things that maybe wasn't valued as much as other areas, and we definitely didn't want to dilute everything we do and water everything we do down, because some of the things that we saw and we learned and we listened from the levy payers survey were more important. And those are the areas that we've directed the money. Unfortunately, Pig Pro was one that we felt that there was other methods that we could use and independents could use. So unfortunately, we didn't feel that the funding was there for it.
Oh.
It's another example of it's good work, but it didn't come top of the pile.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So tough decisions. So what we've heard this afternoon, and I really appreciate the questions that have come in. I think the interest level's fantastic. I think we've covered all of the subjects. But I just want to wrap up by saying thank you to all of you for being here. Thank you to everybody who's tuning in either live right now or watching the recording. I think it's been an absolute thrill to have this engagement go up a notch. It energises. I kind of wish people could see more of the council debates, because they are, they're quite interesting and they're multi-nuanced. Yes, perhaps. But thank you, everybody. Really very much appreciate your time. If you've got more questions that occur to you later, please feel free to contact us. We're here. And with that, I will hand over to Roseanne.
Thank you, Angela, and thanks, Mike, and to all of the panel for taking part in that excellent discussion. It was really open and honest, and I really hope that everybody watching and listening got a lot out of that. Now, we are live, and I know that there has been a few sound issues during the live streaming of this event. So if at any point you didn't quite catch something that one of the panel members said, or if you want us to go over it again, please contact us. We want to talk to you. We will answer your questions. Alternatively, you can go to one of our events where you can meet the sector council members face to face, along with AHDB staff. But on that note, thank you for joining us. We hope you've had a really, really good session, and we hope to see you soon. Thank you.